Councilman Mishler.
Present.
Councilman Fish.
Here.
Councilwoman Hines.
Here.
Councilman Crabtree.
Here.
Councilman Hanky.
Present.
President Dawson.
Present. We'll start page 14, Mayor Robertson's budget.
Can I make a statement first?
You sure can.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I appreciate everyone gathering and for the review of this year's 2025 budget hearing. I want to, first of all, start by thanking Jamie and his department, as well as Bradley Tracy, our Chief of Staff, and their work that they put in throughout the last 8 weeks. I shouldn't say 8 weeks, probably a year since the last time we sat in front of you, and bring you what we think is a very responsible budget. And I want to thank the department heads behind me, as well as the judges and Deb for their cooperation and help with respect to the budget. With that said, we're getting ready to discuss a $128, $348, $331 million in revenue that has been put, we expect to receive for the city of Elkhart, with appropriations of $125,754,599. Included in that are capital outlay transfers of $8,210,994. And so, with that said, we feel as though this is a very responsible budget. We're asking for your review and approval. Obviously, this is review and hearings, and we are hopeful for a positive conclusion to this process. The second meeting in October. Is that correct, Jamie?
That is the current timeline for adoption, but that's subject to change if the council so wishes, just as long as we adopt by November 1st.
Okay, and the only other piece I want to add is that this particular budget, which is a little different than others, we wanted to make sure that we connected to our overarching strategy inside of the city, which is Aspire. We've started Aspire in this particular year, but it's a collection of plans and strategies that we believe is going to transform the city of Elkhart for years to come. With that said, the categories that you will be looking at, and they're actually posted behind you, is the budget separated in the 4 pillars of Aspire. We're working within our departments to ensure that we're putting metrics together that speak to what that means as it relates to the overall strategy. So with respect to public safety, infrastructure, neighborhoods, and quality of place, we put all of our departments within those 4 categories with the corporate, let's call them corporate departments, which are controller, HR, IT, those that cover the foundation of city services at the bottom of that particular chart, which I believe, if I see it right, is about 10 million. So with that said, we're moving towards making our expenditures coordinated with the strategy that we'd like to obtain for the city of Elkhart. So I want to thank you for your review. Look forward to the discussions.
You want to go over your budget now, Mayor?
Sure.
So as an overview for the mayor's budget, there are no suggested changes other than those that would be impacting the payroll personnel services lines regarding any proposed raises and or changes in health insurance.
You'll have to speak up a little more distinctly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Just a little more emphasis.
Yep.
that's
Yep.
all.
So I guess if there are any questions regarding the mayor's personal like the changes to the mayor's budget, those are all directed towards any changes to the, because of raises, and there's a vacancy in the mayor's office currently, which is why we are budgeting at a higher rate for health insurance, which could go down depending on the candidate that's selected.
Questions? Mr. Hinkie?
So to start it off, in '24, first 6 months, 248,569. Annualized, that would be 497,138. So there would be an under budget of 29,638. Was there a shift or change in that time, and what created the over budget expense, or is that a timely issue?
Can you clarify, Mr. Hinkie, what you're referring to?
Who asked that question? I didn't. Oh, I didn't see your lips move. Sorry.
Yeah, it was me. Sorry.
So the 6-month activity,
So the 6-month activity I show is 310,559.
yeah, ultimately, so that would have been annualized. I'm just going on the full-time line originally.
Correct. So there were some changes within the office that would have resulted in a decrease in pay due to a shift in responsibilities.
Okay. It's still fairly tight if you would
Yeah,
look at what you annualize your 613. I suppose the 310,559 would be 621,118. And then you had the increase of 28.7. So, it's still a very tight budget. The next question I would have then is, under professional services, if we could go there.
Yeah, that's a timing issue. That
All right.
zero is based on a transaction that is currently on an annual basis in the late Q3, Q4 timeline.
And then membership and dues, other services and charges, the budget in '23, or the actual expenditure in '23 was 354. In the first 6 months of '24, it's 246, but now we're going up to 5,000 there and 5,000 on education. Do we expect a big increase, or is it just a placeholder?
Those amounts have remained fairly consistent. You'll see that there are no changes in the amount requested. The other services and charges account line for the mayor and any other department that would be have one is to allow for some flexibility within the budget. So as I'm sure everyone is aware, I have the general authority to transfer funds between account lines within that major category, within any major category at the department's request on the presumption that it's valid. But those amounts have, especially the other services and charges account line, has remained consistent from year to year to year to year that goes beyond, I believe, this administration.
So it does, but the over budgeted amount, even though in the large picture it's a small amount of money, it does provide that flexibility. But then how is the best way to trend all of those interdepartmental transfers? How would we reconcile ultimately?
So those are not presented necessarily in the budget due to the size of the information that we would be providing, but there is a original budget, and then there is a current budget that is generally presented in our budget reports. And the difference between the original budget, which is what you would be adopting annually, and the current budget would be any changes. So those changes would be reflective of any carryovers of encumbered funds from one year to another. So purchase orders, legally binding contracts that would be in effect in current year that would roll into the new year. Any additional appropriations that would be approved by the council would be another component that would add to any difference between the original budget and the current budget. And what you're referring to, Councilman Hinkie, is the department, the transfers within the group would also then be reflective there, where you would see a decrease in a current budget as compared to original, and an increase on the other side, but a net no new change.
Is it fair to say that the interdepartment transfer budgets from 23 would then be in actual measurable expenses as listed in 23? 24 would also then show per line item, and maybe
Correct.
that's the way. Can you tell me, is there any extra vacation days allotted in this department?
Not that I'm aware of,
Okay.
that benefits would not run through my department. Any of those requests or modifications that had been granted by the council would run through HR as a directive from the mayor's office, and would not be reflected in any budget, because vacation is a base benefit for a salaried individual, and unless there's impact to overtime, which for the personnel that would have qualified underneath the changes that were adopted, it shouldn't be impacting either.
So HR should be the correct department to ask, right?
Hold on, I'm not quite sure the context of the question.
Oh, the context, there was a law, there was an ordinance provided that the mayor can add vacation days to employees in general, I believe.
That's what you're referring to?
I am referring, and is that reflected anywhere? How would we know?
That is not reflected in my budget.
Okay. I have no more questions.
Any other questions? Seeing none,
Motion for tentative
I'm
approval.
going to entertain a motion for
Second.
tentative approval. I got a motion from Mr. Hinkie, second from Mrs. Hines for tentative approval. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Moving on to the City Council, page 26. Questions?
Wait a minute. What page?
26.
26. Page 26. The questions?
No, the council budget has been reduced.
Pardon?
The council budget has been reduced.
It has, to reflect the, if you recall, last year, given the election cycle, we chose to budget all 9 of the positions at the highest health insurance rate as a backstop. We may or may not do that next iteration, but that's the primary change here is shifting the health insurance to reflect what is currently being utilized by the body at this time. And the increases would include the proposed 3% for elected officials, plus you share Angie as part of that budget between the council budget and the clerk's budget.
You good, Mr. Curry? Anybody else? Mr. Hinkie?
If we would annualize 24 actual, 319, 718, and we had a budget of 530, 025, the reduction of 145.4 still puts us significantly over budgeted, so to speak, and I think the biggest piece of that is professional services. If we would trend that number over 3 years, we're looking at 8,200 approximately, and we still have budgeted for 50,000. Does the council president and controller feel that that's still a necessary number?
Yes, just based on different events that come about, and us using professional services more than we have in the past, I do.
All right. No more questions?
Move for tentative approval.
Got a motion from Mrs. Hines, second from Mr. Fish for tentative approval. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. City Clerk, page 20.
Right, my first.
I have a follow-up question.
Yes,
Where's the coffee?
all the way over there.
Stage.
Oh, okay, just checking.
Stage right.
One other question. Are all of your mics hot all the time?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
You want me to start over? Did you not hear me?
I didn't say that.
Good morning, council.
Deb, you got to pull that way closer to you, dear.
Sorry. Good morning, council. I would like to make a brief statement. Some of the items that we have progressed this year, I have set up a public terminal on the third floor for people to check their voter registration, register to vote, request an absentee ballot, verify that their registration matches their address, and also they can look up their cases in any Odyssey court. So that was a public service that we did. The other thing we've done is, that was done with the help of Director Gerald of the IT department, and it was done with no extra funds. It was equipment that IT already had, so it didn't cost any additional money to provide that service. We also added to the city clerk page a table which has the agenda, the video from the previous council meeting, and approved minutes. So people can go to my page and it will take it all the way back to where we started doing that. And they can see what they need to find. It's like the 3-click rule. I read an article that says people don't want to click more than 3 places to get where they want. So this is a general place for them to get what they need quickly. And we, last April, signed up with the Indiana Tax Refund Intercept Program. This program intercepts state tax refunds for unpaid traffic tickets. Doesn't do ordinances, doesn't do misdemeanors. But to date, we've collected $42,289.36 in outstanding tickets through that program.
Could you
I ha-
repeat that number, please?
Yes, $42,289.36. We pay no fee for that. So that's just money that wasn't being paid that comes to the city. And there's several of those categories of fees that stay within the city. So, and then we have, I've started working with a new AI program called Clerk Minutes. It's new. We're still testing it out. One of the advantages of this is it will separate where WebEx will give you paragraphs, and there may be 3 of you speaking, and we have to go in and figure out who started. This separates each speaker by speaker, and then you can go in and say, okay, speaker 1 is President Dawson. So every time it hears his voice, it goes in and inserts his name. It's still in kind of like our beta test. They are working with us. I'm sending them examples of what I would like to see that program do. We upload the agenda, it pulls from the agenda, and it puts it together. We'll never be able to do it without a human because AI is always going to pick up, a strange word, or misspelling. So it's always got to be proofed. But we are looking to use this tool, and it also timestamps each speaker. So That's the other thing we're doing. Capital recovery systems, I only have the overall since we started in 2012. We are currently at 3,009,374.41 overall collections. Again, this cost us no fees. This is all money paid into the city coffers, but it does go back to 2012. So our goals for next year are, I met with the controller, and the Records Perpetuation Fund is funded by user fees. So we have moved as much of the general fund budget for the clerk to be paid by those user fees as possible to free up that general fund. I would like to say that I'm never going to have to ask you to move it back. I can't promise. It depends on the revenue, and I am so grateful for Jamie and his guidance on this. But, so we are trying to utilize that account to the benefit of the taxpayer. And that's where I put the new permanent part-time position that I had requested from all of you, that I told you would be in my budget. We've put it in records perpetuation to be paid by user fees. So my overall budget has went down, but the changes to the website and the public terminal and so many other things come to us with Director Gerald and his professional team of IT, and they are quick and they are always willing to help. They send people to show us how we can upload things to the website because we didn't know, and I am just very grateful, and please give them everything. That's it.
Thank you. Any questions for Deb? Mr. Mishler?
Yes, thank you. Just a quick question about the contract services line that we have on
Yes.
here for 2024, and it's not in the previous activity or budgeted for future. So just a question on why we have that for year-to-date activity through this year.
So my recollection was that the council had approved a transfer to assist with the part-time temporary help that we were receiving, and that's why we would have activity.
Okay, gotcha, thank you.
Questions? Mr. Fish?
Thanks for being here, Deb. Let's go back to that $42,000 figure where you, I think you had mentioned. It sounded like that's some new money. Is that correct? Is that?
Yes, sir. Well,
Back in the-
since April.
In your mic.
Since April of 2023, that's how much we've collected. And what they do is they hold the state tax refund. They give them an opportunity to pay that balance due. But again, it's only traffic tickets, and that's a lot of money for just traffic tickets. If they don't pay it, then they're charged a surcharge by the state, but not by us. And we get all the money collected to pay off those tickets.
So that's a state statute connection?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
And it's through Odyssey Courts. So
Very good.
through that Odyssey program, we are able to collect that money at no fee.
okay. The second question I have, it's one time when government really is working.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Are we up to date with our recordings, both physical and videotape? Are we up to date so the public could access those things for review?
Yes, sir. And we try to upload the agenda before the meeting on my page. And then we try to upload the video within 48 hours of conclusion of your meeting. But we do not upload the minutes till you have approved them, because we consider those draft minutes.
Very good. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Hinkie?
Ms. Barrett, I wanted to go through and talk about a couple of things, and I'm not sure if this rolls over to what Mr. Mishler was talking about, but there was an expenditure in a line that had no budget. Is that what he was covering? That's contract services, $5,735. And so there would have had to been a transfer of some kind?
Correct. That's what we were referring to, where we're not showing the current budget, we're showing the difference between approved, and council had taken action to authorize the transfer from personal services, if I recall, some funding to be able to allow for the hiring of a temp.
In times like that, would it not be prudent to have just a note of that nature on Schedule A?
We can,
I mean, that way it flows
Sure.
and there's not a question such as
Yep.
this. I think that just would, for perpetuity, would be helpful. So also, how many full-time people are there in your department?
In your microphone,
She's
please.
counting, she's counting.
That's okay. I believe I have 8 full-time people.
So there was an increase of 23,009
I'm sorry, where are you, Mr. Hinkie?
full-time, increase to align current salary levels and proposed performance reviews. So are people actually getting a written performance review?
Yes. All of the staff have been completed. The reviews were completed this week. I have 2 of my administrators that I still need to do, but they have all been completed as of today, except for those 2.
All right, if we could have the ranges, because if I would take that number, divide it out by the number of full-time employees, it's on average of 2,987.50. And I'm sure there's a fluctuation based on base pay. There's got to be something else included in that number, or I think we have some pretty significant increases. Can we just clarify?
So the general theme across all departments with employees that would be participating as part of the performance review and merit raise process was to embed a maximum of 4%. So there was a 4% pool that was included in each department's budget for those employees that have participants within that raise. And which would be, you'll notice that the full-time line is changing by less than 4%. There's some rounding in there, and that also takes into account some of the share that I referred to in the council budget as to having the clerk to the council being included as part of your budget, and any potential changes for the resident incentive.
Because the latitude, and I realize not everyone gets a 4% then, I'm guessing, but 4%, it's a little over 4% if you go by actual trend activity January through June. It's really tight if you get to actual 24 approved and moving forward. So I appreciate that.
We try to be as precise as we can.
Sorry?
We try to be as precise in this area as we can, because it's one of the core areas that is generally the easiest to forecast. While we can't forecast vacancies, we can generally presume that a current employee is going to receive no more than what they're currently getting paid, and that unless there's a life event that would cause their benefit plan to change, there should be some relative consistency, especially in small departments like Deb's, mine, legal, et cetera, versus those that have larger groups.
Then finally, if I would annualize the first 6 months, it's 866,562. The budget is 929,700, and we actually had a decrease in ask. So the surplus areas are just those thoughts that you have to maximize the possibility of cost per line in the services line.
Well,
Is that appropriate?
I'm sorry to interrupt, Councilman, but you'll notice that there, as Deb had indicated, there's a transfer into the Records Perpetuation Fund where we're utilizing the methodology, I guess, or the philosophy of spending the most restricted funds first, and in leveraging the user fees that are created through the Records Perpetuation Fund. Deb and I work to transition some of the funds that are currently in her general fund into the Records Perpetuation Fund that'll absorb that, and I believe that's next on the agenda as on page 78, that will be part of it.
Agreed. If we would look at Schedule A, it's just about a wash. I think, 10.5 on the services line is the increase after the reductions. And then the transfer pretty well takes it to a net hardly any money, right? Am I reading that correctly?
Yes. Yeah,
So that's why I looked at the
it's a net
866,
decrease.
562. Okay.
Mr. Mishler?
Thank you. Jamie, quick question here while we were talking about the merit ranges. Is there a minimum, or is it, if they do very poorly, there's no increase required? Or is it like a 1 to 4, or is it a 0 to 4? What's the range for merit?
The matrix that we had, established is kind of complex and not super easy to explain without the visual. But we have in certain cases taken the approach that if you're an extremely poor performer, then it's your raise, if any, is going to be significantly less than someone who is at the midpoint of our desired hiring range as a comp ratio, and is meeting expectations. And so it's a multi-tiered matrix that I can share with the council to help better understand, and
Thank you.
then field questions regarding it.
On top of that as well, are we doing any cost of living allowance increases on top of the merit, or is merit the only thing folks are seeing?
It's embedded. So in theory, it's a 2 and 2, but it is really looking at the anticipated cost of living for Social Security was in the 2.57 range last I checked, and this is pretty consistent with where we were at last year. So we may change internally what if any cost of living is kind of guaranteed versus the level that is performance-based.
Okay, so maybe cost of living, merit, as well as the residency bonus for those who live in the city is what our employees will be seeing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Just a follow-up, please.
Okay, hold it, because we're getting away from Deb's budget. I want to make sure, is it about her budget? Or is it about, okay, all right, let's.
Well, I guess it is, it's all the budgets.
All right,
So
let's clarify when we get to HR. Let's do it then.
Yeah.
All right, but I want just back to your budget. Is there anything more regards to her budget?
Motion for tentative approval?
Second.
I'm sorry, may I say one more thing?
Yes.
A new law went into effect July 1st that requires an automatic expungement for people who are arrested and never charged, for people whose cases are dismissed, either through pretrial or other means, and for people found not guilty. We support this. People shouldn't have to answer, but they retroed it to July 1st of 2022. So right now, my chief deputy and my staff are working diligently to identify those cases because they do not have to request this. We are supposed to do it. And my staff and my chief deputy are working diligently. And while that is not as cumbersome, there are 9 different agencies that have to get this expungement so that it does not turn up and people have to answer questions that they shouldn't have to, whether they're renting an apartment, getting a job, getting a professional license. It is supposed to be removed. So that is a big project that we are currently working on, but we will get it done, and then we will continue monthly checking those. But the big thing right now is the backlog. And it just went into effect, so we will take care of it. And, you know, if it only goes back to July 1st of 2022, but we want to make sure that every individual that's eligible gets that benefit.
It's a good program. It's a good program.
Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. Curry.
Deb, will we know how many people that affected in our area?
We are still working on that, Councilman. Like I said, I know that we could only run reports 1 month at a time, so we've been doing 2 years' worth. It's quite a few, because pretrial diversion qualifies. So if they successfully complete it and it's dismissed, we have to get rid of and seal all that information, and so does the police department and the BMV. Everybody, it goes to 9 different things. But when we get a number, sir, I'd be happy to pass it on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
There's a motion on the table?
Yes, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Let's move to the perpetuary care, not perpetuary care.
Record
Yes.
perpetuation.
Records perpetuation, page 78.
Council, here you'll see the shifts that Ms. Barrett had reflected or I guess discussed regarding the part-time employees, some of the additional costs associated with her office supplies, et cetera, in an effort to better use the fees that we're collecting and alleviate the burden from the general fund.
Mr. Fish.
So will this is quite a spike, you know, on paper, but will this be we're not going to swing back to change the rules again. We're going to do this once, and then it'll be reflected in next year's perpetuation budget, correct?
As long as the revenue is there, I plan on utilizing this revenue to save off the general fund. Jamie and I will meet each year. He's better at the projecting than I am, but we will meet each year, and I will not move anything back unless I have to, because there's not enough money. But that is my hope, that these items stay on the records perpetuation user fee.
And any of the money we've talked about under the budget that we collect, that 42,000 and some of the other fees and services, will that roll into here? Is that an income stream?
Some of it does. Each ticket has what they call a document storage fee. It's between $3 and $5. That is for my records perpetuation fund. We also get a stipend from the prosecutor's office for pretrial diversion. That is deposited into records perpetuation. That's how they're funded. So, yes, any case that's been filed, there's at least a document storage fee that comes back to us for records perpetuation.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Mr. Hinkie.
Just checking, let me make sure my math is going to work. So if we would annualize the 7,063, it's 14,126. The add of 21,5 and 45, I think, not 45. The add of 33, yeah, it is 45.8. Yeah, you're correct. All right, that's a real tight budget.
Thank you.
Motion to adopt.
Got a motion from Mrs. Hines, second from Mr. Fish. All those in favor signify by saying aye. To give tentative approval to it.
Tentative approval.
Tentative
Sorry,
approval.
motion for tentative approval.
Thank you.
And I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Deb.
Thank you.
City Court, page 22.
So while the judge makes his way up, I wanted to make the council aware that there was an error on my part in the judge's salary. The salary that is presented is not what is going to be reflected as part of the salary ordinance. The spreadsheet that I use as a base spreadsheet had been based off of the presumption of a 4% raise, and I failed to make that adjustment. But as much as the judge would be in favor of
I figured that I was worth that extra.
but the amount that the judge will get paid will not be in excess of what's going to be approved on the
Judge,
salary ordinance.
we'll be
But-
the judge of that, Judge.
But I wanted to make sure that I brought that to the council's attention on.
I would like to
the
see
mayor.
his performance review.
I think the voters will be doing that, or have already done that, right?
I did that. Thank you very much. You know, I love
comeback.
being on this stage. I feel like I love climbing. I feel like Moses climbing Mount Sinai to receive the Ten Commandments. Also, I did notice from the audience that the stage lights were bouncing off the three bald heads. It was very distracting.
He's on a roll today.
Whoa, judges.
What,
He's the judge.
how much should we cut, Mayor? How much should we cut?
That does remind me, years ago, I complained that the city council chambers didn't have curtains on the windows, and truly, there was backlight, and you were all, at least I can see you now. Some cases, I'm sorry that's the case, but nevertheless.
Order in the court.
I do have a couple of comments that are legitimate, if you're okay. The budget which we talked about, and where if you're found not guilty or for other reason cases are dismissed, is long past due, that should be that should go away. We're in a country where you have to be found guilty, at least for a criminal offense, beyond a reasonable doubt. And if that's not made, then your record should not be besmirched by the mere charge. In line with that, my legal aid budget is contained in the probation section, but I wanted to comment on that because I am blessed with a wonderful legal aid lawyer, but we've been underpaying him for years. Sometimes you have to bite the bullet and do what you have to do. And I believe that the defense ought to have the same salary as much as possible as the prosecutor. The defense ought to have as strong a defense as the prosecution has in its case. And the adjustment in the legal aid fee certainly reflects that. And you'll see that when probation comes up. But I wanted, since that's more of a court matter, I wanted to bring that to your attention. And I just want to reaffirm that you're not guilty until you say you're guilty or till I hear the evidence and tell you you're guilty. Until then, you are not guilty of anything. And I believe in that. And if the prosecutor doesn't bring it, I don't care if the person did it or, I mean, obviously I do, but legally, I don't care if the person did it or not. I only believe that the person will be convicted if the prosecutor brings the evidence. We're in America, no evidence, no conviction. Now, of course, for the burden of proof is a little different. If it's an infraction like going through a stoplight, then the burden is by a preponderance of the evidence. It just has to be more likely that you went through the red light than you didn't to find that you have to pay. But for a criminal conviction where you can lose your freedom, it's beyond a reasonable doubt. I believe it, and that's what I practice. Lastly, I am, oh gosh, I hate to say this, he's so close to me. We are blessed with a wonderful controller. He is, I mean, you have a question or you have something you want to do, and he's on it. I've been through many controllers in my almost 33 years on the bench, and the one I'm sitting next to is a wonderful asset to the city. In addition to that, we have a very technical-minded clerk. This is a very complicated system. The new state system is just complicated. The reason it's so complicated is it's made for all the courts in the state. We don't use some of that stuff, but we still have to abide by it, and it's so complex. But she is on it, and she is on it with this new requirement, which I agree with, by the way. Well, I already said that. And lastly, I've had wonderful cooperation from the administration. So life is good in city court for us, and I think for the people that use it. And lastly, I don't know why, but by the beginning of next year, we'll be the only court left in Elkhart, the largest city in the county. Go figure.
Can't.
Okay.
Questions for the
any
judge?
questions?
Don't be afraid. He won't do anything to you.
I move for tentative approval.
Got a motion by Mr. Fish, a second by Mrs. Hines for tentative approval. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Now we're moving on to probation, page 24.
Thank you again.
You're welcome, Judge.
You got to stay. You have to stay until everybody leaves. You don't get a chance to go in. You got to sit out there until everybody leaves.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
I'm Brian Shaw, the Chief Probation Officer for our City Court. And first, I'd like to state that our probation department continues doing very well with the services we provide to our community. We've had a strong and dedicated team at probation, and the only turnover we had earlier this year with one part-time staff member. We quickly hired someone, and she's doing a fantastic job. If you recall, I began tracking success rates of all persons going through probation starting in January of 2022, and I provided the council a chart of our success rates for 2023, and I did not realize until this morning that some of those pages are blank, if you notice those, and I didn't realize that until just this morning. I'll blame that on our copy machine. It went through and stapled as I went and didn't peruse them until this morning, but I have a full copy here if anybody wants it. But I will give you a rundown of the numbers. In 2023, we ended the year with a total number of cases closed at 420 defendants. Of those 420, 230 completed the terms of their probation successfully, which is a 55% success rate. 103 defendants violated probation and failed to appear in court, resulting in the issuance of a warrant, 25%. 44 defendants were found in violation of their probation and had their jail time imposed, 10%. And 43 defendants were found in violation of their probation with no jail time imposed, also 10%. As of today's date for 2024, we've closed out 332 total cases so far, and I have those stats if anybody would like to hear those year to date. So same as last year, we have a much higher success rate than fail rate. So I'm proud to say that we are doing our job, working hard at making our city safer every day, and attempting to rehabilitate individuals as they continue to live and work in our community, as well as protect the general public. The sheets in front of you also show the demographic breakdown of age, race, and gender, along with the percentage rates if you are so interested. Last year, the council asked if I kept track of the crimes for convictions of those placed on probation, and we do, but I did not have that information at the ready. This year, I came prepared, and I supplied a copy for each of you as well for 2023. We ended 2023 with a total of 367 criminal convictions placed on probation. When it comes to our budget for 2025, I know the judge touched on legal aid, so I will skip that part. But we did also ask for an increase for interpretation services. We have 2 Spanish to English interpreters that we are fortunate to have, Jessica and Sonia, and we're equally lucky to have them both give us their time and talents to assist the court, defendants, probation, and prosecutors, and legal aid with the Spanish-speaking community. Jessica has been with us for about 3 years and has had 1 increase in compensation during that time. Sonia has been with us for almost 2 years and has never had an increase in compensation. They are both very loyal and do exceptional interpretation for our court and probation department, and we feel it is time for them to be properly compensated for what they do for our city.
Council, I'd like to add on the interpreter side, they had been previously paid out of the professional services line. And it was at the suggestion of legal counsel that, based on some of the training that we were providing to them, that they were best to be categorized and treated as a part-time employee. And that is why we're seeing that transition from professional services into part-time to be reflected as part of that, that recommendation, which would also include an increase in their per diem to accommodate for their language skill. And one thing to be mindful of when looking at the probation department's personal services and their payroll is that is split between the probation user fee fund at a 60-40 rate. Currently 60% is paid out of the general fund, 40% is paid out of the PUF as we would reflect it. And to further, I guess, discuss the legal assistance component, the legal aid that is being provided to city court, and the increase that they're requesting is still substantially less than what the public defender for the county would be receiving, who is paid on equity with the prosecutor. So that be mindful of that as part of the deliberation on the increase as well.
And also one more thing when it comes to our legal aid, that position comes with no benefits. And what Jamie was saying about the county averages their wages for public defenders between $80,000 and $90,000 a year.
The chief public defender for the county was paid $165,000 a year, according to Gateway's 100R report. And it's my understanding that there was a statutory requirement that had the chief public defender also be paid on equity or the same as the county prosecutor, so that there wasn't a discrepancy in the talent that was being brought forward. But that's not necessarily germane specifically to this, and the time that they're being provided for legal assistance is different. The types of cases that are being tried in the city court are different than what are in county court. So I think all of those need to be taken into account, but just on the surface, that I think helps to provide the some of the backstory as to why we need to have a solid representative for the citizens that need representation in the city court.
Thank you. Mr. Mishler.
Thank you. Just a quick question regarding the interpreters. I know you mentioned Spanish-speaking interpreters. Is there another service available that we provide for those who might speak Dutch or Punjabi and need assistance? And what line does that come out of in the budget?
Those funds would come out of the interpretation. We do have professional services enough in there for those type of unusual cases where we have somebody with a Russian or any other type of language besides Spanish. And we have a language called Language Line, and that is a phone in that the court will use to accommodate those type of special circumstances.
Thank you.
Ms. Science.
But for that interpretation piece, also, is that written? Do you guys do a lot of is there a need for a lot of written translation as well? And are the interpreters able to do that as well?
Yeah, they do help out with written translation. When we have forms that we need have filled out, we'll have one of our interpreters. They will work with us to come up with a form or some sort of a template or something like that. So yes, absolutely.
Great. Thank you.
Mr. Fish.
He had his hand up.
Mr. Holtz.
I just wanted to ask when the last time probably was that we increased the legal assistance, the 32,000. Seems like a catch up, so maybe it's been 2 years, maybe it's been 17, maybe, and I don't know, it might be forthcoming. I just wondered.
So last year, there was a request for a $3,000 increase.
Thank you.
Mr. Hinkie.
I'm trying to find some trends here, and looking at the police department arrest trends, comparison to yours, I would have expected a greater number of people in the probation area as opposed to those that have been arrested and must have satisfied themselves in city court or maybe county court, and maybe that's the area. I'm just trying to understand that.
If it's an arrest made by the Elkhart Police Department within the city limits and it's a misdemeanor, it most likely will come to our court. But the discrepancy in numbers that I think you're talking about, a lot of those cases will go on the prosecutor's deferral program, will never come to probation.
Okay, so there's that part. And then also, I appreciate the trend 23. I'm wondering if we had a trend for 6 months of 24. And I'm wondering if, since you just started this, and I appreciate that, because in future years, I think this will be important. Do we know, and is there a way to track or query homelessness? So if they don't have an address to provide, is that something that can be added to your trend?
That'd be something I'd have to look into. I wouldn't want to give a confident answer on that just yet. I'd have to explore that option. I don't know at this time.
I think it just would be important for administration and council to understand, as we're looking at homelessness and putting laws into effect to try to curb and control the number, but at least then we'd be able to track actual, somewhat on these records as well as court records, how many people don't have an actual address or the address belongs to a business, for example, and that would help us understand our true population.
Yeah, I understand, and we do have plenty of people on probation that do state they're homeless, and a lot of times they will give an address that they receive mail. That happens almost all the time. They still have an address to give.
Like P.O. Box, or they have a real?
Not really a P.O. box, but a family member or someplace they used to
Okay.
live where they
So
can
that
still
would be
receive
tough.
mail. And we put that down as an address in case we ever have to send them any type of notice.
And then by percentage, I think we have some built-in pieces. If I would annualize your first 6 months, and then add the add-ons, we're still 59,645 over projected expenses. So there may be some things that you are underutilizing, like repair and maintenance of building would be one of those. And we have a place setter there. Is that just still something that you feel should still be in place because we don't know? Are there risks of the building that we don't know?
So I would I would say that provides the probation department some flexibility, given that they have their own location. And if council may recall, here in the recent past, their air conditioner was vandalized and the copper was stolen, and we needed to leverage those funds to be able to be reactive. And in the event that we would need to remove it, and a circumstance would come into play that would require us coming for an additional appropriation, we would have a potential unnecessary delay in being able to move forward with any repairs. And
Yeah, you would think that there would be like a CUME fund, if that's the building city-owned or municipal-owned, and we're responsible for all of its maintenance, there may need to be a CUME fund of some type.
I could certainly, if it's I'll talk it with the administration, if the council would like to see a pooling of funds within the Board of Works or somewhere to provide for that flexibility when necessary. We can look at that for future, but I think it also, the downside to that is it doesn't provide for the tracking or the ability to look at the total cost of operation for a department, and the cost of having a building that is being utilized for one department, whether it's probation or buildings and grounds or here at the theater. Having that be embedded in their budget helps us to better understand the cost of the expenditures, and so that would, I think, would be a potential downside. Now, this is a rather trivial amount for the budget as a whole, while it's not trivial for the probation budget, but.
Agreed. The other area of that, if every department in the city of Elkhart has this same mentality, we have a significant amount of funds, if it's there, less trackable intra-department transfers and things that can go outside of the budget, of course, and it doesn't help us as we look at, and my biggest concern with this budget, I think it's a very tight budget, but it does not incorporate, in my opinion, known expenses that we have and how we're going to pay, and separation of utility dollars to municipal dollars. It's still the same ratepayers, taxpayers that will be affected. And so their overall cost of living will actually go up when we're talking about a lot of need of low-income housing. We're driving that to a great degree, and I'm wondering if there can be CUME funds to address these things, and that would include the safety building, that would include the $250 to $300 million of CSO that we have to go through yet. And we can say there's separate budgets, but the Lerner Theater should be a separate
All right,
budget.
David, they are.
And the school should be a separate budget.
You're way off track here. You're way
So
off
the
track.
tracking and trending is what we're looking for.
Dwight,
No, I'm withdraw. I'm good.
all right. Any other questions?
Move for
Motion?
tentative approval.
Got a
Second.
motion from Mr. Crabtree, second from Mrs. Hines for tentative approval. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Let's go to probation user fee, page 74.
And this just represents the remaining 40% of their payroll budget. There are no other items included in the PUF at the moment.
Questions?
Move for tentative approval?
Got a motion
Second.
from Mrs. Hines, second from Mr. Crabtree for tentative approval. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Corporate Counsel, page 32.
Councilman Dawson, before Corporation Counsel makes it up, I want to make sure that the public is aware that I had printed out several copies of the budget book that are available before you come into the theater. So if there are members of the public that did not notice that there were there, I think there were 10 or so that were available for them to be able to follow along as part of this process, given that they've found it important to be able to participate. I thought it was something that we should provide as well.
Thank you, Jamie. Yes.
Just a quick question on that, Jamie. The charts and graphs behind us, can we get just email versions
Yes.
of that too as well for our?
Yeah, we can make those available to the council
Thank you
and the
very much.
public. Yep.
Good morning, Council. John Esper, Corporation Counsel. Pardon me? Oh, all right.
Page 32. Yes, John.
Good morning. John Esper, Corporation Counsel. I have had the privilege of serving in this role since the beginning of Mayor Robertson's administration, January 1st, 2020. The department enjoys a fully staffed office consisting of our city attorney, Rose Rivera, our deputy city attorney, Kevin Davis, assistant city attorney, Maggie Marnoka, who also serves as utility attorney, and any successful law office would tell you that both the success of the firm and the, frankly, probably the premiums of their malpractice insurance is directly related to the paralegal and support staff that the office enjoys. And I could not be more proud of the paralegals and support staff of the Elkhart Department of Law. We have two highly trained and qualified paralegal, one of whom we poached or wooed away from Judge Bonfiglio early this year, and another who joined us in the middle of last year. As a result, we have seen an acceleration of our ability to liquidate what was originally what appeared to be a backlog of an enormous amount of cases. Early on, we inquired with the Office of State Court Administrator in Indianapolis for all open cases in the city of Elkhart that were under the jurisdiction of the Department of Law. 6,600 cases were reported back to us. And with the enormous efforts of this department, we were able to liquidate and eliminate that as a backlog. As a result, we are also in a perfect position now with the data we've been able to accumulate to develop the benchmarks for our expected performance and benchmarks to demonstrate where we can exceed and excel as a department. We have planned for next year, just to round out my introductory comments, we plan for next year with the data that we've compiled, not only to maintain and improve upon those areas, but also to broaden the services that the City Department of Law can provide, which will consist of in-service training on new and developing areas that are important to the city and our public safety officers, to also provide in-service training within our own departmental branches of local government, to speak to record retention and train on the disposition of records, and finally to provide to our boards and commissions a form of a primer or training on parliamentary procedure and substantive training on their duties and responsibilities as board or commission members is where we look to branch off in 2025. And with that, I'm prepared to address 2025's budget in any way that you may
Mr. Mishler.
Thank you, and thanks for coming, John. I just got a quick question on the publication of legal notice line on here, which looks like it's kind of jumped significantly. Well, it's similar to 2024, but it's at $5,000, and I see year-to-date is $971. To my understanding, we're just required to use the Elkhart Truth for public notification, or are there other avenues that state law is now allowing us to do that? I know there was some discussion in the State House to potentially allow cities to move away to more digital, potentially cost-saving or more expensive yet other means. Are we still required to use the Elkhart Truth or anything else?
We are still required to use a print publication in general circulation of the city. So we use the Elkhart Truth. There has been a legislative effort to move away from that, and perhaps the Indiana legislature has begun to dip its toe to the extent that it has authorized, or actually required, has authorized the use of one's website to simultaneously publish. And there may have been some areas in which we can use that exclusively, but not in matters of litigation. So our publication expense continues to be in the print media, and we have not been relieved of that. Where we have enjoyed a savings in that area is how we have, I think, cleverly, perhaps. I'm not sure whether it would withstand a challenge, but it hasn't been challenged, and there's been no record to suggest that what we are doing cannot be done. And so what we are doing is on our publication of notice, when we have to publish because we cannot locate an individual that is the subject of a, say, collection action. We have compiled those cases and then consolidated the notice that would ordinarily go out as a printed publication of just exactly what you would see on the summons if the local civil service or Elkhart police officer were to deliver that complaint, that legal action at one's door. And that would be repeated for every defendant. What we have done is we have created a combined or consolidated caption so that the name and case number appears as one, but then the general language of the summons, which brings everybody into court on the same date, is stated one time. Okay. And we have been able to save an enormous amount of, I would say the entirety of the $5,000 would otherwise go to the cost of publication if we did not do that.
That's great to hear that we're able to save taxpayer funds that way. Can you speak briefly about the increase for the Laredo and Westlaw? Is that just them raising the prices for availability for the software?
Yeah, I think you're referring to two different kind of issues that are going on there. One is that across departments that have material software subscriptions, we have made the decision to create a standalone account line to be able to identify that. Okay. So you'll see a portion of this is a transfer in out of the standard subscriptions line, and along with some increased costs associated with the current subscription, so that the net is right around $3,200 of additional software costs for additional seats and otherwise.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Fish.
So just to dovetail on that, it looks like everything's going digital then. most of this is online service for legal research, et cetera?
The Department of Law's major software is a program that's run locally. It's not a web-based program. So we have servers that compile the data. They're stored on a database, and it's definitely digital to your question specifically, but it is not necessarily a web-based, cloud-based program. I'm not sure that answers the question, but
Well, it's almost like we're just flipping dollars to a different
I think that's
line.
accurate. I think they're going or being divided between
Yeah.
categories and subcategories.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Hinkie.
Just a little bit of budget review, probably Jamie. Professional services line, expense to date, for 6 months, $80,632 on a budget of $40,000.
Yeah, that would be a continuation of previously encumbered funds for the defense of any cases that may be ongoing. And I think it provides some additional insight as to needing to maybe provide some additional information as part of the difference between the adopted budget and the current budget. So that's what that would be reflective of.
All right, and because it is such a significance, I would have thought we'd have seen a Schedule A note of some kind.
Yeah.
Just to denote, I mean, it's,
Sure,
you know,
that would be an
200%.
expansion. Yeah, that'd be an expansion of the base assumptions that the Schedule A has provided since it was established way before me in terms of identifying the changes between 1 year's budget and the next, and not necessarily the expenditure component.
and the reason I think it's important to have these conversations, especially for Mr. Dawson, is the city has been really good at actually listening and including these things in future budgets then as we move forward, and I appreciate that part. So I think as we talk about CUME funds and things that may be of benefit, I think that's a good discussion to have for the whole process. Not about us, not about you. There's a real process here, so I appreciate that. Now, as we go forward, the $23,300 increase for current rates of pay and proposed raises, that is amongst how many people? And what is the average increase by percent?
It would be based on
The 4% max.
pool
All right.
for the current head count. If there had been, or in cases where a department may have a vacancy, the budget would be at a midpoint versus what the actual rate of pay would be.
I'm just suggesting, well, I'll leave that alone. I just thought we were just a bit on the low side of our rates of pay for qualified counsel. But that's not my doing. I would look, though, however, if I would annualize the 6 months, 401,532 to 80,000, I'm sorry, $803,064 and add on the 15.1, I come to 818,164, correct? So it looks like I'm under budgeted by 22,764.
If you're looking at year-to-date 2024, I think that would be a true statement if we were not including any rolled over previously encumbered funds. So in the case of Corporation Council's budget, we would have funds that had been encumbered, which should be identified in the financial statements that were provided as part of the budget packet. As of the budget report would show the amount of current encumbrances as of 6/30, along with what the current budget for the year would be, which would be reflective of any intercategory transfers, appropriations, budget increases due to the
Because otherwise, these
encumbrances.
numbers are hardly trendable if they don't include some of those transfers on a Schedule A, because then we can't really use the trend. Based on this report, the numbers are within 20% of accurate if I would just look at this without a Schedule A notation. So I guess what I'm looking at, if I would have an understanding of professional services being twice in the first 6 months, more than twice the amount budgeted, and I don't know what has been encumbered, I don't have any reliable numbers to say that's a good budget number. I can't get there, and I should have a rollback of some kind that I can satisfy or validate the trend. Because I'm saying you're under budgeted by $22,764, but I don't know what has been transferred.
Yeah, it's duly noted, Councilman. I have it written down as an action item to look at how we can include a current budget or some other function that may not be the Schedule A, but would provide the type of information that you're looking for to be able to more easily discern what, if any, trends or concerns that you might have based on what is being
Because you
asked
must
for.
have a transfer report.
Yeah, we can provide all of it. Our constraints become the how small of print or what columns do we then perhaps remove if we want to be able to create and present a document that is easy to consume, but is also providing the right amount of information.
So if I could, you know your business better than I do, but if we just had a transfer that said from this fund to this fund, the date, the amount, at least I can look at mine, go back to that as a reference, and I can validate that it's a true number and trackable number. And right now, what I can validate is I have to trust the fact that it's happened somewhere in our history. I don't know how much is encumbered from last year or even a prior fund, or we've made special provision. But I do know that this council is the last check and balance
Yeah,
of the system.
I would refer you to the financial statements. Those will show current budget and actual budget. And our office provides, as part of council communications in the beginning months of the year, the purchase orders and other encumbrances that have carried over from one year into the other. And
I'm just
so-
suggesting that a council person shouldn't have to add that into this book.
I
think
completely
that's-
understand,
Yeah,
but
okay.
more for any concern now, since we don't have that in front of us, if you want to look at it for substantiation purposes in advance of us being able to make proposed changes to how
Sure.
things look.
Thank you for that, Jamie.
Yep.
Thank you. Any more questions with regard to the
Motion for tentative
corporate?
approval?
Got a motion for Mr. Hickey, second for Mr. Mishler. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Controller, page 28, 12, and 30, and 36, and 122.
What? There's only like 2 pages.
For me on this section. All right, so for those of you that don't know, and those that might be in the audience or are watching online, my name's Jamie Arce. I'm the city controller. I've enjoyed my time with the city for over 8 years now. I began my career here as deputy controller. When Mayor Robinson took office, I was offered the opportunity to take on the role as controller, which I have served since the beginning of his administration. The controller's office, we consist of 7 full-time employees who play a crucial role in managing the financial resources of the city. And unlike some other departments, we provide, like legal, underlying support to all of the pillars of Aspire. And our primary responsibilities are what we're doing now, right? Financial planning and budgeting, accounting and reporting, revenue collection, expenditure control, debt management, assisting with the issuance of bonds, whether that's for the city, for the redevelopment commission, for public works in some capacities. We are responsible for prescribing payroll. We partner with the Department of Human Resources in that management. We help to manage risk, whether that's through application of internal controls or otherwise, and we're responsible for compliance. Every claim, every bill that goes out of the office and out of the city, whether that is for a utility bill or for the redevelopment commission or otherwise, gets reviewed and approved by my office and ultimately by myself. In 2024, some of the highlights, which I assume most of you can think are pretty mundane within the finance, department, not a lot of exciting, but we've continued to move forward with our electronic funds payments. That was something that the council gave us authority to be able to do in late '22, if I believe. And at this point, we're at over 60% of our payments are paid using electronic funds transfer through ACH. That provides us with the ability to decrease our cost of postage. It creates a more timely payment to the vendor in their not having to wait on post office delivery. Otherwise, we don't have to worry about, we have less to worry about timeliness of deposits or stale checks that may then have to be reported as part of the unclaimed property rules. So it's been a nice enhancement to where we are. Another project that we undertook this year was transitioning to a Concur-based travel platform with travel leaders. It's an expansion of a partnership that we had already in place, which assisted departments with air travel predominantly. And with the transition to Concur, it not only allows for the booking, it essentially becomes our own version of Expedia or Priceline or those platforms, but it is controlled through our policies. So a department who may have had the ability to book their own travel in the past, if they had inadvertently booked business class or a seat that would not have been compliant with policy, it would have been harder to police, or we have to now worry about how do we collect and enforce or those things. So it allows for us to have a more consistent and equitable application of the policies that we have in place to make sure that, to the best we can, everybody's playing by the same rules, which has alleviated some burden on my staff from having to assist in booking of travel or providing things. So those are the two kind of core highlights for '24. For '25, we're looking to implement the automation of our accounts payable process. And that will be a paperless transition that will be supported by our current ERP accounting system, in which it will allow for an easier flow of information. The workflow will be no different than what is current, except for we will no longer need to have paper claims and signatures be delivered to the office, hopefully lessening some of the burden between travel between departments to the controller's office. It'll help to alleviate our document retention in paper form. Most of these payables have a 7-year retention policy, and when we're doing thousands of transactions a year, that eats up a lot of space that we have paper down at the well field in a storage area that we then have to manage on an annual basis to have destroyed. And so that is something that we're really looking forward to being able to have implemented. The hope is to pilot it late this year and then move it on into a more fuller implementation in 2025. And I believe that the budget that we've presented helps to support all of those initiatives.
Questions for Jamie? Mr. Hinkie?
No, I appreciate that, Jamie. It sounds as though it's not, because when you said automated payment system, I assumed that it would automatically, without human input, send out certain routine payments of some kind.
No.
But if that's not the case, you're talking paperless and trackable, cloud-driven, and I appreciate that as long as...
And AI assisted. So the process internally will not change, but for the need for paper. The individual that's responsible for creating what we would consider a claim or entering in, who's already entering in that information into the accounting system, would still be responsible for that, except for they will now be scanning that in. The system will then scan the invoice, try to auto-populate as it can the information provided, the vendor, the invoice number, some of the routine, easily identifiable items. If there's a purchase order attached to it, it can pull that. But all of that will still, like in the case with the clerk, it will still all be at the control and the approval of that initial individual that would be responsible for entering in that information. The approval, before it would come to the controller's office, would still lie with the appropriate responsible person within the department, whether that's the department head at the cemetery, or if it's a more senior member of a larger department that would be better equipped to identify that we have received the goods that we're paying for. But that workflow will remain the same that it is, except for it being paperless, and we will no longer have to retain paper. It will make our requests for documents a lot more efficient. When the Board of Accounts comes in to audit and they request a list of expenditures, or we'll be able to provide that more easily without having to pull paper and then worry about putting it back, and then the storage components and all of those other pieces.
So at the end of 7 years, do we then print it out or come up to another electronic storage for perpetuity?
At the end of the 7 years, we could then choose to destroy it digitally.
Okay.
Or we can make the decision if we want to keep it longer. I think there's a high likelihood of digital hoarding. I know I'm personally responsible for hoarding things that I have, digital documents that I may have scanned for some purpose that it's no different than it being buried in the back of a drawer somewhere. But within our accounting system, it would allow for us to then go through a purge of some sort that would allow for it to free up necessary space.
Okay.
Mr. Mishler.
Okay.
Thank you, Jim. One thing that I don't necessarily mind the digital hoarding as much because it seems significantly cheaper than potentially hoarding it in physical space, as well as it provides future councils the opportunity to look at a historical record of this data, as well as those in the general public who might want to have it 50, 100 years from now.
The history will still be there. It will just not necessarily be the actual Cintas uniform receipt for $200 for the week of, whatever week, right? So the historical data will be there.
Okay.
It will just be the underlying detailed support would go away in terms of being able to view the invoice itself or the check stub itself.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ranky.
Going back to your budget, I guess this would be a good time to say that the area of appreciation, especially Jamie, Deb, was to look at government operations in a different way. Don't stay in the box. Look at efficiencies, look at cost reductions. We've not done that in past administrations, so I appreciate that a lot. Because I think there's a lot that government has to catch up with to the private sector in that regard. So it's nice to hear that we're breaking out of the proverbial municipality context, as it were. Now, if I could, overtime, yeah, that was taken out of the budget. I get that part. The operating supplies, 1,127, 6 months to date, but there was no budget affiliated.
Yeah, that was one of those transfers in which we determined that we wanted to better identify some of the supplies that we had as not necessarily office supplies, but more operating components. But we're still operating with that would have been an department transfer, intercategory.
Okay, and that would have been a little,
Yep.
and it's just housekeeping, but the same thing for contracted services. At first 6 months, 18,618. It's not on Schedule A, but that would have taken us to 37,236 annualized. Was that a one-time commitment?
Yeah, that was some temporary help that we had provided. The contract services has also given us some flexibility for the expansion of a delayed project on the additional paperless capabilities within our existing accounting system.
And before tentative approval, it just would be, those transfers would make this so much easier, to believe, make
And I'll
these
see if I
validate.
can't get something between now and the hearing or adoption that would help to provide that comfort.
So like the judge, I think it is impressive, the work that the controller does and the reporting system. I've not worked with someone like a Jamie before, and I've been on the board, on this council too long. And so I appreciate Jamie. Motion for tentative approval?
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Hinkie, a second by Mrs. Hines for tentative approval. Any more council discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion carries. Go to page 12. Mr. Hinkie, are you drinking decaffeinated coffee? Okay, just checking.
No need.
Just checking.
So the transfers, which is essentially what these are considered other financing uses. You'll see this across some of the departments in which we are moving money from one fund into another. And there will also be a correlating revenue component that would be embedded within the department that would be receiving it. But in this case, 6 million of this is a transfer into the capital outlay, which has no correlating appropriation request associated with it. So this is future saving for future investment and being able to have the cash that we need to be able to complete or take on new projects. The remaining 140,000 would be the transfer into the animal control fund to offset the costs associated with the Humane Society and the interlocal agreement that we have with them.
Questions for Jamie? Mr. Hinkie?
I do believe some of you do need your caffeinated coffee. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion for tentative approval?
No, there's not.
Got a motion for Mr. Fish.
Second.
Second for Mr. Crabtree. Any
Can-
other council discussion? We have a motion. Any further council discussion?
Sheesh,
Yes, Mr.
it's
Hinkie.
only $120 million.
Yes,
budget.
Mr. Hinkie.
So on this, there's nothing on Schedule A, and yet if we would annualize the 10,211,426, that's 20 million, and there's just really not an explanation other than this is an area of transfers, right?
Correct. There's no direct increase in the request, which is consistent with previous Schedule A's and not having any direct identification, but we can, in certain cases, provide additional information as part of the book to make it more clear as to what that is.
Because as the check and the balance, you would say, well, there's 20,400,000 flowing through it, and yet it's hard to see the drop-off of where it actually goes, and those are part of the transfer records.
Yeah.
And then the accrual of where this fund should be by percentage year after year and how it gains its revenue, that would really be helpful, because I think, as I mentioned, one of my bigger concerns is us as a city accumulating funds for future larger cost projects to minimize the burden to taxpayers.
Yeah, and you know, this transfer is coming out of the general fund. The components associated with the capital outlay and other funds is presented in one of the summary documents in the beginning of the book that identify what we're projecting the cash balances to be at the beginning of at the end of the year, based on 6/30 data, and then taking into account anticipated revenue, et cetera.
So you're starting with 6,140,000 as a budget, and that's reflective of accumulation of funds
So this is,
or an automatic transfer of funds?
this will be this will be just an automatic transfer of funding into the outlay fund for the 6 million for future purposes.
And does it ever accumulate?
Yes.
Okay. Motion for tentative approval.
We already
is
have a motion
said.
and a second for tentative approval. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Human Resources, page 30.
Morning, Council. I'm Wayne Belock, Director of Human Resources. I have had the privilege of serving in this position since April of 2022. We have 6 full-time employees, 1 part-time employee. We serve internal and external customers, providing the following services: talent acquisition, payroll, employee benefits, workers' compensation, FMLA, employee leaves, labor relations, employee discipline, employee training, and safety and risk. In 2024, some of our highlights and successes were implementation of middle manager training, negotiation of the contract with firefighters, cost reductions in workers' comp and risk management functions, streamlining of the onboarding process, and upgrading to some payroll timekeeping functions in our HRIS system. In 2025, we're looking to improve and enhance employee education and training opportunities, continue to identify areas for efficiency and cost reduction in workers' comp and risk management, explore and implement best practices for employee benefits and insurance programs, and enhance utilization of various functions in our HRIS system. Also, to review and update job descriptions to be consistent with job functions and the city's needs. As far as the budget is concerned, we are requesting no new positions and in the non-personnel budget, we are requesting the same funding as last year. There are a couple items where we're moving some things around in the schedule, but other than that, essentially the funding would be flat for this coming year.
Mr. Mishler.
Thank you. I was wondering if you could shed some more light on the question I had earlier about the merit-based increases. Is there going to be COLA on top of that, or is it strictly the merit?
Historically, the last couple of years, there's been a COLA component and then a merit component with that. So assuming the 4% and assuming a 2% inflation-ish rate, that would probably be, the COLA would probably be around 2%, and then the merit component would come out of that additional 2%. So the ceiling would be 4%.
With both of them combined?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other question I had, I know that various departments, there's an issue with space in some of our buildings, as far as like workspace and things like that. Do we have a work from home policy for some of these positions? Has that ever been explored to kind of alleviate some of the stress related to that? I know there's been discussion about moving folks around and things like that. Has that been considered as a way to save potential taxpayer funds?
The city does not have a formal work from home policy. I think in various departments, there's been some flexibility. If, somebody has a doctor appointment at 9 in the morning, they don't make them come in at 8 and then go and then come back or things like that. But as far as to satisfy space issues, that has not been addressed.
Okay, it might be something to consider in the future. Some of these roles, you just need a laptop and a phone or something to direct to make calls, and you could still have oversight. I know in the private sector, it's been utilized significantly, so maybe it's something that we should consider in the future as well.
Thank you. I had the pleasure of being over in the annex and having watched how sardine-packed the employees are there. So as we move forward, just with expansion, we're going to need to be thinking about that moving forward. So, Mr. Hinkie.
Just a couple of housekeeping things, and that would be annualized, again, $765,296, plus the increase of 12.3 is 777. So we're $144,104 over projected actual. Jamie, can you help me with that one? Is it a timing where we're not utilizing all the funds?
So you're referring to the total 382 times 2 in essence?
In essence, yes. And because that's the trend I have.
Yeah.
Plus the ask of increase 12.3.
Sure. I think some of that is timing. Some of that is flexibility built into the budget in certain areas for training and other contractual services. Professional services as needed is one of those areas where we don't know when we might need something, but want to be able to be reactive, especially when we're looking at HR, if we need to bring in a moderator or for mediation with an employee or otherwise to not have to worry about having to, put a pause on certain things like that. But Wayne and I sat down and went through the budget and made sure that we were comfortable not just with what the needs were for the department going forward, but also that we, weren't providing unnecessary capacity that we didn't have an intention of maybe needing to be used. So that's been a philosophy that we've tried to implement with all departments, that it's essentially a combination of a zero-based budget, which is the whole purpose behind the Schedule A, is to identify the whys behind requests, but it's also priority-based in terms of how is this aligning with the core components of Aspire. And so to answer your question in short, there may be some capacity, but it's purposeful capacity in order to be flexible when needed. And we have confidence in the department to manage it appropriately and not just spend because we have money to spend or request transfers to be able to spend in other areas just because we can. We in the controller's office, we take every request for an intra-category transfer seriously. And, because it are these poor planning decisions? Are these decisions that are resulting because we had no idea that to be able to forecast or expect something like that? But for the most part, while the request may be, automatic or rubber stamped to a certain degree, we also provide a level of scrutiny in terms of trying to understand why those requests are happening and that they have validity for, not only our own internal management purposes in holding our department heads accountable, but also knowing that the council and the public would also potentially want to or better understand why these things are happening.
No, and I appreciate that part. It just, again, one of those areas that I'm looking for is trend. We talked about that, and that could be improved greatly in the future, but also, rather than saying if we get a good trend, we ought to be able to get pretty tight on most numbers and then actually consider a flex account in every department as a percentage of the supply and other services lines and say there's an automatic flex. And that's your protected account. And if you had to flex something, if something came up unusual, look at your flex account.
Yeah, and in some cases, we do build in some contingency
Yeah.
into these account lines that may need some additional. So we would identify that, let's say for professional services or some other contract services, that we have these knowns. And so we're going to distinctly budget for those, but we need to have some upside flexibility, and we're going to include a deliberately thought out amount to provide for some additional needs if necessary, not a fixed
Like
percentage.
contractors do. You have a contingency account, and that's a known account. It is by percentage of the whole. I just think that may be an option. Now, more specifically, the full-time line item here, without asking for a new position, annualized plus a 4% increase, we remain 10% under budget, $50,396.16. And so that's one of those areas, even with a 4% of the whole, we're still, there's a little bit of tightening that could happen, and I just wondered about that particular number that stood out as a greater area of contingency.
Can you?
Yeah, so if you would annualize the 216,973 and then add 4%.
Oh, yeah. So I think part of that is, we had a vacancy occur in the benefits component, and so the base starting point for budget at the time, since we didn't have anybody, we didn't have a candidate in mind,
I see.
is to use the midpoint. And given the tenure of the previous employee that was there, they were beyond midpoint, so we're seeing some reduction in essence because of going back to the expectation that we would be starting at midpoint because we didn't have any additional information based on candidates.
That makes sense. I just would say that during the contract discussions I've had, I think we have a good find and a good department head, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, I entertain a motion.
Motion for tentative approval?
Second.
Got a motion from Ms. Hines, second from Mr. Mishler. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. IT, page 38.
As James is making his way up, I want to highlight that this is one of those funds where we split fund it between the cumulative capital development fund, and which is a more restrictive fund, and the general fund. And given some of the changes in IT's budget, we made some transfers or changes in how those expenditures were going to be funded. And, in following the philosophy of spending most restricted first, trying to spend what we're receiving in the cumulative capital development fund so that it's not unnecessarily, without at least a given purpose, accumulating a reserve, that we were spending that first, which is why you'll see some transitions between account lines, and they should be noted within the Schedule A's, but high level, that's generally what has happened, and it's essentially a flip-flop in the software subscriptions and capital. For that, I'll turn it over to James.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is James Gerald. I'm the Director of Information Technology here in the city. Our staff is consistent of 13 full-time professionals, and the IT department supports all city technologies across 23 sites and approximately 750 users. We focus on unparalleled service by ensuring all departments are responded to quickly and ensuring their technologies function efficiently. Under the Aspire program, our initiatives span quality of place, infrastructure, public safety. We're tightly integrated with just about every department in the city. Some of our 2024 budget highlights and successes include completing over 2,800 help desk tickets year to date, so that's the first 10 months, compared to 1,641 last year. So requests for our services are greatly increasing quickly. We mitigated international CrowdStrike outage within 4 hours for emergency services and within 8 hours for the whole city, while many other organizations, unfortunately, were down for days or weeks. We implemented new data centers and firewalls to further strengthen our foundation and cybersecurity posture. Completed the Unified Phone System Phase 1 for emergency services, and assisted many departments in expanding their services for building access and initiatives, including the kiosk that Deb had mentioned, and Central Garage, and many other departments. For our 2025 budget request, our focus is to continue to optimize and expand upon the success of the 2024 projects, and simply consolidate and fine-tune more of our cybersecurity and backup solutions. We're looking to begin Phase 2 of the phone project and expand that citywide. We're looking to renew some of the service contracts for the softwares that are vital to our ongoing and day-to-day success in business, and focus on more cybersecurity through training, both security awareness training and end-user awareness trainings.
Thank you. Questions? Mr. Mishler.
Thanks. Under other equipment, can you speak briefly on the public Wi-Fi project, AV equipment, and other PCs, et cetera? Just a brief overview of those additions.
Sure. With the ever-expanding events that we have in the park, right next door here. We're looking to try to consolidate and get better coverage for both the vendors that are offering their sales and also for the constituents that are out there trying to enjoy the different events we're doing, like the Grand Prix, many of the parks events. And that's going to give them better Wi-Fi, better coverage over that whole area versus a very small, oversaturated area. As far as the AV event equipment, we do a lot of different events throughout the city that aren't always in a facility as gorgeous and robust as the Lerner. So to be able to do Elkhart Grand Prix, 911, emergency responders events, we're requesting additional funding to get some better speakers, better components like microphones, a travel kit that's purpose-built for all the different places we go for Let's Talk Tuesdays and ribbon cuttings, so that it's done in a more professional manner. A lot of times there's trains in the backgrounds, as you are well aware of, and we have trouble hearing and seeing some of the presenters, so that will assist there.
Regarding the other PCs, what happens to the existing stock once those are replaced? Are they just taken to the dump? Are they donated? Is there any plans with I know you can't just throw them in the trash, of course, so what's the plan with, the old equipment there?
With any of the old equipment that we replace, it goes on the asset disposal list so that we can get approval to destroy it. Because of the sensitive data most of those hard drives contain, we actually shred them so that none of that sensitive data gets leaked outside of our environment. And then typically we try to recycle the PCs themselves after that's been done.
Thank you.
Mr. Fish.
Thank you for being here. Let's go back to that other equipment again. Your statement's kind of concentrating on the public park next door, but we've had conversations since I've been on council about having kind of a Main Street Wi-Fi. That we have intermittent Wi-Fi at best at the Railroad Museum all the way to Wellfield. So I guess between Wi-Fi and security cameras, where will we, I just don't quite understand where $391 is going to spread out enough to give us what you're looking for.
You are correct on the wireless downtown. Currently SURF has that. We're looking at ways to enhance that. It's very difficult without the lack of infrastructure regarding fiber down the street. So a lot of times we have to implement point-to-point. And each time you go out a hop on the point-to-point, you lose half of that bandwidth. So we're trying to supplement that by putting more fiber into different places. I know we've done EEC and some others.
Well, let me stop you at that point.
Okay.
I don't want to get into a technical description.
Sure.
I just want to know, do you have enough money to satisfy that need to get us a Main Street Wi-Fi? That signal strength is everything, because when visitors come down and when we have 6,000 or 7,000 people at a festival next door, everybody's on it and it really grabs that signal. I just want to make sure you have enough to accomplish your goal. Because when I'm at the Railroad Museum, I have different signal strengths from outside to inside and different positions on the property.
Correct. Thank you for clarifying. Right now, I think we have sufficient funds to do the targeted area. Long-term, we would require additional funding to do it all.
And that would, this doesn't include any equipment for security cameras at the museum right now? And that's just a general conversation I've had with the director and the friends of the museum, which I'm on the board. We look at how we can raise funds to support something like that. So I just want to see where we can dovetail as friends and where you're going to be in an operating budget. Because IT can get pretty expensive.
Yes, it can.
Yeah.
We do have an active quote for the Trade Museum specifically, and yes, some of that is reflected in there. It was kind of a budgeting number. I don't know if it's going to be very extremely precise. It might be slightly above or slightly below.
Sure. Just kind of I would just want to get eyes on that situation down there and where we can, as friends, help support that, because that's our newly defined goal, if you will.
Absolutely.
Reestablished goal, if you will, as friends. All right.
Any other questions? Mr. Hines?
Question, statement, and I'm not going to even pretend that I understand all the towers and all that. But when I think of when you're talking about expanding in our parks and those different areas, I'm thinking schools. There's school around those same areas. And when we talk about access, is it even possible or appropriate to have a conversation with the schools in terms of any type of collaboration on fundings and those sorts of things? Am I making sense?
You are,
Okay.
and that's absolutely a possibility.
Okay.
We're more than willing to have those conversations, and we are trying to expand Wi-Fi at those parks as well. My staff has worked with Jameson from the Parks Department to look at those opportunities. A lot of them we've been able to do through our, what they call a hybrid Comcast fiber, it's where we don't have our personal fiber or county fiber, what have you. We try to partner with them to bring a connectivity into those places like Nipco Park and some of the others. So we are trying to do that. It's not as robust as what we're looking to do downtown where we have more bandwidth.
Mr. Inky?
Thank you for being here. Before I go too far, I neglected to ask HR about additional vacation built into the system, so if we could have that before the next general. In this particular one, I hear about schools and school towers. Just briefly, I know a tower was going to go near Pinewood School, and there was a lot of pushback by the neighborhood in regards to the negative effects of towers and those types of things on school children, and they were in there. Again, like Ms. Hines, I don't pretend to interpret those studies, but it was such a heavy pushback. I hope the city is prepared for that piece. Moreover, for Jamie, I'm assuming that under other equipment, 43,957 was an unbudgeted, but a transfer of some form.
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
that would have been an existing project that would have been appropriated and rolled over as part of the encumbrance process.
Okay, and then the membership dues, it looks as though we had an expenditure, it will go on, but it was unbudgeted. So this is a new membership of some form? Is it a membership for software purposes?
I can get you the specifics. It may have been a clarification of an expenditure that would have perhaps been out of a different account line.
Okay.
And otherwise. So
Yeah.
as we continue to get better and do things in aligned expenditures with the right account line, sometimes some things get through that departments, it's an appropriate expense, but maybe the not quite the preferred account line, but that would be one of these, potentially could also have been one of these situations where it's not a new expense, it is just newly presented in this account line.
And I appreciate that. In cleaning up this piece, just the timeline, I didn't know if it was just not anticipated or a new, because of software, sometimes you're obligated, and that's fine and dandy. More importantly, I think like Mr. Fish, I'm concerned about budgeting this particular department, because how many breaches do you feel we were subject to? How many breaches actually came through our city system in the last 12 rolling months?
We're attacked consistently on a daily basis. There's hundreds of attacks against us all day, every day. To my knowledge, we've got no breaches. With the support of council and leadership last year, most of the initiatives that we put in were security-based to prevent that.
I know that we had something that came across, I think it was Urban Renewal, and somebody was broadcasting something through the city's web. And I think there's some minor adjustments that have come in to try to minimize that, but is there a larger, more purposeful way to control and yet not minimize participants?
We're always evaluating different solutions, which we are currently. The incident you're regarding was a template issue. where unfortunately we allowed someone to accidentally unmute or unvideo themselves. That's typically not how we allow that to happen. So we're looking at safeguards to be able to prevent that in the future and make it streamlined so there's no confusion, yes.
Because as Jamie pointed out, his department is going more cloud-based, so, you know, and some outside people are really good at digging into that, whether they can transfer funds or just exploit funds. I don't know. I depend on people like you to help us. I just want to be able to measure the risk, so to speak.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Mr. Mishler.
Just a quick question here. I know that I've received concerns about public parks as well as like the river district here. Is something like adding surveillance cameras and things like that, some CCTV, just so police have that available? Is that something with our current Wi-Fi structure, public Wi-Fi thing that would be supported with the current network? I know we worked with Comcast, for example, at the dog park to make sure that they have coverage there. But if we were to expand that to give our residents a little more ease of mind when they use those Riverwalk and other things like that, would that be a large push for IT to do something like that?
That would be a large initiative. It would be costly, and once again, goes back to the fiber infrastructure that we don't currently have in place to accomplish that. So we could get some cameras in those areas, but not to the point where we would have complete coverage, and we would have to limit the number due to the bandwidth restrictions under Comcast.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Fish.
So, not to get technical, but you talk about fiber. So we're not, a few years ago, we had a fiber presentation, and we've got a, you know, with the county and all the connections we have, but so our network of fiber is far from, it sounds like it's far from being complete.
Yes, and we're having internal conversations about how to expand that on a daily basis. I work with Ben Hudson from Elkhart County Highway Division, and we try to find fiscally responsible ways to get it to the most important sites in the city.
So who's making the priority?
Well, it depends. It's kind of a dual effort on both parties. So they're going to put it anywhere that they need it for county purposes, and if it happens to fall in line with some of the things we're trying to do, it just works out that way. If they're running fiber down a street they have no interest in or value to them, then that's where they would look to us to support that financially.
Do we have to have a separate conversation and a separate budget for a relationship with SURF for their fiber?
I'm open to any conversation. I think that's a leadership question there.
Oh, so that's not something that's like in conversation or in negotiation?
Not currently, no, sir.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Bishop.
Just a real quick follow-up on that. Has there been any cooperation with the state or federal government regarding the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program, the BEAD program? I know there was a large federal push to expand access to fiber and broadband. Has there been any federal funds from that, or speaking with the state or federal government about receiving some of that support to expand our broadband and fiber?
Not currently. That's been brought to my attention. I work with state officials quite a bit on several other initiatives. That's something I can investigate.
Thank you.
Okay. To get tentative approval on...
Councilman Dawson, I have one clarifying, to Councilman Hinkey's question regarding the subscriptions, that's a recurring expense that had been a transition from a different account line into this new account line.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Jamie.
For the
Mr.
general
President, move for
fund.
tentative approval.
Second.
We got a motion from Mr. Crabtree, a second from Mrs. King. For tentative approval. God bless you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Cume Cap Development, page 122.
So, Council, this represents, you'll see a large amount of transfers for Cume Cap development that had previously been in the general fund that are now being paid into the, out of the capital development fund. The anticipation would be that we, similar to the records perpetuation fund, continue to keep this pace so that we have a better trending and more easily identified year-to-year transactions to be able to review. But that's the base, and James can answer any of the details.
Thank you. Questions? Mr. Hink, Mr. Fish.
Oh, do you have your hand up first? Go ahead.
Oh, my pleasure, thank you. Just, again, this one appears to be more of a transfer account line item, professional services 4505, maintenance contract 138,282. Is that maintenance contract now in a different line item, different department budget, I'm assuming? And monies were transferred to cover that, and other services fees at the tune of $143,037? They were covered, I'm assuming they were transfers. But does that maintenance contract, which doesn't happen to be in Schedule A, is that contract no longer needed, or is it a transfer to another account?
Give me a moment, and I'll see what detail I can pull
Okay.
up on that. And that could very well be included as part of the software subscriptions piece, where we're transitioning budget into that space.
And then we had talked 2 budgets ago in regards to this department charging out its services, and you had mentioned earlier in this budget conversation about knowing the true cost of departments. So do they charge their time back to the appropriate costing unit?
So at present, we do not have any department doing a direct charge back to any other department, whether that's the garage or IT or otherwise. While there are benefits to that methodology in creating a true internal service fund, I think we also then need to better identify what the administrative adds are going to be to those types of changes, the potential increase in staff to be able to manage the billing between each department. Is that going to bring us the value that we need to better understand, or can we, like in the example of the garage, and I believe James probably has this as part of his work order program, we can identify internally what those hours are, et cetera, for management purposes, but as far as a direct cost to the department, it's not occurring currently.
I appreciate that, and I realize there's a pushback on that, but based on its dispatch and work orders, 2 years ago, we had mentioned about 60% of the time was with the Elkhart Police Department because of the technology utilized there. But at least there's one way to say, here's the department, here's the real cost, but here's the savings of an internal program, as comparison to an upgrade of software or maintenance contract outside of ourselves. And that's kind of only the trending, and again, you would know more about that, but trying to get your department to a net zero base, charging all of your time and services to other departments. You know, the equipment really is for the use of others, and you are the managers of the equipment. And so 2 different methodologies. I'm not saying one is more critical than the other, just suggesting that as an option of a zero-based department.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Fish.
So when I look at your software subscriptions, I go, ouch. Because in our history, they've been quite a bit low. And I guess, and I know things go up, but 1.3 million, are you, as he alluded to, other departments, are you managing all the software licenses now for all departments? And are we all getting screwed over?
we are managing most of those subscriptions. And I don't know about screwed over. Yes.
Well,
anything
it's
with-
not just the city, there are
Right.
businesses that complain too.
Technical
Yeah, it's
term.
going up crazy. On average, about 7 to 10% every year on software subscriptions.
Is there,
Out of our control.
is there a plateau at all where we could, I know we have to stay current and security is very paramount. I got a few more phishing emails this week, you know, they're always trying to get through, and I don't want to, it's not about this, it's just about, wow, these costs really don't taper off.
I think they will to a degree. It's never going to go down probably, but hopefully we can evaluate solutions and find efficiencies. And that's what I like to do. I try to negotiate every kind of contract that we look at, and I renegotiate them year after year to see where they're going and if we can get a lower cost. And we do realize some of those savings when we kind of bundle with different services, especially like Civic Plus, where we have several modules. We can, you know, ask for discounts for combining those.
Well, yeah, just, let's keep doing the best we can, yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Can I get a
Motion for tentative approval?
got a motion for Mr. Mishler?
Second.
Second for Mrs. Hines for tentative approval. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We are now adjourned for lunch. Lunch is from 11:30 to 12:30. We will reconvene at 12:25. for coming in, taking care of us. Thank you for that. Thank the IT department, Navarre Catering for lunch, and thank our staff for setting our lunch up for us. We appreciate that very much. So we need to turn to page 44, which is communications, dispatch.
Do we need to move for approval of the food?
No, we're good.
Okay.
We're good.
Hello, my name's Olivia Watkins. I'm the Assistant Department Head for the 911 Communications Center. I began my employment at the city in April of 2018, and I was appointed the Assistant Department Head last August of 2023. We currently have 17 full-time employees, and so far this year we have done quite a bit of things throughout our center, using our current staff to create committees such as the Public Education Committee and the Standard Operating Procedures Committee that's helped update and solidify departmental policies. And we have the public education and the community outreach has also allowed us to expand our recruitment. I believe this year so far we've had like between 280 and 350 applicants for 3 positions in our center. And those are actually going to go up for conditional offers on Tuesday. So we have 3 applicants coming in. Hopefully they're starting next month. So this year, or this coming year, we're hoping that we can get the funds to replace our phone systems that haven't been replaced in 9 years. They recommend they get replaced every 5 years, and so they're about 4 years overdue. And we also want to increase our travel budget because unfortunately a lot of our continuing education opportunities, you have to travel out of state. So we need to be able to compensate for the travel and the housing of our employees.
Thank you. Questions? Mr. Fish.
So, explain your overtime proposed category. That looks like quite a jump.
So,
And I don't mean that in a defensive
No,
way.
it's okay.
yeah, Councilman, I'll work with it since Dustin, who Olivia is standing in for, and I were working through this with, it was really to accommodate the vacancies that they had. And when we have vacancies in a small department, it generates a lot of overtime that has to be accounted for. And so the hope is, as they get closer to full employment, that we won't need to be able, to have the overtime that they're requesting. But that's the primary component behind it. And I would add, as part of this, the administration in the Indiana FOP local union, which is the union that the 911 dispatchers are part of, are currently in negotiation. And so as such, following past practice, we have not included or embedded any raise as a fact. So that depending on what that ends up being, there may be a future ask once we get through with final negotiations and a contract that you'll approve.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hinkie.
Well, I can concur with that in part, Jamie. However, if we're buffering up overtime as a part of vacancies, we also increase full-time. You'd have thought overtime would be pulled down from that line item because you're fully vested $1,302,600 if everyone was being paid as they were and all positions were being filled. But collectively, as I look at full-time actual usage, 6 months, amortize that, $1,098,448. And then that gives me an over budget of $245,452 beyond trend, but I'm also picking up overtime at the same time. So I have unused money in the full-time account and foreseeable increase in overtime because of lack of filled positions. And I'm not quite understanding why we bumped both. Because it looks like then we're double covering what we anticipate.
There may be some of that from that perspective, but
All right.
at the end of the day, we're adequately funding a major category that is unable to be used for purposes other than employment.
Yeah. And all I'm suggesting that is, it's the percentage that kind of says we need to speak to it, because it's $245,452 just in the full-time account. That's with 4% increase across the board. And then if I would add the overage of 30,000, actually more than that because of unused overtime, but budget, and we went from 120,000 to 159,800.
Yeah.
I have just about a $300,000 anticipated over budgeted. So just for the sake of understanding that, and I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I think if we look at prior year budget or prior year actual for overtime was almost 175,000. And so if we were to realize a $175,000 of overtime in 2025, we would effectively be under budget. And so we took the position that we weren't going to budget at what 2023 actual was, but also recognize that there's a possibility if the staffing solutions don't come to fruition, that there could be additional needs to be able to transfer out of the full-time or otherwise.
So what I would ask the question, our anticipation, because any department of that size that is averaging, I mean, like in '23, $175,000 of overtime line item only, when the cost of each position, you may be better off having a float or a PRN pool or per diem that you could call in at a greater rate just to reduce the overtime, but to manage overtime with the history there's got to be another action step in there somewhere.
Keep in mind that the dispatchers are part of a collectively bargained group, so our flexibility is a little bit different than it would be for a normal position.
All right, so because they are collective, there's some inefficiencies that we cannot address. Is that what we're saying?
Potentially,
Okay.
Any other questions?
Understood.
Mr. Curry.
Yeah, how many positions do we have that we need to fill in this department?
We have 3 floor positions and then 1 administrative or training coordinator position. So 4 total, but 3 dispatchers working the floor every day to cover the 24/7 staffing.
So we paying overtime at time and a half, and do we do any double time?
Just time and a half for now, sir.
Time and a half?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Mr. Henke.
So if you would go then to professional services, I don't see it unless I'm missing it on Schedule A. But there was a budget of 1710, that must be an annual rate, so we don't expect another expense in that line?
That would be correct.
Okay, and then travel is one of those, 7557 utilized in the first 6 months on a budget of 10. We're going to 15, and you can pretty well predict what travel is needed in your department?
Yes, sir.
And then finally, maintenance contract. And I'm looking at your Schedule A, it's not identified. The 6-month use was $46,799, which annualized is $93,598, but you have a budget of $65.
Yeah, there's been no change in the requested amount, and I realize that the year-to-dates tend to be fairly consistent, but we felt comfortable giving some excess capacity if needed going forward.
That means, though, that we have paid the annual premium in the first 6 months, and you don't expect another one, right?
That's, I think,
Okay.
generally correct.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Can I entertain a motion?
Motion for tentative approval?
Got a motion by Mr. Mishler, second by Mr. Fish for tentative approval. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. E911,
Yeah.
Page
So the
98.
E911 is part of the pittance that we get from the county from the 911 fees. It has direct expenses that we can spend for it, and I believe it's pretty consistent with past years.
Move for tentative approval.
Second.
Mr. Hinkie. I got a motion and a second. Discussion. Mr. Hinkie.
So on 911, my biggest question is, when have we negotiated with the county last for revenues?
I don't believe we have Olivia can maybe speak to this, but I'm not sure that we're in a position to negotiate. I know that we have historically tried to work through the General Assembly in getting some greater control over that component, but my understanding is that us being a second PSAP within the county creates a unique situation that most counties don't have to deal with.
I understand that part. However, there was a establishment of revenue some years ago, and since that time, based on communications, police and fire calls have gone up immensely on the 911 system. So you would think commensurate to that increase, there should be an increase of revenue, would be my argument. I don't know the relationship, but I do feel as though county government does need to readdress this with the city, because we are their backup as well. There needs to be a cooperative relationship. And maybe in service, that doesn't cost them money, but it does cost us as well. They transfer those things to us as a cost and a need of public service. It seems the revenue should be commensurate based on those allotted calls.
Noted.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, we have a motion on the floor for tentative approval. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fire Department, page 40. 84, 124, and 138.
Good morning, everyone.
Good afternoon, Chief.
My name is Rodney Dale, Chief of the Elkhart City Fire Department. I'm in my 29th year of service. I was hired in 1996. We presently employ 143 firefighters, including administration. We have 7 stations. We provide fire service, advanced life support with our ambulances. We have 4 advanced life support ambulances. We also provide inspection to our local businesses. It's a pre-fire safety type thing, and full investigations after fires. In 2023, we had 9,777 runs. Year to date, we have about 7,300, so we're projecting to be over 10,000 runs this year. Per our contract, the new contract took us from 63rd in pay in the state to 24th, approximately. At the end of the contract, we'll be 12th. Also, depending on the benefits package, I actually think we're in the top 5 with the contract. Per this contract, we need to hire 4 people just to honor it, and then I'd like to get ahead of the hiring with Fire Station number 6.
Mr. Fish.
So, Rodney, on your, I just see one under scuba that just dropped off, 90,000, and you're not budgeting for 25 for scuba? I don't see anything in that line.
I think those monies are being moved. Jamie can give you a detailed explanation of that. That's going to be all under one umbrella.
Yeah, so this is part of our transition to the right type of account line. And historically, scuba, which I believe the $90,000 reduction that you're looking at 0, had been in the services group when they are really supplies. And so in anticipation of some changes within the State Board of Accounts, regulatory basis of accounting in which they're going to begin auditing and reviewing transactions, not just for appropriateness, but also for appropriate major category and account line. We're continuing our drive to matching things to where they need to be.
That's being driven by the State Board of Accounts to
Well,
track it differently?
In two ways. It creates, it's being driven by generally accepted accounting principles in which we want to have supplies being paid out of a supplies group and not out of a services group. The secondary component is previously the State Board of Accounts hasn't taken exception to expenses being paid out of an incorrect category. They have been more concerned about whether or not it was an appropriate expense. But the direction that they are going with an enhanced regulatory basis of accounting will have them also looking to make sure that not only are the expenses correct, but are they coming out of the right group. And this has been a process that we have began implementing even prior to the Board of Accounts direction to start moving this way. But that's essentially what this is. It's aligning them with the right spaces.
Okay, and it won't affect your
No,
certifications?
we will still provide dive team services. We still have all that equipment that's still going to be provided. The guys will still get a stipend for that, an extra pay for being on that team. So that service will absolutely still
And you'll still allow the right of number to be certified? You have an
absolutely.
ongoing program, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and the corresponding account line is the specialty team supplies. So we added that 90,000, reduced the 90 from the other services, and just renamed the account line.
Thank you. That's all I've got.
Mr. Mishler?
Thanks. Just a quick question here regarding the physicals section on here. Looks like we have 148,000 budgeted for 2025, but year-to-date so far, we're already at 96,000. So, 192,000, is that what we're expecting at the end of the year?
Yeah, well, what
for
happens
this,
with
or-
that, we have to budget enough in physicals for every employee, and then we're getting additional employees in 2025. So that's where that comes from. And then we have some stuff, until the physical happens or until something goes on where they're going downstate and get that bill back. So some of that stuff just hasn't been paid, which is why that looks a little short.
Okay.
Drinky?
Chief, I need to understand the 9 new firefighters by contract, but my question would be the use of those. Is that an additional station?
Yes. The 4 are contractual. That's what has to happen in 25. 4 of those 9 has to happen in 25 per the contract. That gives us an extra body per shift, going to fires, going out on calls, plus 1 additional to cover when they're off. The additional is an effort to stay ahead of the curve for Station 6. Station 6 is going to open in the spring of 2026. I would like to have to have to put a ladder company out there. As you guys recall, we discussed response times per Station 6 several council meetings ago. And I went through NFPA 1710 and discussed those response times. In order for us to stay within those response times, based on where Station 6 is located, we have to have another ladder truck out there. Per shift, that's 4 people per shift, which gives you 12. So that's where those numbers come from.
So with that said, it sounds like a move of Station 6. Aside from that move, and at some point we'll have to talk about funding, what other station moves are obligatory in your?
That is the only station move. Where Station 6 is located eliminated the need for a fire station number 8 because it's far enough northeast based on response times. Station 5 was the other one we were thinking of moving at one point. If we go further south on County Road 17, as far as annexing, we'll have to move that station. But as of right now, that doesn't need to be moved either. So, and we got a training facility. We were able to also save on our training facility because that's going to be, we were approved by IDEM to have fires out off County Road 9 where we presently have our training stuff. So we don't need a training facility either. So we kind of save money with that.
So fire station number 8, do we have a timeline?
Fire station number 6 is the only fire station we have being built. We don't have a timeline for a fire station number 8 because the present layout of the city, we do not need a fire station number 8.
Okay, so let me go on then, if you don't mind. Part of it is I simply don't understand when we say risk reduction, and it's like, what does it mean? How do we measure that risk? What supplies and what trend? Because it says decrease to reflect needs and prior year transfer to risk reduction supplies to better reflect the nature of the expenses.
So
And it really just doesn't tell me much.
I believe that is one of those account lines that we had similar to the specialty teams supplies, where we're transitioning from a services group to a supplies group to better match the type of expense with what is going on. And the anticipated needs are just exactly what they are, what the department anticipates they're going to need in funding for.
Okay, the jump outs.
And you'll see a corresponding decrease, Councilman, on the services group that identifies that transfer.
Yeah, I think that would have been a good narrative there. I couldn't follow that line. It really didn't tell me a lot. But if it was a transfer, I would have understood that.
Yeah.
Now, just to go to real numbers, overtime, annual projected, which in the fire department is hard to do, but it would be a $1,054,918, if 910, I guess, and we're still projecting 735. So my question is, how do we manage and control? Is that underfunded?
Overtime projection is tough, guys, because this year, for example, we had up to 8 people off on medical leave, and those numbers are always hard to predict. Right now, we're understaffed. We're trying to catch up on the numbers, which is another reason for overtime. We have a minimum staffing need each day, so we can't just shut a rig down when someone doesn't come in. We have to staff it, and that's normally with overtime. To get our numbers to where we need to be eventually for Station 6, we'll need to be around 160, and that'll should stop the overtime. And the way we hire kind of causes some problems with overtime also.
And Councilman, one of the other components that we determined was important was the FLSA component, that we're hoping that we're going to better control as part of the new agreement. And that FLSA piece is the halftime of any firefighter that works in excess of their 106 hours for the pay period. And so that had been blended into the overtime number in some capacity. So the overtime that you would be looking at would be the combination of both the overtime and the overtime FLSA. And given our goals or the department's goals to better control FLSA and other overtime with the approval of the new contract, we felt it was a nice way to be able to measure the success without adding, or an additional way to measure the success of the contract and management.
So overtime, is that at 2 times or 1.5?
It's 1.5 if you're called for regular overtime. The only time you get 2 times is when you are held over, meaning you weren't scheduled to work overtime, too many people called in sick or whatever, so they have to call someone. They have to tell you, basically at the last minute, you have to stay.
All right, and we discipline accordingly for the last minute call-offs and the frequency of those?
Yes, they have a time frame. They can be written up or more if they don't call within that time frame. But they do have a time frame that they have some leeway.
Okay, so that's overtime, and these could be quick answers. Again, I think Mr. Fish asked about the specialty hazard pay. Annualized, it would be $243,800, but the ask is $714,900.
Part of that we're realizing is the language of the contract defines that the specialty pays get built into the hourly rate. And so they are currently being paid out of the full-time line because of the way that the payroll process works. We're unable to roll it in at the moment as a separate specialty item. So in general, it's full-time includes specialty pays. And that is really, if my recollection is correct, only the hazardous materials pay component of it.
I'm going to move on to a couple of smaller numbers, which it's just a matter of trending and understanding, and that would be office supplies, annualized 3758, but we're at 13.5. In '23, there was a pickup, twice the prior year, and I just wondered if we have anticipated needs, or that's a buffer just in case.
This could have been a request from the controller's office to combine account lines that were very similar, stationery and printing, or other account lines that were synonymous with being an office supply.
I understand that. I just would have thought that I would see that then on Schedule A. Vehicle repairs, and my understanding is we have newer vehicles now, but we have significant increase in vehicle repair parts. What is that about?
I think that the cost of the parts themselves, Josh can probably speak to this as part of the garage, even though the fire department is handled differently, but we have continued to see an increased cost in the price of parts and supplies.
Okay,
and,
so it's just
and-
simply the market?
Yeah.
Okay. And then could you, just for my education, tell me what the risk reduction supplies are? Are those gloves and masks and things of that nature?
All of that, gloves,
Okay.
masks, supplies for the schools, you name it, anything basically you see a firefighter with, that can be rolled into that.
Yeah, and the professional services, I see that there was a reduction there, and appropriately so. Travel, so if we had prorate that for 12 months, $64,806. The department spent $32,403 in the first 6 months. So the increase in travel is secondary to what?
The increase in travel is for training. They travel. We had a new TRT team this year. We had to get them all up to speed to operate that rig properly.
So was it just that we didn't anticipate that much travel in last year's budget?
Yes.
And then overall, if I would amortize and then add on the request, I find that we're 1.5, just about 1.6 million over budget to anticipated actual costs. Is there that much contingency in that budget? The budget is that big, 19,697,000.
The majority of
And
our
maybe
increase-
that's reality.
Yeah, that's just the increase in new personnel.
Yeah.
That's what the majority of that cost is just the new hires. It's going to be about $100,000 per firefighter when you figure salary. And we used to figure in the cost to outfit a firefighter. The only thing that was figured into that in the past was the rig gear, which gave us a false number. So I started figuring in the helmets, the gloves, the boots, the stuff they need for rookie class. It's about $5,000 to hire a firefighter. Then on top of that, between the salary and benefits, it's another $100,000.
But I guess what I'm saying, and again, for my clarification, the first 6 months, 7,953,323, take that over the year, you have 15,900,646, and then add all the requests in from your Schedule A, and you end up with a surplus of funds, just about 1.6 million.
In some of that could be clearly built into the personal services group, because if you're looking at 2 times 6 months for that there could be some capacity that is in the 24 budget compared to
Yeah.
where we're at year to date.
And then at the end of the year, my understanding is police department gives back to the city about $3 million of unused funds. What does the fire department give back?
One, that would not be a correct value for PD in 2023. I can get you that information here shortly on what the police, what the fire department gave back in '23.
Because the chief at that time, you know, in discussion in the council chambers, talked about how much money was given back unused from EPD, and I just wondered the balance from fire department going back from anticipated to actual, and I think that would be helpful in that contingency line item we talked about. It's a very big and expensive budget, which means it's just harder to manage.
Yeah. So if I didn't mess up on my report.
But you could even get it, you know, before we
Yep.
actually do the final, and I'm fine with that,
Okay.
sir.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Mishler?
Yes, thank you. I just had it's more of a smaller number compared to everything else, but the medical supplies, $44,000 increase in cost and having to order NARCs previously provided by the hospital. Why is that no longer being provided? And have we attempted to find other suppliers?
There's kind of a long story. We can get you the report on why it's no longer being supplied by the hospital. As far as suppliers, you know, Chief Summers, the assistant chief, she runs most of the EMS. She does a great job at trying to figure out where we can get the best cost. So those projected numbers are based on the best cost we could possibly get.
Best cost we can get, and then
Yeah.
grants and things like that have been explored and everything as well for that?
We have not looked into any grants for the medical supply that I'm aware of, and I don't know what's out there, but we'd be definitely willing to do that. Just on top of that, we have to keep our ambulance at top notch. Between September of '23 and September of this year, collected about $2 million, a little over $2 million. So we'll always be focused on that. We'll make sure it's top notch, and we'll get the best prices we can possibly get.
Thank you.
Mr. Holtz?
I just had a quick question. The Social Security, employers' Social Security line stood out to me. I'm sure there's a narrative or a story that'll help me understand why that bounces around, or at least it looks like it bounces around. And this is probably a Jamie question. Appreciate it, Mr. Arce.
Yeah, so the fire department, the sworn firefighters do not participate in Social Security. Chief previous to Chief Dale was what we would consider a civilian chief, and he was subject to Social Security, in which Chief Dale is not, and their other administrative staff would all be subject to Social Security, Medicare, just like the rest of the, and that's similar to police officers as well.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Crabtree?
Chief Dale, thank you for being here. Just followed up on Councilman Henke's. Could you give us a 30,000 feet overview of the age of the vehicles?
We have some newer vehicles we're looking to replace. We have a 2001 at Station 5 right now. We're looking to bring water back downtown. A NFPA pumper means 500 gallons with cross lays back downtown starting in January. The rig we're going to have to use for that is a 2009. So it just gives you an idea. And then we got two squads that are 15s and 16s. It can take up to 2 to 3 years to get a fire truck now. That's just the way it's working now. So we got a couple that we have in mind that are coming down the line pretty quickly. We may be able to scoop up. So with the cost of repairs and just the annual cost of things increasing, that's why that repair line is a little bigger now.
Thank you.
Mr. Henke?
With that said, and given our history, we still have, how many aerial trucks?
I think we have 3.
3, okay.
We only one's in service. The city of Elkhart has one in-service aerial. That's all that we have in service.
So we had a 100-foot aerial that
Correct.
has had not a great track record.
Absolutely.
I would suggest a new one. So the old one was actually more functional than the new one, and we gave up warranty for whatever reason or another. So sometimes, how many miles? Because I know these trucks run a lot. They don't really drive a lot because they just run a lot. So I don't know what normal is on those engines that can take 1 million+ hours.
I don't know. I can give you the years. That's usually with the way fire service discusses apparatus. A pumper, you should be able to get 10 years out of it. If we can get a couple new pumpers and put our 15s and 16s in reserve, that would give us an excellent fleet. We'd have some quality backups plus some newer stuff. So out of a pumper, which is a smaller, is the fire engine, you get about 10, 12 years. A ladder truck, you should be able to get around 20, 15 to 20, just depending on, and that number is going to vary depending on the department, how busy you are, what you use it for exactly. So those figures can vary just based on the size of the city.
So is it 10 to 12 years life expectancy based on rust, based on parts, based on what?
A combination of those things, and just wear and tear. When you start having to repair them a lot, that's just what they're expecting. It's kind of like when Honda builds a car and they say they can get 300,000 miles on it. Fire engines just don't work that way. We get those numbers from NFPA. That's the National Fire Protection Association. It's like a guideline, not just for the United States, but worldwide firefighting. That's where we get those guidelines from.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Move for tentative approval.
Got a motion for Mrs. Hines, second for Mr. Crabtree for tentative approval. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. I move to page 84.
So page 84, which is the public safety lit, this will be the 20% component of the fire department payroll. So we split between the general fund and public safety lit currently in 80-20.
Questions? Mr. Inky.
So aside, what we're really saying is this amount is in addition to the original budgeted amount for the total cost of the Elkhart Fire Department, because it is covered by Lloyd.
This would be for the payroll components, yes.
Yeah.
We have others that we'll be discussing
I mean,
next.
this is an add-on. It's not in
Right.
lieu of.
Correct, as
And-
will the next one as well.
And then additionally, have we had any suggestion about the public safety law being removed or reduced? Is there any of that type of conversation at a state level?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Any other questions? Entertain a motion for tentative approval.
So moved. For second tentative approval.
Got a motion for Mr. Hinkie, second for Mr. Crabtree. All those in favor, Mr. Mishler? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion
Sorry, as a
carries.
matter of correction, that was Mr. Crabtree that made the motion.
All right, page 124. Cume Fire. Questions? Mr. Fish?
I see, Rodney, that there are the radios there under Schedule A. And we had a bugaboo years ago about all the radios we were buying, and we were talking about a 900 megahertz, and these are still 800s?
Yes, to my knowledge, they are still 800 megahertz radios. I can get you, if you want, I can get you a full report on that. Just kind of explain the process and why we need them. And
So we're not moving to 900 like we were talking?
not that I'm aware of.
Oh.
That everything in the fire sector, you start talking about that movement. the
Well,
talk
and
start-
I
the
don't
talk
want to get
starts
bogged
long
down
before
in
it
it.
actually
It's just
happens.
that,
Everyone else would have to go to it also, just for a universal, be able to universal communication.
let's have an
Okay,
offline
all right, sure,
conversation
okay,
about that.
all right.
Thank you.
Questions? Mr. Hinkie?
So if you just help me somewhat quickly go through irrigation system replacement of carpeting at Central Station, and that is coming out of Fire Cume. Repair and maintenance, I somewhat was trying to understand the protection of Fire Cume into more firefighting type public safety apparatus as opposed to carpeting.
Well, the goal at Central Station is to eliminate the carpeting. The upkeep and maintenance on it, we just want to tear it up and replace it with some type of.
I know, I just
flooring.
thought that would come out of the fire general or general for maintenance and building as opposed to Fire Cume. Because there's a lot that goes in there. This is, what's 25% of ambulance fees goes to Fire Cume?
75.
75%?
Yeah.
That's even better. So help me out then. 2 new engines, got that. Utility tractor, do we have one?
No, we do not. We're trying to obtain one. Again, we're able to train now. We're able to have burns at the training tower. Per item, we were approved. We need to get some boxes for that. and to be able to move the debris around after the fire, after the training. That's what that's for. And it's still a huge savings as opposed to building a whole new training area.
So we've not had one in all the years of Elkhart Fire Department. Is there not another department that would provide or?
We have not had the training facility locally, so we haven't needed one.
Yeah, so my understanding is, and correct me, we have one major fire per month?
The scope of major just depends on who you ask. Month to month that varies. Probably on average, I'd say 2, but maybe you're right. I have to look those numbers up. It varies from year to year.
And then $55,000 for a new Tahoe paramedic response?
That's for the whole blood program. That's a whole nother conversation. I could get that to you. We're just trying to respond and help out without taking an advanced life support ambulance out of service. Sometimes they're in need of blood services, and we can take that out to the scene without occupying an advanced life support ambulance.
And how often would that happen?
It's a new thing. Some cities around us are doing it. South Bend started to participate in it. Some cities south of us, like Indianapolis, Fort Wayne. I don't have the numbers, but I'll get you those.
Because I do see a red, large 16-passenger van, I believe it is.
Yes, that van is pretty old, and we're looking to replace that also.
Okay, and then we had a Tolson bus. I don't know whatever happened to that. That was about 22-passenger.
I don't know anything about
I just see other
Yeah,
vans in our city system and wonder where they all go.
I believe the bus was red tagged, and anything over 16 requires a different type of CDL as well.
It seems as though that could be one of those vehicles that would be in a pool as opposed to every department having one, because there's a lot of expense into this.
With us, it would be a little tough to cross, because the rookies, the gear they carry, the stuff that gets in and out, and the way we have to clean it, that would be a problem for another department if we.
Well, from a taxpayer's perspective, we may look at it differently. Plymo vent system, what is that?
That is the breathing system. When our rigs pull into the station, it comes down and it connects. It catches the exhaust that comes out of the rigs. That's a national thing now. Everybody's going to that.
And then how does firefighter instructor gear differ than regular gear?
That's an excellent question. We just went to that this year. We have instructors that help out with the rookie class every year. It gets pretty intense because you're training the rookies at the highest level to try to get them fire training. So you're going through more fires in a rookie class than you actually would throughout the year. It preserves their gear that they're going to be using on a daily basis when they're on shift. It's separate gear so that they can use it for the training of the new firefighters.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, I entertain a motion.
Motion to move for tentative approval.
Got a motion by Mrs. Hines, a second by Mr. Fish. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Fire pension, page 138.
All right, so the fire pension is the police and fire pensions are for pensioners that had participated in the 1955 plan or earlier, in which we still have an obligation to pay. However, there's a relief payment that is similar to property. There's a relief payment that we receive to offset that amount for a net zero difference for all intents and purposes. And so we would generally expect this to continue to decline through natural attrition, that as the participants and the surviving spouses or other dependents that still qualify to receive payments under this plan fall off, we'll continue to see it dwindle.
Yes.
Do we have a number of participants in this program? Or can you get those to us?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Move for tentative approval.
Got a
Second.
motion by Mr. Fish, second by Mr. Mishler. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, guys.
Police Department, page 46. The general fund, 86 is lit.
I don't think you should wear a gun up here because there would be less questions.
If
An
it works.
intimidation factor.
Spray two, please. Mine on my ankle.
I could say so much.
Whatever works, right?
I don't know. I may not be the only one up here with a gun, so just saying, sir.
Good point, Chief.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Dan Melanies. As you know, I'm the chief of the Elkhart Police Department. I've served in that capacity for just under a year and a half now. My total law enforcement career is just over 23 years, starting on my 17th year of service with the city of Elkhart. And we have currently right now, we have 147 employees under my department. Not all of them are sworn officers. So, and as of today, we are approximately 21 officers short. So we are still working diligently to recruit, and you'll see some of that reflected in the budget today as far as what our efforts are to do some of those things, and the council has been great on supporting that and supporting us, so we appreciate that, and I'm here for any questions you have.
All right, your questions for the chief. Mr. Henke.
Okay, again, and this is probably, this part would be probably a Jamie, but if I would amortize, prorate the 6 months, and then add on the request under personal services, I remain $1,646,206 under budget or over ask. And I'm just wondering, to that level, let's say it is 10%, what do we anticipate, or is that just for placeholding? What is that? What would you suggest that is?
I think a good component of that had been the way that we were budgeting vacancies for the sworn police officers and budgeting all of them at a potential for family plan. That is a position that we have changed for the police department this year. Instead of budgeting them at the highest rate, we're taking a more a different approach and philosophy that the new hires are more likely to be single, or maybe given that the city has a spousal carve out for family plans, that using a different, more conservative number as part of the budget process, which is why you see a decrease in that number for the 2025 ask.
And then if I would go to operating supplies, again, prorated, $369,202, but I'm budgeted for 37% above that. And so I just wondered, maybe it's difficult to budget something that is uncontrollable?
I think one of our concepts on that was we weren't really sure what was going to happen with inflation. That's been a very difficult thing to kind of anticipate, much like travel. I know there was a question earlier about travel with the fire department, that we have seen a significant increase in cost, just not necessarily increase in travel. We've seen some increase in travel with us having newer officers that we've had to train and send them to trainings, but just the actual increase in the cost of travel has been pretty significant for us.
And your department uses the same travel guide that the rest of the city does?
We're all under the same umbrella, sir.
Okay. And then if I would look at total supplies and prorate that over the year plus the request, I'm $489,732 over budgeted from trend. But if I would add that to the original, I'm now 2 million plus over trend and request. So that's 2 million in the first between supplies and personal services. And I'm just wondering, at what point do we trend downward and get it more in line, or take actual and push those overtures to that flexible or?
Sure. I think we have some contingency built in the gasoline line, where historically we have a an underutilized to budget number. But that also then takes into account how many officers we have, what they're doing on the road. If we look at operating supplies, which is the other major component that year-to-date doesn't track to what the request is, but overall, historically has caught up.
And again, this is one of those areas where we could probably even budget better, tighter, and that if we had a contingency account that we would understand as a percentage of the whole. I'm just doing the calculation here, and we end with over $2 million in excess funds based on request and trend. And we can say that a piece of that, now this includes 9 new, no, it does not, sorry, 15 vacancies. That may be the hiccup, but we've actually increased that $1.7 million, and I've added that to the equation, but we're still $2 million over budgeted in this total department. The annual cost would be $22,277,906 on a budget request of $24,436,275, and it gives me basically an over budget of $2,158,369. Now, if we do that with police and fire, we're at $4.5 million between the two. And again, these are uncontrolled departments. I get that because it's based on public demand and need and all of those things that we don't control. But a contingency may be helpful for us just to better manage real numbers.
Yeah, for conversation purposes, last year, the police department returned just $378,000 to the general fund. 146,000 of that was full-time. 460 was in the supplies, which was primarily made up of the gasoline components, and then we had another 230 amongst all of the other services and charges group. And so, given how near precise we were on the personnel component of the 2023 budget to actual, and the chief's drive to reduce the vacancies, that's why we're seeing for the first time in a while a real ask in the police department. If you recall, the prior years of no new numbers had been eaten into because of the approval of a new contract, which had significant increases for our officers. So we're
I understand that part. So if I would then take out the return of the 378, that leaves me an overfunded amount then of 1,780,369, bearing in mind that new costs have been added, and that was the advertising for police officers. I think that was $48,000 or something of that nature. There were also the sign-on bonuses that were added in there as a new cost, and it seems that, you know, the budget for '24 was $30,000, the new budget is $60,000. But again, if those things were actually being useful and we were getting that, you would think that one of these line items would come down as opposed to all pushing upwards. So the advertising, the sign-on bonuses, but the cost of the officers by full-time line item is also going up. So it looks as though looks as though they may be double funded in a way. We're planning for the worst, and maybe that's what we're obligated to do by budget, that we have to plan worst-case scenario. If we had a full staff of people, what would it cost? But to get full staff, we still have to have these other line items.
I don't believe that we are planning for full cash flow, right? We're not planning on, we're assuming a vacancy within our model. And the other positions that are part of the budget, so this is not a full employment, assuming that we're having all 143 officers that are part of the contract, plus all of the other, support teams that are included as part of it.
But you're suggesting then that the 1.704,600 increase in full-time line item is annual increase, contractual increase only, and it doesn't reflect
It's reflecting a
15 openings still?
correct.
Okay.
It's correct. It's reflecting that drive to close the gap between where we are now on vacancies to it being down to 15, which I think is a big headcount increase for the department.
So 1.7 million is annual increase, contractual increases. That's what that represents? Because I don't see an increase in new positions in that line.
Correct. That would be taking those positions into account.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? I'll entertain a motion.
So move.
Approval. Got a motion for Mr. Fish, second for Mr. Hinkie, for tentative
Crabtree.
approval. Crabtree, I'm sorry. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, motion carries. Page 86.
86 will be similar to our fire department, in which we will be handling the 80%. In some cases, you'll see some decreases just because of cleanup, that we weren't as consistent on the 80/20, and so this is cleaning it up.
Move for approval, tentative approval.
Motion for tentative
Second.
approval, second for Mr. Fish, second for Mrs. Hines. Council discussion, seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, motion carries. Law enforcement education, page 76.
So this remains unchanged and is used for education and travel purposes. And
Move for tentative approval.
Got a motion for Mr. Crabtree.
I'll second that with a discussion.
Second from Mr. Holtz. Mr. Fish.
So just to clarify, where's the income stream for this?
it's part of the, it's a user fee, if I recall correctly, but it's a specific, it's not tax-based, it's a
Okay.
fee from the public.
Okay, I'll ask that.
It used to be gun permits when the state of Indiana had gun permits. I believe it's the accident record reports and
Okay.
in
But
any of
it's-
those other types
I'll
of
ask you
stuff.
specifically later about that.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Hinkie.
So how is this budget 2228, travel education, in conjunction or different from the budget 1101-219?
So this would be in addition to,
So a different funding source, but
correct.
it's, so realistically,
it would be
there
this
is
plus for
in
the-
addition
yeah.
to, and yet we show no expenses out of this line in '24 so far. And if I would look at travel and prorate that one, I'm at $106,000 on an ask of 145.5, and I have $40,000 on top of that.
And that could be administrative direction that we need to provide. Those are claims that we can change and transfer them into the law enforcement education fund to make sure that we're using more restricted money first.
Because it makes that total travel And education, if I would look at education, it bumps them up quite dramatically over trend. And I just wanted to know if we expect that many new hires, they would have to have that much travel, that much education, that we have to buffer that? And I would understand if that's the answer.
Yeah, so there is a concern. We've hired, I believe, 13 already this year. And so we have 12 in the academy. We've got 12 in our field training program right now. These are the biggest classes we've seen after quite some time since pre-COVID times. So we're actually anticipating an increase in that when it comes to training. The other thing we have to deal with and be aware of is the fact that when you hire new officers, younger officers, you will have to bring them up to speed on additional training specialties as they get 2-3 years on. That training will increase. So we are anticipating a little bit of that, sir.
And you're tracking turnover at 1 year, so we can say how many new hires, how many didn't stay on or make the grade to become full-time officers or keepers, I suppose, for lack of better terms. I know we've lost some newer people. I just wanted to know what that turnover rate is. Do we track that?
We do track that. So I don't have those numbers here, but I can get them to you.
Yep.
But we do have how many leave in a year, how many we gain. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you. Any other, Mr. Fish?
One follow-up. Since this is not a general fund income stream, like you said, it comes, well, we'll find out what that is. Is this contractual?
No, this is not a contractual
Okay.
item at all.
Thank you.
I
Any other
guess,
discussion?
yeah.
Move for tentative approval.
Got a motion for
Second.
Mrs. Hines, second for Mr. Fish for tentative approval. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Page 114, Animal Control Ordinance Fund.
So the Animal Control Fund is primarily made up of supplies. Well, I guess the primary component is our annual payment as part of the interlocal agreement with the Humane Society. The other components are for the purchase of animal license tags, which also run through this fund, along with any postage if needed.
Mr. Ranky.
And the revenue from this is that licensing and what else?
Revenue in this fund consists of any ordinance violations, is my recollection, from the animal control component, so fines or otherwise, memberships to our dog park, and the licenses associated with your pets.
And it had been Greater Elkhart Fund. Is that no longer the case?
The Great Elkhart Fund does not
Exist in any way?
well, it exists, but is that fund is not this fund. In the fees
So
associated with
all
it.
of those make up this total amount, of all of those fees, or does some of this come
no.
from general?
So we will be subsidizing
Okay.
the majority of this from the general fund.
Okay, thank you.
Question?
Tentative approval.
Got a motion for Mr. Fish, second for Mr. Commissioner for tentative approval. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Police pension.
So
Page
similar to
140.
our conversation with the fire pension, this is the police pension side of it. It is covered through a relief payment from the state that we receive biannually, and we receive it in May and before 10/1.
Questions?
And I'll include.
tentative approval.
Second.
Got a motion from Mr. Fish, second from Mrs. Hines for tentative approval.
Crabtree.
Crabtree? Mr. Pence? Okay. All those in favor? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Central Garage. Look down there real quick. Got two things. Central Garage, page 88.
I know.
So I wrote good morning on my speech, so.
Good afternoon.
That was a little, yeah.
It was optimistic.
Yeah, that's our fault. No, it's no big deal. It's the way it goes. So, good afternoon. I'm Josh Holden, the Central Garage Fleet Manager, as I know most of you guys know. It's my 4th year here, and I love every minute of it. I've been in this kind of business my whole life. I feel like I've trained my whole life for this position, so I'm gonna get right into it. So we have 11 full-time techs at the shop, 2 full-time parts attendants, 1 full-time office manager, and 1 parts runner part-time. And she does a great job. I appreciate her every day. So the Central Garage supports nearly every department in the city. Our support comes in the form of purchasing motor capital, repair motor capital, and manages inventories and parts used and associated with all the capital purchases that we make. Our 11 techs maintain 98% of all city-owned equipment. That's everything from leaf blowers to Parks Department trucks, their vans, to you name it, police cars, big plow trucks, and even the big graders and everything that we have. So far this year, the Central Garage is open and completed, and this was about a month ago, so it's increased since then. But when I wrote this, we had 2,440 work orders that we have opened, repaired, and completed. It accounts for 7,631 man-hours up to that point. And again, the repairs range from taillights on a street department plow truck to the complete engine rebuild of a Bobcat skid steer that we did, which was a huge deal. Also, I lost my place. With the average outside repair shop's labor rate reaching $150 an hour. This is what International and Freightliner and even EB Ford, what they charge their public. They're up to, some of them are over $150 an hour. But by doing what we do at the shop, we have saved the city $863,000, actually almost $864,000. And this was a month ago. This is what we have saved the city alone. So far this year, we have rebuilt and completely restored the NIBCO Flyer. We have added 37 new police units. We have purchased a new and it will be amazing. We purchased a new street sweeper and the city's first EV pickup. We have also reduced insurance costs related to claims by 32%. That's a huge undertaking. We have also, and you'll like, some of you like this one. I instituted a policy. We buy a trailer, we get rid of a trailer. That's a big deal. We've gotten rid of 4 already this year. We started department monthly meetings this year for all the departments to address our department with every other department, so we can address their needs, what they want, what they think the shop should do, and all of those things that we associate with the garage. Our focus continues to plan and provide improvements under our infrastructure role, under the Aspire role. In 2025, we plan, our budget request plan to continue our efforts by not just maintaining the status quo, but they are about strategically positioning the garage to meet future challenges efficiently and effectively. I am poised to continue our plan to provide unparalleled service and level to our constituents and our public. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Questions for Josh? Mr. Fish.
So Josh, you're doing a great job, and boy, thanks to the quick turnaround, the NIBCO Flyer is continuing to serve those people that love the museum, but your work made it possible because we got it back on the track.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very, very much.
Thank you.
But is this a general statement here? I see some of your costs have gone up fairly dramatically. Is that marketplace costs?
That is marketplace costs, and one of the things that I want to address is next year, our insurance costs are tentatively going up. We don't know for sure, and that's the key. I'm hoping that the plan is to return all this money back to the general fund next year, that we didn't need it. But I need to be poised in a position that in case our insurance costs do go up, right now, we pay $1,000 a deductible for every accident we occur. Not every accident, but every one we turn into insurance. Let me clarify. And last year, we had 22 accidents that were deductible related. And at $1,000, our budget is where it is now, it's manageable. But if it goes to $5,000, what they're talking about, or more, I want to be poised in a position that we can handle that, and that we're not coming back to the council and saying, hey, I screwed up and I need more or whatever. I want to be in a position that we're already there.
So you're thinking, I appreciate your anticipation. When do you anticipate this hitting? When does insurance decide to do its thing?
The first of the year next year.
Yeah.
In 25?
Correct. We're in that stage of the year where we're working with our broker to better determine, but the communication between the safety and risk manager and the garage has indicated that the insurance company is uncomfortable with the $1,000 deductible in pushing it to a $5,000 deductible for property.
But we're not obsessively abusing it like maybe another community would.
Correct, but it's still part of the
So
cost.
they're going to
Yeah.
ding everybody. And
Yeah. I think we're probably on the side in which we're an anomaly in that we only have $1,000, in that we're not being pushed to have the first 5 in the game versus the only 1.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I guess I'm surprised to know that it's $1,000 deductible for a municipality. That's really,
Yeah,
really.
and that's for
good.
really damage.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
that's
from
really
what I've
good.
been told, we're like the only one.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's really good,
Yeah.
really good. Mr. Mitchell?
Thank you. Could you just walk me through the proposed new assistant fleet manager position real quick?
Absolutely. So our fleet is growing. You know, our garage responsibilities are growing. And so the demands of managing daily operations have grown significantly. An assistant would greatly enhance our efficiency by helping me with essential administrative tasks, scheduling, inventory management, purchasing other capitals, and starting programs that I would like to focus on. It would help me focus on strategic oversight and improve workflow through the shop and the parts department, and streamlining operations to prevent downtime and that kind of stuff. So,
Thank you.
Questions? Mr. Hinkie?
So if you could, in your rolling stock, normally I would ask for rolling stock numbers for the year. I don't know if you have it with you,
I don't have it with me, but I can get you any number you need.
but off the top of your head, how many vans does this city own?
Vans?
Yeah. Transports of any kind, 6, 8, 10, 12
So you're talking passenger vans or like work vans?
passenger vans?
As far as I know, we only have 2 in the city, and one is fire, and one is the Tolson bus that you talked about, but that is going away. The amount that it would take to repair that van, because it doesn't get used much, because it needs a special license, which I'm sure you guys know. It needs a CDL license, and we have not had anybody in the city for a long time that was that certified that would do that. So it needs work, it needs help.
What is the value of that van today?
Honestly, if I had to guess, and I hate guessing because guessing is not a good deal, but I would probably say probably $5,000 at the most.
I'll buy it. There's that. How do
on
we
the record.
retire
Can-
equipment?
Can I put your name on it here?
Yeah. You can.
Get a deposit, please.
Equipment retirement, so you talked about if you get you've gotten rid of 4 trailers. What is the process of getting rid of? Where do they go?
They go to auction. Yeah, so we always get authorization through the Board of Works to get whatever we need to get rid of. And we have a disposal process that, I don't want to say I started it, but I've kind of refined it. We use 2 auction houses in town, and it goes over the internet. It's pretty big. I think actually the last street department truck went to like Arizona or something. So they go, it's nationwide.
All right, and then those funds are returned to,
The general fund.
Well, they're returned to the fund that would have.
Had the cost.
That would have borne the cost. If it's unknown, then the general fund is the default.
all right, contrary to the other budgets, and we talked about, average, and then over-financed, yours is the opposite of that. And so it's really makes me question our process and to say that a couple of these had in the personnel services lines, they had 10% or greater over-finance cost to trend plus request. In your particular case, your margin is $6,746 only. So a very tight budget. And I appreciate that because there can always be transfers, there can always be later requests and so on. But it looks very tight comparatively. And then there were a couple of areas, and I think, again, Mr. Fish spoke about the repair parts. Prorated, it's $427,258, and the request is $575,000 in line item 901-423-0200. So pretty, and I'm not looking at from budget 24 to budget 25, I'm looking at real prorated cost of 6 months of operation. In that particular case, $150,000. In your department, it's probably not a big deal because one major mess could cost significant dollars. I get that. But the rest of your budget appears fairly tight. The only one, telephone and communication, it looks as though you're under budgeted by a little bit. Prorated, it's $10,430 for this year, and next year your budget request is $10,000. So I'm not, it appears as though unless you're going to get a reduction of cost, that you may not have enough money in that particular pool.
Yeah, that could be timing related based on past history.
And repairs and maintenance and building, 6,000, so you'd say prorated 12,000, but 40,000. Any big needs there? You're not going to buy another wood-burning stove, nothing like that?
We're actually.
Two of them.
Just gonna say.
Cheaper in pairs?
We are looking, hopefully to do like a lean-to on one of our properties, just to kind of keep stuff out of the weather. That's why that hasn't been spent yet. So it's, I don't want to say lean-to, it's not a lean-to, it's more like a roof storage kind of thing. So.
Sure.
Yeah.
And then membership and dues, prorated 3,700, but the ask is 15,000. That's line item 439-0800. I don't know if that's a timing event, but that'd be a pretty expensive. Do we have new memberships or dues coming up that were not anticipated? The prior years are pretty substantial.
My initial speculation is going to be that that's a timing related
All right.
annual fee that would be post 6:30.
Good.
Motion for tentative approval.
Second.
Motion from Mr. Mishler, second from Mr. Hinkie for tentative approval. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Thank you, Josh.
Thank you. Thank you, council.
Engineering, the golden child. Torrey can fix anything if you give him the money. He has told me this. He can do anything if we give him the money.
No,
Just about anything with enough money.
Just about anything? Okay.
no, he never has enough money, so.
Good afternoon, Council. Torrey Irwin, Director of Public Works and City Engineer. I have been in my current role for 4 years, but and a member of the Engineering Department for 14. The Engineering Department has 3 full-time employees that are paid through the Civil City. One is an engineer, assistant city engineer. One is a project inspector, and one is one of our GIS technicians. GIS are the people that do all of the mapping and contain all of the data for all of the city. Our highlights from this year, we've replaced 109 sidewalk ramps through the ADA budget that are ADA compliant. We've paved 20.1 lane miles through the CCMG roadway program, or we will be paving 20.1 miles. We partnered with the railroads to rehab or reconstruct 12 different railroad crossings, and we constructed about 3,000 feet of multi-use path on Benham. Next year, as we move into 2025, and we focus on our Aspire projects, we're looking to, the Bristol Street widening is going to kick off and start construction in 2025. We'll have new traffic signals on County Road 6 at DCO Northland. We're doing some major street conversions downtown as we start to work on projects down there and start converting our one-ways to two-ways. And we're continuing to improve our non-vehicular routes with expansions of our path networks, bike lanes, ADA ramps, and pedestrian corridors. So if you have any questions.
Questions for Torrey? Mr. Inky.
I would only suggest that your Schedule A identifies the questions, and so I don't have anything further.
Move for tentative approval.
Second.
I have a motion from Mr. Crabtree for tentative approval, second for Mrs. Hines. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Thank you. Hume Sewer, page 126.
Move for tentative approval.
I have a motion for tentative approval,
Second.
second for Mrs. Hines. Discussion, Mr. Hinkie.
So Jamie, in this particular one, again, if I would prorate 120,000, 250 budgeted, just,
Yeah, so.
sorry.
These are small drainage projects that we use throughout the city to improve the drainage. They don't fit into the month-by-month category of things. We have 5 of them out to bid right now or awarded that are all going to be under construction this fall. So by the end of this year, this money will be gone.
So the transfer to other funds, it says 52,682, but it doesn't identify where it went.
So that was an error that was identified as part of our last audit in which there was a receipting error into the wrong fund, and the corrective action was a transfer from this fund to the fund that should have received it.
But you know, my response is going to be, a Schedule A would have been question and answer, so that would have been the end of that. Okay, thank you.
Entertain a motion?
Move for approval.
Motion for tentative approval.
Actually, I
There
already have.
was a motion that was.
I already have that on the table.
That's right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Page 120, 132?
32.
That's 132. Questions?
Move for tentative approval.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Fish, second by Mr. Crabtree. Mr. Hinkie.
The last time, Tori, that our trash service was bid or a house count was
2000.
taken, now that we've had quite a few demolitions?
I'm sorry, are you asking about trash or demolitions?
I'm asking about trash based on total
Oh.
pickup count. So when we've taken out so many structures,
I honestly don't have a good answer for you on that, Mr. Hinkie, and that
Oh, I'm surprised.
I will dig into that. I know the fluctuations haven't been that substantial that the numbers on our trash side are going to change. I know when we get new addresses, they get added in, and I'm not sure the process on when we have a demolition, how they get subtracted out.
so that's my concern. We add in new addresses. When do we take out addresses that no longer needed service?
And I will check into that and make sure we get that adjusted correctly.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Curry?
Yes, Tori, I noticed that Borden's was bought out by a new company. Have we had contact with them about negotiating a better price?
Sorry for my laughter. So I don't believe, so just so everyone on the council knows, our Borden's contract is up next year, 2025. There is a option for a 3-year renewal if both parties agree to it. We have sent the new company that got purchased by Borden's a letter begging them to renew the contract because our contract went out in 2019 or so, and it locked in prices for 6 years at like 2.5%, 3% increase a year, and trash service has gone up much more than 2.5% or 3% a year. So we are very hopeful, but pessimistic that they will agree to our 3-year extension, in which case we'll have to go back out to bid about this time next year for a new trash contract.
Thank you.
Well, you never know until you ask, so we're glad that you asked. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Oh, do I have one already?
Yeah, we actually do.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Tori, for that excellent presentation. Street Department. Page 56, 60. I know. 82 is.
I'm sorry, who's the guy walking up with a tie on?
What's up with that?
Wow.
How about, our street commissioner looks great.
Looking good.
Thank you.
You know,
I was waiting for Bradley to get back so we could have a shiniest head contest. I think,
Yeah, Tori, you need to shave your head and you'll be all set.
I think next year we each need like theme music.
Yeah, like
all right. One up here.
I move for tentative.
That'd be a good idea. Every department has its theme music. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Walk up. Sorry, I would like to just point out, Councilman Curry, I was a little under the weather Wednesday and Thursday. I didn't get to make it to your retirement party, but congratulations.
Thank you.
wow.
Great party.
Okay. I've been with I'm Mike Seuss, Street Commissioner. You all probably know me. Been with the city, this is my 27th year. Been Street Commissioner 6 years now. This is my 6th year. So we have about 51 full-time employees at our department and 1 part-time little guy. And then we usually have about 6 or 7 seasonal people that are there 6 months, and then we try to re-up them during leaf season because leaf season is like twice a year. Some of our, a little bit of a brag session, some of our things we've done this past year. I'll start with our traffic division. They've been kind of a support group for almost every contractor and every other department. I think I'll piggyback on what Tori was saying about ADAs, ramps. There's a lot of ped crossing buttons and things that have to go on that our traffic division does. They do a lot with County Highway on County Road 17 with the signals adjustments and stuff there. State Road 19, when we did California Road, there's some loops and stuff that they have to cut in, and we do that in-house. So they worked with them as well. They worked with MACOG this year on a bike counter on the Riverwalk. So that was a little special for them too. So all of the railroad crossings that were done this year, they burn on all of those RXRs on the ground and stuff too. So they've been busy all year. Our heavy equipment crew, sweeper crew, I don't need to tell you they're out. Of course, Donda, you know that your husband did it for years, so they're out every day. We have swept at least once a week or once a day every month for the last 2.5 years. So those street sweepers never stop going. So just a heads up, when we ask for one, don't turn it down. So I'm glad we got one this year. So anyway, that crew has also helped all of our other crews as well. They prep a lot of sites before we get to them, with our asphalt crew or our concrete crew. They grade any of the alleys in town that need graded. They coincided with buildings and grounds when we had the tornado on the south central side of town this year. So, I mean, they've kept pretty busy. I can't remember how many loads of debris we got off the streets with Mike Leitner's crew and them. So, our concrete crew, sorry, I'm getting through my stuff here. Our concrete crew, we're trying to connect the dots in a lot of school zones as well as throughout the city where there's sidewalks that don't connect. So we'll continue to do that next year. My supervisor over concrete always complains to me, like, you don't have to set a record every year. So we'll be about over 1,300 cubic yards of concrete this year for just 1,400 feet of curbing, new curbing that we've done or replaced or repaired. That's everything else that we've done is 4-inch sidewalks. So that, I mean, contractors put out some pretty big numbers, but our numbers are 4-inch, 5-foot wide, however long. They've done about 14,000 feet of sidewalk this year, and that's amazing for them. Our asphalt crew, I'm sure you've seen on Johnson Street. I count a little bit less than Tory. Tory probably thinks it's $1 million, but I'm thinking we probably saved the city about $750,000 on doing that in-house and not having that contracted or tore out. Or they will at the end of next month, when we finish up paving season, we will have about 11,000 more ton of asphalt this year than any previous, well, from last year. Last year was our biggest year. So this year, we're about 30% more asphalt being put down. So anyway, we've been in and around the schools, concrete, grading, asphalt. We try to keep those school zones kind of clear and connect the dots in every way we can. So I would like to finish my little follow-up here with, we have 3 slogans at the street department. One's just kind of a joke. It's we name names. Second is we like to try to do more with less. The third one is, and this goes, I think it's just a life lesson. You should get up every morning and come to work not thinking, oh man, I have to go in and do that. You get to come in to do that. So I just wanted to finish off with that. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Zeus? Mr. Fish?
Mike, you're doing a great job. The team you've got is fantastic. Sometimes I sit on the side street and watch them work, and you got them really humming along. I appreciate that. And the taxpayers do too. I'm going to say for myself, I get a lot of compliments on what you are doing.
Okay.
So thank you for aspiring to do great work. Got the plug in. So on double overtime, all of a sudden it appears here. Explain why it's popping up on the budget.
Well, this particular year, we didn't anticipate working on Good Friday and Election Day, and that's partially my fault. Next year, we don't plan on doing that, but there are some holidays that we have to work on. I anticipate us working New Year's Day again, and that's something I think we did last year. Turkey Run is on Thanksgiving Day, and that's...
Okay, gotcha.
And it's a union. He just whispered in my ear. It's a union requirement.
The weather was a great cooperative part of this whole thing.
Oh, you aren't kidding.
But this is strictly for those odd moments when you're out there.
Any holiday event,
Okay.
any parade, that's double time.
Okay.
And every parade is getting bigger and bigger.
And you've got, oh, no, I misread that. Never mind. Are you seeing the general increase in supplies and equipment too, like all the other departments?
Yeah, for the most part. Not a whole lot, though.
So, okay, Thank you very much.
Mr. Mishler.
Thanks. Can you just, I see on here there's a 475,000 increase to reflect establishment of a new account for outside services previously included in paving material supplies.
Yeah, that's something Jamie set up for us this year. If we, like our milling company comes in to mill, and it's $6,000 a day. So that's just coinciding with all of those outside things that we actually have to have a contractor do for us.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Mr. Henke.
So in saying that, increase to reflect establishment of new account outside of previously for paving materials supplies. Now, is that paving material or is that separate material supplies?
That's asphalt.
That's asphalt. So 475,000. If I would look at that line item is 310. Okay. I'm not really necessarily following how that is written. So I should see 436,0310. I see that it now has a budget, but then I also see paving materials at 423,0111.
Yeah, so.
How is that separate? How do we?
So I guess the easiest way would be to say that if we weren't removing the 475,000 of milling and other contracted services from paving materials, the request would have increased by 407, an additional, it would be at 675,000 of increase instead of the 200.
But collectively, it's paving material.
It's not. It's a service that we are outsourcing to have someone come in and mill up the road, which is not us doing the work or buying the material to do the work
Okay, so
in-house.
which of the two is the outsourced? Because wouldn't that be somewhat contracted services?
The repairs and maintenance of streets is a contracted service, which is where the milling service is being budgeted out of. And that's the transition. That's the 475. And that aligns with what we've discussed previously with other departments and aligning the type of expenditure with the appropriate major category.
So in the future, I'm just wondering then if the Schedule A could say, or there would be a line under contracted outside services, because it looks like paving and materials and repair and maintenance of streets. I don't want to get that confused. Repair and maintenance of streets, contractual service. To differentiate, I don't want to lump those together and feel as though they're the same thing. I get it now. So I'm looking at total supplies, and this could be, I mean, it's a small number. Landscaping, you know, we didn't anticipate evidently the new cost. Is it actual cost, or is it actual that much production that created that cost? So was it just a lot more work done that had landscaping involved, or was it the cost increase of landscaping itself?
In-house projects that we've completed ourselves,
Okay.
that we anticipate to complete ourselves again next year.
Because I do see a couple of these in here, like supplies.
Like
And-
grass seed, for instance, has went up like almost doubled. I'm like, how is grass seed more expensive? How does that happen?
So the supply line, which is 0142, 6 months was 14,000, just about 15, so 30,000. The request is 52. So supplies above. And I just don't see anything on Schedule A that would reflect it.
Well, there's no request in change, and, you know.
Yeah, it's just that much above budget. That's just one of those.
Currently, right, as what we're looking at.
On which one?
So
Supplies.
with the supplies, given
General
the seasonal.
supplies, 0142.
Seasonal nature of, just like paving materials, right? The June number is going to be extremely low compared to what we would look at now, or any other kind of temporary or seasonal component that we would be catching up on.
And then for exactly that, paving materials, do we contract, when the system's open, when the paving supplier's open, do we have a contract or do we have to invoice it per project?
It's a materials bid that we use. So whatever we use daily, they bill us daily.
Okay.
Yep.
So there's not a way to prepay for a certain amount that you would automatically get at a set rate? Okay.
Well, we get it at a set rate. So at the beginning of the year, there is as Mike indicated, there's a materials bid packet that goes out that we solicit bids on all of the types of materials that the street department is going to need, and asphalt is one of those. And so
Okay.
we get a fixed price per ton, or I assume, that we are then able to leverage throughout the season.
This past year, by moving the materials bid up sooner, we got a cheaper rate because they could buy their oils and chemicals earlier. So next year, they're planning on a 7% interest.
Maybe we could sell them our used oil from street?
That would be awesome.
So traffic supplies, you know, if you would prorate that, and then add what the increase was, it would be 445,408, but your request is 435? So is there any concern that you're under budgeted in that spot by being 10,000 under, or is that a
No.
controllable cost?
Part of that was the tornado sirens that needed replaced, and those were 30 apiece. So now that they're all operable and working, it's just regular old maintenance now.
And telephone and communication is probably more of a invoice timing as opposed to anything else.
I think part of that too is Lucity in the work order program, requiring us to have additional data plans that we're in the process of still launching.
And then other services, equipment leases, sorry, prorated 19,294, budgeted for 16. Is that also timeliness of invoices?
Not really. We rent a broom when we mill, and the cost of that has went up, and the cost to buy a new one it would get beat up, and we have a backup that we use only on emergency when the company's breaks down. So
Yeah.
we paving more, milling more rentals. The more construction you do, the more rentals you may have to have.
And again, other services, I just want to make sure I understand what's all in that, because if I would prorate that out, you're under budgeted there too.
That tends to be used in departments that we've continued to allow to have this account. That gets used for one-off expenditures that we don't have a already readily identified account line that it would go with. So consistency isn't necessarily the key here as much as it being more abnormal or a contingency component. In some cases, we use the other services and charges account line as our transfer to account to fund an underfunded account across other departments.
So finally, contract services, and that's a pretty significant uptick, but the Schedule A simply doesn't help. Increases to reflect increases in contracts and anticipated needs, and I think that is a given. The question is, why is there anticipated increased needs on contract services?
I'm guessing
from
that's
44,000
Lucity,
to 80,000.
as part of it. Yeah, I throughout the book, you'll probably notice that there were some grammar
Well, it's a bit
issues.
ambiguous, and
But
so I just-
in some cases, the ambiguity is purposeful because it is a department request that isn't necessarily specific for one thing. But in this case, I believe contract services has been used for their Lucity work order program and other things. I'll look and see what we have in here.
But if I call it contract services as opposed to what we had previously discussed, you know, that there would be some form of a buildup that said, you know, here's where we draw funds from, and there would be a tracking mechanism, as opposed to saying, well, we have some buildup
So for instance,
extra, so a contingency fund as opposed to, and then real
Well,
budgeting.
basically, yeah.
As
'Cause-
opposed to, yeah.
For instance, on Bristol Street this year, we had the concrete blow up again over down by Walker Park. That repair was contracted out as an emergency because we couldn't get to it as fast as Premium Concrete did it. And that was, you know, we took out of that to pay them for both of them.
But I hate to think
Oh,
that
and
we.
the guardrails that have been
Yeah.
hit too, I forgot about those.
Yeah, so that account, David, and Councilman Hinkie, it accounts for uniform contract, various items that the traffic services might need that I believe is part of our transition out of traffic supplies and into the appropriate services account. Various changes to Terminex and other outsource items, plus Lucity on the work order side. So there's a large number of specific items that are built in as part of that, along with a little bit of contingency.
Yeah, and quite honestly, just because it jumps up 100%, it's going to ask, it obligates us to ask the question, and if it's not in the Schedule A,
Yeah.
that's where
Like
we are.
Traffic Department, they have a couple of microwave style signal detectors. So when they have those set up, the company they have purchased from, they come in and set it up for us to start using. So that's where that comes out of that too.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I entertain a
Move for
motion.
tentative approval.
Got a motion from Mr. Fish, second from Mr. Mishler for tentative approval. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Local roads and street, page 60.
So,
Move for tentative approval.
There's a motion, a second.
Second.
Discussion. Motion by Mr. Fish, second by Alex. Mr. Holtz, discussion. Mr. Hinkie.
So paving, again, and I realize the combination of, but this is a separate account based on funding mechanism?
correct,
Yep.
correct.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign, motion carries. Riverboat Gaming, page 60, page 82.
Yep, page 82.
Motion for tentative.
Same question?
Second.
Okay, I got a motion from Mr. Mishler for tentative approval, second from Mr. Fish. What's your question, Mr. Hinkie?
Funding mechanism?
So this is a funding mechanism that we're using to continue the same level of service that the street department has been providing. Had been, as we'll discuss next, cumulative capital improvement had long been a funder of the sidewalk program. We have successfully spent that down to the point where we will now only be able to utilize the anticipated revenue coming in. And so this is the strategy that we're using to fund the additional projects.
To follow up, if I may. So this is Riverboat Gaming, which used to be a pretty broad use fund.
Yeah.
And we're using it specifically now to catch up on paving material.
Yeah,
Right.
we've used it, it's, eligible uses are any of the government services, and
Yeah.
this year and last year, or I guess 24 and projected for 25, we've are using it to assist.
But in doing so, it's somewhat exhausting that fund.
We're spending it down a little bit, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Same sign, motion carries. Cume Cap Development,
Move for tentative approval.
I got a motion from Mr. Crabtree, second from Mr. Fish for tentative approval. Discussion.
Just a question.
Yes.
I see the strategy you're going with, Jamie. Will there be a time where we change the look to, on some of these funds to a different purpose, rather than more paving, more sidewalk? Or is the river, I'll go back, is Riverboat Fund pretty healthy right now, I think, if I remember right?
It has some cash reserves.
Yeah,
but-
so it wouldn't, we've got some flexibility. We're not all earmarked for one purpose or
Correct.
another.
Correct.
I appreciate what you're doing. I just wanted to make sure we still had some flexibility with the money.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, okay.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign, motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Parks and
Commissioner.
Recreation. Page 62 and page 112.
Yeah. Nowhere near.
Good afternoon, Council.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, well, Jameson Zarnicki, Superintendent for Elkhart City Parks and Recreation. Been in the position since the height of the pandemic, so a few years now. And you'll see that, make sure that's working. You'll see that this year our budget is reflected towards cost recovery. We have dropped significantly in our capital requests. We're focusing on a couple new staff positions, one that provides direct cost recovery efforts through customer service, quality assurance, really focusing in on the business services side of the department. And then the second, moving from a part-time to a full-time. That individual is our special projects coordinator that focuses on the that will focus on the grant writing, professional services throughout the overall operations of the department. Excuse me. Let me back up a little bit for you. The two main positions we're requesting, I'll say, is the full-time business services coordinator. That position is combining, we're taking away 3 part-time positions and combining that into a full-time role. Those 3 part-time positions that we're removing are the concessions manager, the Riverview director, and the aquatics assistant. With the new program assistant that we brought on this year, we've recognized that we've got a little bit more capacity with the program and rec side. Our Riverview softball director is retiring after this year. Unfortunately, our concessions manager has passed away this year, which was untimely, and our aquatics assistant position is able to be absolved into this position as well. And so, because of these 3 positions and in their time, we thought it was best to look at this a little bit more holistically for the next year and to focus in on where the benefits are for a full-time position that allow that to continue with the operations. Thank you. So, our 2024 budget highlights include the Walker Park updates. You've seen the new playground there. We've increased that play capacity. We are looking to do restrooms there. We've opened up Island Park Disc Golf course. We're starting to do the 2025 master plan for the Our Parks initiative, purchasing a new Zamboni, and we think we're close to getting a sponsor for that as well. And our events have been overfilled with attendance. So we've had a really good year. As we look to 2025, we will be doing new playground amenities in multiple parks, finishing the master plan. We have the splash pad at Ulrey and Lundquist improvements planned, or I'm sorry, the high dive improvements planned, and we're reopening Elliott Park. So I can go into more detail on that with any questions.
Question. What are you? Mr. Mishler.
Thanks. Can you go to any more detail on the Elliott Park portion?
Yeah, absolutely. So Elliott Park has been closed, as you all know, for a number of years. It needs to be reopened so that we can be in compliance with the DNR. Additionally, the donors who gave us that property have been, wanting that to be reopened. The Elliott family, I had a conversation with Mr. Elliott's daughter, and it really comes down to we should do something with that property. And so it allows us to reopen this park in a safe way. We ran into some problems in the past with having it a passive park, out of sight, out of mind, and it created some issues where people could come at their leisure without having a lot of eyes on the parks. One thing that we've recognized is that activating our parks matters, and that more eyes in the parks prevent people from doing illegal activity. So our goal for opening up Elliott Park next year is to open it up on a limited basis. So providing it to be a primitive camping site, specialized, more so for environmental science trips, the Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, small group reservations that will have a code. They'll have rangers in and out, checking in on them. And so making it more of a specialized camp experience, park experience than just publicly opened.
Good? All right. Mr. Crabtree.
Could you expand on the compliance with DNR?
Yeah, absolutely. So in the past, we've had, when we closed Elliott Park, the property that, the funding that was allocated towards that included land water conservation funds, federally mandating us to keep that park in perpetuity, open and available to the public. So when we closed that, we became in violation.
Thank you.
Mr. Inky.
There's several things in here, and then I'll have something a little bit more about the budget. But there are, I think they're called ambassadors, Elkhart City ambassadors. There was something that taxpayers paid $500,000, and how that would impact budgets such as buildings and grounds and parks. Does that assist you in any way to be more efficient, and how?
Sure. We work with the city ambassadors known as Block by Block. They focus in on a lot of the supplementary services towards the Parks and Rec. They specialize in working in weekends, times that the buildings and grounds and other labor-oriented departments have overtime necessary. And so we've tried to use them to complement, when parks are being utilized the most, nights and weekends. They've also helped with events, special events, setup, breakdown. Most recently at the parade, you might have seen them out there helping to do crowd control. They support external business or external organizations and events throughout the city, providing trash pickup and removal, cleanliness. They've been focusing in the bigger parks for us to assist in the polishing of those. We've heard a lot of positive feedback from people. They engage with folks in the parks, their eyes and ears on the parks, and they're blending between sort of supplementary cleanliness of the parks and maintenance of the parks in light work. They're not fixing things like Buildings and Grounds does, but while they're out there as well, they're talking with people and engaging them, and they're providing a safe atmosphere. So that's how they work with us in the parks.
So I'm hearing online that people cannot hear the discussion. Is there something we can do about that? I didn't hear that either.
WebEx crashed, they're working on it.
Okay. Okay, so with that said, now, my pushback is a bit that there's an extra $500,000 that the Parks Department realizes a lot of help, assistance, but it's not reflective in any reduction of any kind. So you must be promoting the fact that there's a greater quality being put out for this additional cost of operation, right?
I would say that the Block by Block program is city-wide services, not specific to just Parks and Rec.
But what they do for your department, you just stated, right? So as I look through this, and I'm wanting to learn more about, how do we measure if that was a good investment or not investment? I should have asked other departments, and I will when Mike comes up as well, because that's a significant investment. It really, it really increases indirectly our head count as far as employees. We have a certain amount of people, they cost $500,000. Our cost of operation just went up. The question I would have is, what do taxpayers get for it? So that's what I wanted to learn more about. In your particular case, if I would look at total professional services and prorate that out, add in your request of $250,675, it would suggest at year end you are over budgeted by $555,578. There's that much latitude in your budget. I also would note that your overtime, unbudgeted, you had overtime of 1133. I wonder why. That would be 2,266 on an annual basis. And yet again, in 25, there's no ask for overtime. Is that something that can be totally controlled? And again, we have an extra 555,000.
So,
Jamie, before you start, if WebEx is crashed, we're not being recorded.
Oh.
So I need to ask them how long WebEx is going to be down. Or what's the prognosis back there? Because
How
this-
long has it been down?
Tell you what, let's take 5 and I'll go find out.
But we've already
Take 5.
approved the IT budget.
this year?
This year?
Next year, 2025. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So we're good. So we're good.
Yes.
All right.
2.997, and I'm just suggesting that the current of that same is 4.649695. So it's a growing department. There's nothing wrong with that. It's quality of place, it is Aspire, it's all of those things. But to fully appreciate its ongoing increase of cost, I'm just suggesting for the healthiness of the growth, that its board would deep dive into the progressive growth of that department as it relates to its quality and cost to the public.
Thank you. Mr. Fish.
Move for approval.
Second.
Tentative approval.
We got a motion from Mr. Fish, second from Mr. Who was it?
I was louder.
All right. Mr. Crabtree.
Seems to be a
He was louder. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, motion carries. Okay, what page? 106, 112? Through 112, Park Programming Fund.
So the Park Program Fund is effectively a sub-fund of the Parks and Recs Department. It's the business side that receives revenue. It includes the beach, other components, and we have taken a position of these specifically departmentalized components that are reflected in the various pages.
Yeah, and I would say you'll see in the program fund, there's an increase of the sports and recreation side. We're focusing in on the recreational capacity that we have for the city. There's a few increases for concessions that you'll see. The program fund, as Jamie had said, is for the whole department's revenue. And so supplies have gone up a little bit, but we also we are doing more sales in revenue towards our concessions. So we're requesting an increase in that so that we can meet that. You do have to spend money to make money at some times, and this is part of that.
I think that the primary request as part of this would be the improvements at Riverview Park and the request for the replacement of the 8 dugouts that are currently there.
Mr. Fish.
So, Jameson, is Riverview going to benefit from any grants at all for those dugouts? Like we talked about a year ago about the lights maybe being in a grant situation.
Yeah, so we're still exploring the grant opportunities for the lights, and overall, at the park, I'd say the biggest increase that we'll see in benefit is the tournaments. The investments that we make into the park, we're opportunistic for more tournaments. We host a variety of those throughout the year. One of the larger ones is the collegiate intramurals tournament for the women's softball. So putting in the investment like the dugouts into there allows us to be more competitive in those bids when they're deciding where do they want to put their money for their tournaments. And so the grants we're hoping for, but the biggest churn right now that we can say is the tournaments.
Yeah, and I think if we consider bringing on your new employees, we'll have better opportunity to look at the grant world out there and assist some of these projects. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Mishner.
Yes, thank you, again, James, for being here. Can you go over the increase to reflect anticipated needs for Ideal Beach?
Sure. So we know that we've got some plans for Ideal Beach, and we hope to make some big changes there. In the interim, we know that we're hopeful to have, regardless, there's things that we're going to need to buy. And so lifeguard chairs, supplies, there's a couple things for the concessions that we want to include. So that price is reflected in there for the cost of those.
Is there any effort to include corporate sponsors or partners in the community to help with some of these costs?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so part of that position that we're looking at for the business services side is going after that that revenue side. So increasing those opportunities is part of that, but we don't have those concerted plans for Ideal Beach in the next year, but in the full redesign, when we do that, that'll be something that we look at. Howard Park, for example, is one that we want to emulate, where they were really strategic in their investment. They had partners come in and rent this room or this area for, you know, this much money for 10 years. And then after that 10 years, that sponsor can either recommit or they have the opportunity to find a new sponsor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to follow up. Then we go to the next page under concessions, and we've got a 31,810 increase for anticipation for the facilities. I see in the budget, it's gone up that much, and I'm wondering where that's all going to go. How do you filter that increase in your budget into the facilities and activities? I don't see it specific to, other than it's account 4220150, operating supplies.
So as part of the concessions, that would be the purchase of the concession items that are for sale.
And
right?
so, yeah, and that's what I'm assuming it was, but it's a bit of an increase of 46%. Costs going up, anticipation of more activities and selling
Correct.
more?
Yeah, so we're already in that line item. We're running pretty close, and we've had to ask for some transfer of funds into there because we've done so much. We opened up NIBCO this year for the summer, and that's been a significant increase in the amount that we've sold. And so that just draws down that line that we spend out of. So we're bringing in, about, I'd say, 30 to 40% of our costs right now in sales. So if we spend $30,000, expect that we will make that plus in revenue.
And based on just observation, you can see that the parks are being utilized more, the events are much more attended, et cetera, so, yeah, I would, I'm sorry.
Mr. Hinkie.
Are we on 508 or 509 now? I hear we talked about Ideal Beach, but are we on 508 or we're just?
Well, I had moved on to 580 from the Ideal Beach.
Yeah, page.
Oh, okay, so you went
yeah,
from
page
508 to, okay, no big deal. I think I'll reserve my question then for 509.
I was just moving through the pages.
No, that's
Because I
okay.
see increases.
I'll entertain
Just
a
different
motion.
budgets.
So moved for tentative approval.
We got a motion from
Second.
Mr. Crabtree, second from Mr. Fish for tentative approval. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Board of Works.
Page 16.
As a lousy leader, you should recognize that.
Point of order.
David, I'm gonna give you one more chance, all right? When I ask
One more
you,
chance, when you cut me
when
off.
I ask you to be in order, or I will ask that you be censored
a question.
for
Are
your
we on
inappropriate
508 or
behavior of this
509?
council. Because you can't follow along is not our fault. Thank you.
Because I can't follow along, seriously.
Next, Board of Works.
Lousy.
Page 16.
Yes.
All right. So the Board of Works is a makeup, I guess, of support. And the reason that it is aligning within the neighborhood category versus foundation or quality of place is largely surrounding the request for a new neighborhood coordinator position.
Jamie, if you could, just a little louder.
Sure.
A little more
Yep.
intense. Thank you.
So this is largely surrounding the request for a new position. The other components are hopefully well identified within the Schedule A and comprise of various costs associated to the city that are not otherwise easily identified to a specific department.
Question?
Yes, sir.
Oh, so Jamie, yeah, under those other services and charges, I hear what you just said, but these are they associated with that new employee potentially? Or are they just miscellaneous that need to be included in a budget line?
They would just be inclusive of the need for the Board of Works budget and not specific to the request for a new body.
Okay. I'm going to clarify that later on. Thank you.
Questions? Mr. Hinkie?
So I'm looking, again, with the ask, with the projection of 112,341, prorate that to 12 months plus the add-on, we're at 374,582. The request is 500,005 for Board of Works. So it's a, seems to be padded, and I didn't know if there was some other than reflective of Indiana unemployment that you may have to put at maximum and based on usage?
And the sick incentive, that is the other component that we leverage this as a contingency payout for small departments that may have a retired individual that is going to be subject to a large payout of sick time when they go to retire.
Okay, and then if I could, even though it's a small number, I'm just trying to make sense of it, and that is office supplies, I guess yearly at 7246. The request went, it stayed the same at 11,000. It's operating supplies, 3623 was the question, because it has an unbudgeted.
Correct, and that's been a request, if you recall, Board of Works houses 311, and this has been a request for some supplies associated with that program.
And then the liability, that must be a timing of invoice, liability insurance?
Yes.
Okay. And then subscriptions, grant expenses, so that is something new and different.
I believe.
Because we have no expenses in that for the first 6 months. Do we have any to date?
I'll have to check on that, because that should be the costs associated with EnviroCore. And that could very much be a timing issue. Let me look.
Which line are you referring to, Mr. Hinkie?
He's referring to
4340200.
Oh, wait, no. I thought you were referring to 4390520 grant expense.
You mean the grant piece?
Yeah.
No, I'm not there yet.
Okay.
Thank you, though. I was looking at the liability insurance
Yeah.
at 70,000.
Yeah, and that was a
If
timing
I'd say
component.
another payment is due, that's 140,000, but the ask is 361. When we're averaging over the prior years, the high was 155, 735.
That includes some other items. I can tell you what the breakdown is within that liability. So that includes workers' comp components, the premium share related to the liability insurance itself, along with some contingency to assist with deductible gaps.
Other deductible gaps.
So in terms of, if you recall, the $1,000 to $5,000 jump that we were looking for in certain circumstances, if we have a department that has an insurance claim that requires the payment of a deductible or a portion thereof, this is a funding mechanism for
Okay.
that.
And then if you will, the 4390900, the first 6 months, 3,098.
That-
But we now have 108, and I don't have a Schedule A anything?
Yeah, that has been the same value for a number of years, and is part of a contingency component that is used when necessary to fund other funds and other account lines within the group.
Okay, and then finally, contract services. In '23, the total expenditure was 10,000.
Correct, that's block by block.
Oh, so that is the block by block?
Correct.
So then the question I would have is, how are we placing a value on that $490,000 request? How is that monitored, and how does it positively reflect the budgets of those departments that are benefiting from it? Any added manpower?
So there's not a direct correlation between changes that I can put on a chart, Councilman. You can't hear me? Okay.
Great, good.
So I can't sit here today and give you a chart that shows customer satisfaction, improvements in the parks, improvements on downtown. I can talk to the fact that at several meetings, including council meetings, we've had people make comments, and as well as on social media. They're making a difference. They are doing things and allowing our teams to do other things. And in addition to that, they are helping with the events and will continue to do so. And as we do that, the goal is to reduce the overhead time, or at least not, I don't want to say reduce it, it's not to extend it. We're not trying to take away union jobs. What we're trying to do is complement what the other teams do, adding additional people when we're having events on the plaza, either as just being a positive influence, information gathering, as well as in helping clean up and crowd control. On a day-to-day basis, you'll see them downtown, but you'll also see them throughout our park system doing additional things on a day-to-day basis. I mean, these people have power washed half of Elkhart, and to the point that we can provide the council, if you would like, a generous supply of photographs and comments made throughout the community. So this is truly about quality of place and neighborhoods, and it's not so easy to directly provide you a chart of improvements. I just can't do that with quality of place that way, but I can assure you, I can show you the impact they've had. Is that clear? Is that clear?
Mr. Fish?
Not really, but that's correct. You can't really measure.
Mr. Fish?
Well, so I just want to, Jamie, I'll have an offline question for you, but this sounds like there's some contingencies in this for that performance part of it, that quality of life. Is that what I'm understanding? And some of these, this isn't specifically for block by block, it's for other things.
In contract services?
Really the big question is, with this particular Board of Works account, and if we had an audit, we could show all the receipts and everything, but we're within the rails on where some of this money would go. Is that correct to say?
That is correct. So if I recall, it was May of this year, the contract associated with block by block was entered into, and that was for $450,000, and that is part of the ongoing expenses associated with the with this specific account line.
Yeah, and so we would be able to essentially, I mean, it's more of a warm and fuzzy conversation we'd have to have to show the benefit, but we're getting benefit from it.
Yes, sir, and they do track where they are and their time, so we can provide at least that matrix showing how many additional man-hours have been spent in each park and/or on the streets.
Yeah, and that's
how
all
many
I'm
parks.
asking. That's all
Yes.
I'm asking about, because if we get into a Board of Accounts, they're going to
Yes.
want to know how to justify this. Thank you.
But keep in mind, these are not our employees. Keep
Right.
that in mind.
Right.
Kevin.
Mr. Hink?
So as a follow-up to that, what we do know is, I'm not worried about Board of Accounts, that's not the point. The point is, we have a known fixed cost of $490,000. I'm sure there should be a mechanism by which we say, we believe it's working and we would like to do it again next year. That's truly what this is about. I'm just looking for the mechanism that says, here's what we're gathering with that. Our other departments are able to be more efficient, hopefully a little less overtime because they're not doing the cleanup after the events. That was a goal. And that's, I believe, what actually allowed the $490,000 to make sense. But there should be some measuring, and that's really what this is about.
Yeah, and
Because,
we're 3.5 months into the contract.
yeah,
So so there is a weekly meeting with this group, and we identify, review what's happened and what we need to have happen. So I believe, without great statistics, which I'm not into statistics, by the way, we can provide a narrative of the success. It'd be a narrative, I'm not going to say it has a bunch of numbers in there, but we can at least provide the council with information that shows they're getting something out of this program.
Yeah,
We'll
I
be
don't-
happy to do that, and matter of fact, we'd like to do that.
Thank you.
I don't
Thanks.
disagree that that is notable. I just think for the public, because here's what's truly happening. We're having an add-on expense. In this particular case, it's essentially $500,000 a year. So we have the double-edged sword, whereas everything we do by this council and this administration has a cost of operation, which is a cost of living for us locally, and that includes public works and service of utility. Yet, we're worried about in low-income housing and affordable housing, and the two of those have to meet in the middle. It's not all about expending and what we get. What's the value to the average person in our community? That would be my only question.
Mr. Fish?
I move for tentative approval.
Got a motion by
Second.
Mr. Fish, second from Mrs. Hines for tentative approval. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Building and code enforcement. I need to remind everyone that Aaron has to go home early to feed the baby, so we don't want to keep him here too long. Kristen's there by herself. Page 18.
All right, keeping with that plan, we're just asking for 2 Porsche 911s and a Learjet.
Got you
All in
covered.
favor?
Got you.
Why do they have to be 911s? I mean, just your preferred vehicle?
I'm disappointed
Tim
it's not the
Esteen,
EV.
Building Commissioner, Amy Latimer to my right, Manager of the Permit Center. Been with the city for 2 years, and in my position as the Building Commissioner, 3 years total with the city. In our office, we employ 14 employees, Building Department, Code Enforcement, and Permit Center. The Building Department conducts planned review and inspections of new structures, additions, and renovations of existing structures within the city limits in order to enforce the highest quality safety standards. Code Enforcement conducts inspections for properties' compliance with minimum housing standards, property maintenance, and trash, tall grass, and weed ordinances in order to maintain a clean and safe city. The Permit Center is responsible for all construction, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, zoning, and demolition permits, as well as license registrations, as well as also maintaining property files and assisting the public both online and off and in person with questions, concerns, and help as needed. The 2024 budget highlights and success. Successfully to date, we've helped 6 residents that needed help with tree issues. We've set up a demolition of 222 Jefferson, which was a fire damaged property that I needed to take down. It was an eyesore. It had a second fire. To date, we've demolished 1 vacant and abandoned structure with 4 more to go. Work with Development Services on grants that help residents with their houses following the mayor's vision to keep Elkhart a place to call home. Code enforcement numbers for this year up to August 2024, new violations issued were 3,880. Re-inspections were 4,127. Resolved violations were 3,800 even. The building department numbers to date up to August, total number of inspections were 2,010. The permit center numbers up to date, up to August of this year, were 2,720 total permits issued, and the total funds that we took in for those permits were 263,530. We are working to request for highlights for 2025. We're going to be putting together a program to come before you guys and adjust some fees for next year for permits, as well as we're requesting 1 new vehicle to replace the one that is in rotation because it's old.
Thank you. Mr. Fish.
Thank you for being here. I see you need instead of the 911, you're going to go with the Ford Maverick. You'd like to, anyway. Have you considered an electric vehicle?
I have.
Great. I want you to make sure that that becomes your priority from now on for some of our service vehicles within the city. It'd be a good starting spot. Thank you.
Mr. Hinkie.
Let me just run through quickly. When you said assisted with tree issues, what does that mean? As opposed to buildings and grounds?
Right. We have put in our budget last year, and I believe the year before, a line item to help people that can't afford to basically remove a tree that's downed. They're low income.
And how do we establish that they're unable and low income?
Demographically would be one of them. But I'm open to looking at anybody's, tree issue that they have.
Because I think unless we have a specific, because we have people that want trees down, right? And I'm not sure that we have the mechanism legally to say this one but not that one based on where you live. I caution us in that. You and I had a discussion at lunch in that regard. The assumption of, because if you're giving free tree service to someone else using my tax dollars, I'm going to demand free tree service back, just to let you know. Now, your professional services line, $40,000 budget, there was no expense in the first 6 months. Is that, and I don't have a reference on Schedule A, what is normal under the professional services line for you guys? 40,000 is the ask again. So I'm just saying, since there is zero expenditure in the first 6 months, is that a place setter or?
I would answer that that is part of just providing flexibility to the department. The actual amounts wouldn't suggest that that would be the top end, but it's in general to, in the event that they have to call in a structural engineer to identify to make an assessment on a building, that would be a possible use for the funding and give them what they need to be able to act.
All right, so we have some excesses built in, and I think that's a theme that we've been working on for years. Throughout the rest of this, it looks pretty small. Education, are we going to use it? Are there opportunities? What are we doing for that? The credit card processing fee was a little bit, it's twice budgeted. It's twice the amount of budget, I should say. So I'm not sure what the usage there, and why the jump in cost? Is that just the frequency of use? Have fees gone up?
We had a new permitting program, and so we had a new payment vendor, Global Payments, and that's why the fees skyrocketed. We're currently looking into a different payment vendor options, and we're also looking into maybe offsetting some of those costs by having the customers also pay for part of the credit card fees.
Okay. Code enforcement has been a big thorn for me since the year 2001. I have many letters written in that regard. I would say that our brief conversation was one of the best conversations I've had with code enforcement in my time here. But I'm disappointed, quite honestly, that the questions I have asked at council, you have answered, but you've answered to administration and it never got back to me because you had the answers. And I'm just hopeful that that would be a full circle, that I would be included in those conversations so we can actually close out some of the issues that I've had with 311 and code. So thank you for that follow-up today. That was the most information and more gratifying than a lot of my concerns on Prairie Street, Benham. Now, if you would just fix Beardsley Street for me, that would be helpful too.
Communication, though, too, I wasn't aware of that, but I will now definitely look into that. And these are the things that we can't catch everything in the city, and that's why 311 is a valuable tool, where we have the eyes and ears of everybody, also other city employees as well, that they can put the 311 in, or they can call my office directly. I mean, I'll answer, I answer my phone 24/7, so don't ever feel that you can't, talk to me.
No, I feel I can talk to you,
right.
but when you have to give information to your upline and it doesn't get back to me, it doesn't help you and me at all.
Right.
So I'm just hopeful that we can have that
Yeah,
directly.
I will definitely address that issue that you and I talked about at lunch, and I will get you an answer and a report of what we found.
Thank you
'Cause
for
that's
your
a
hard
very
work. I
serious.
appreciate it.
That's a very serious,
Ms. Hines.
protocol.
Mr. Mishler.
Motion for tentative approval?
Got a motion for Mr. Mishler, second for Mr. Fish for tentative approval. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Unsafe building, page 80.
That's them too.
We got one more on unsafe building.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were no requested changes to.
Any questions on unsafe building?
Move for tentative approval.
Got a motion for Mr. Crabtree, second for Mr. Fish for tentative approval. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, guys.
Edit. Intra-fund transfers and economic development and grants, 128 through 130.
I move for tentative approval.
Second.
Got a motion for Mr. Fish, second for Mr. Crabtree for tentative approval. Questions, discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign, motion carries. Community promotions, page 116. I'm sorry. 116.
Move for tentative approval.
Second?
Got a motion for Mr. Crabtree, second for Mr. Fish for tentative approval. Discussion? Mr. Mishler.
What is the anticipated needs? Is that just, it says $5,000 increase to reflect
Sure.
anticipated needs? Just-
So this is for the promotion of, this is the community promotion fund. So this fund, if we recall, had originally been an expenditure of out of the mayor's department fund, general budget. It was determined that this fund had been established based on statute, which is why it now is outside of the mayor's department budget. And the additional funding is what the administration believes that they need to be able to appropriately promote the community in the appropriate ways.
Okay, thank you. I will just say that, looking at other communities around us like Goshen, Mishawaka, South Bend, they do a fantastic job of T-shirts, hats for Goshen and South Bend and everything like that. I'd love to give our residents more of an opportunity to show their Elkhart civic pride as well. as
Buy a
other
city
communities.
flag.
Some bling?
That's right.
Some bling.
Mr. Hinkie.
So you're suggesting that the increase to reflect anticipated needs, again, it just doesn't really give you any grit to really go by, but you're suggesting that that's $5,000 that commonly was in the mayor's budget that is being used for actual promotion. Should I not then have seen a $5,000 comment or reduction in the mayor's budget, 001?
There was in the original year that we made the transition.
But this is
So
this is
given-
suggesting there's a change now in
There
the
is.
120.
There's an increase of 5,000 over what had been previously.
I see, okay. That makes sense.
Thank you. We have a motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Building and grounds.
Good afternoon, council.
Good afternoon, Mr. Leitner.
Aye.
No cookies.
That's Mike Zeus.
Mike must have spent it all on his suit. and That's why he couldn't do the cookies.
As you all know, I'm department head for buildings and grounds. I've worked for the city going on 35 years now. Been department head for going on 18. Buildings and grounds has 40 full-time employees, usually around 10 part-time, and several seasonal every year. Our department has been tasked with maintaining hundreds of acres, 75 properties, 30 buildings on all city properties, tree maintenance, right-of-ways, parks, and cemeteries. We're also tasked with beautification throughout the city. We grow and maintain hundreds of flower beds, streetscapes, river walks, river district, and city parks. We currently assist in over 60 events, maintain all athletic fields, set up and maintain 13 softball tournaments, and all league play. I believe we have put together a budget of needs and not wants to maintain our city assets. So, thank you.
Questions for Mr. Leitner? Mr. Fish?
So, on your overall budget down below, do you have a corrected number there on the second page? 73 million is pretty high.
Where are you referring, Mr. Fish?
On the second page of the general budget comparison,
Be page 53.
it says general fund, total 1101 account, general. And I'm not sure why you have all that on there when your budget should probably be closer to, I'm just confused about that.
Yeah, that's not on my paperwork, so I'm
Yeah.
looking through Jamie's book here.
All right.
Is that a typo that we're saying?
Yeah, I think
Well, we know it's a typo because he's not getting $73 million.
I don't want $73 million.
I like mine. Yeah.
But I will ask a question or two.
I think you can be comfortable looking at the $6,239,645
Yeah,
number.
that's what I'm hoping, that's the number.
Well, at the correct time, please be sure to make that amendment.
So, Mike, are you cursed also with high cost of materials and supplies and vehicles? Obviously, the cost looks like they've really gone up.
Absolutely.
What are the options to get the service out of that, to get the transportation capability out of those vehicles? Are there other types of vehicles you can perhaps embrace?
We have looked, we've talked to Josh about a lot of different things. It's more of taking care of and maintaining what you have.
Don't be scared to talk up, but, okay, so maintaining, and I think Josh does a great job of all that.
Well, it's employees. They have to maintain what they have so that there's less for Central Garage to be doing.
With all of these requests, we were talking about a van earlier, so that would be replacing one of those that Josh had mentioned. Is that correct?
No,
down there?
that's a transit van that would replace one of our construction vehicles
Okay.
that
And-
I believe was hand-me-down from Public Works at one time.
Oh, I see. All right, so we are squeezing out quite a bit of service out of it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, it's amazing how much vehicles have gone up, and it really puts us in a spot, but we'll probably have to have a conversation later about things. I don't want to take up the time now. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Mr. Hinkie?
Jamie, now that you're back, Mr. Fish had a question that I would like to follow up as well. On the second page, there is a total funds 1101 general line at the bottom of their budget.
That is the total of all of, that's the general fund total, which is the sum of all of the departments that are part of the general fund. So buildings and grounds is the last
Okay,
department. So if you were to
there was
take-
just no explanation of why that number just appeared. I think it's a fair question. It just is there.
Yeah, so it's just to total all
Yeah.
of the departments as part of it, and that's what's reflected on the summary sheet on
Okay.
on page 2 where it says appropriations.
Thank you for that.
Now,
I see.
Mr. Leitner, your temporary help just wasn't reflective in the first 6 months, I'm guessing. You had 14,627, your budget is 140,500. So I'm assuming your temporary is primarily summer?
Correct.
Okay. And then part-time doesn't make sense to me either unless they're more specifically summer people as well, but they would be then temporary seasonal. Why is that 98,000, but the ask is 205? So 200% of actual on part-time?
On the part-time, that is in the anticipation that they're going to be able to hire what they feel they need for part-time and temporary help. I think we've had some disconnects on what the differences are for those types of employees. That temporary seasonal employees are those that are working on a narrow timeline for benefit reasons versus the part-time being maybe a seasonal part-time or a permanent part-time like one might have, like Mr. Billy in the City Hall. So that has really just been the ongoing number that has been used. We reduced it this year to reflect the transition of the part-time employee into a full-time position.
So ultimately, I think Mike has a difficult department because it's really based on the current need, the current ask, the emergent situations. Things happen, and we get that. I would only note that as of total supplies, we're 169,978 over trend, but then again, that same department is being asked to do a lot, and they have to anticipate, and emergencies are hard to anticipate. So, Mike, if you would, tell me about the block-to-block and how you work with that group. What do they help your department with?
I believe the biggest help they give us, or the biggest impact they have, is cleanliness of parks and perception of parks and the downtown area. Removing trash on weekends, nights when we don't have people working, and with cleaning up leftover debris from the homeless.
Okay. So there's two ways to argue this, and I'm suggesting your argument's probably going to be things that were hard to manage before are managed now with the help of block by block, because your cost of operation went up on the labor side, no matter which line item we look at other than part-time, but you still have, even though those folks were added in there. So what I'm hearing from you is now those things are better secured, now those things are at a higher level of clean or quicker in the cleaning process or something.
That's correct.
Right? Okay, so overall, on other services and so on, I looked at other services and charges, and, you know, it's $19,868 prorated over a year. Other services and charges, what all is included? Because the budget and the ask is $60,090. I just want to know what's all in there.
I can get you that detail. But that is, as we've discussed in the past, that is typically for unique items or services that don't have a real home or account line to be utilized.
Okay.
Otherwise, we would have transferred the funding into an appropriate account line and paid for it that way.
So essentially more of a contingency than
Well,
anything
not
else.
necessarily contingency, but more for, in some respects, singular items that may not require their own account line specifically, that would, I guess think of a miscellaneous expense account in a private enterprise.
Contract services, $14,418. First 6 months, what is all under contract services? The ask went down from 196 to 163, but there's a pretty significant variance.
If I recall, the big jump in contract services was for the outsourcing of the trees, the maintenance in the tree lawns of trees that needed to be removed. I can, and along with Lou City.
Yeah.
For their work order system.
And finally, I think Mike does a heck of a job multitasking with all of the stuff throughout the city, because there's a bunch of stuff under buildings and grounds and everybody counts on. So you're spread pretty thin, so appreciate that, but you're always available when I call, so I appreciate that much more.
Mr. Mishler.
Thank you. Mike, I just want to say you do a fantastic job. I get compliments yearly about the planners and everything downtown and how fantastic they look. This is just more of a comment about the ambassadors program. I received a constituent concern relating to some trash that was left at Riverview baseball diamonds following an activity over the weekend, which would have either cost potential overtime for buildings and grounds to come over the weekend to clean up because there was a lot of debris there. I was able to get a hold of Jameson, and he let me know the ambassadors went out there and took care of it. And so I've personally had them take care of some issues that would have otherwise potentially, cost the taxpayers quite a bit. Or if we had waited till Monday and other families had tried to go into the park, they would have had a bad time because of that.
So if I could follow, how did you get a hold of them? Is there something we all could have done? Because I don't know the connection
I just reached
there.
out to Jameson with the concern.
And there's a phone number on the truck. I don't know if that phone number reaches them directly or not, but when they ride around in their truck, I see a phone number on the truck as well, so I don't know.
And is that city-owned trucks that we provide?
I don't know if it's city-owned or not.
It's not a city-owned vehicle, but my recollection is that it was included as part of the contract component. So if we were to not renew the contract, then we don't have a vehicle on our books that we have to worry about repurposing.
If I could follow, The ownership and liability, are you saying are not the city's, even though it
Correct.
has a city logo on it?
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Fish.
Nope. I would entertain a motion for
I'll entertain a motion, you make it.
tentative approval.
Second.
We got a motion for Mr. Fish for tentative approval, a second for Mr. Mishler. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Same sign. For those that oppose, thank you, it passes. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, council.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Environmental Center, page 94.
Okay, Jeff.
Mr. President, Council, thank you. My name is Jeff Savatsky. I'm the director of the Elkhart Environmental Center. Counting today, I've been almost 4 years with the city, December 7th. My team consists of 2 full-time employees, 1 temporary, and lots of help from volunteers and community service members and corporations. The Environmental Center, we're really a trash to treasure story. We're one of the best kept secrets in Elkhart, and I work to fix that every day, and we hear that. I never knew we existed, and it's nice we hear that, and we can address that and get more people out there. And in my time here in 4 years, I've noticed an increase in activity, not only from residents, but from outside city and the state, with our quilt garden people coming to visit, the River Greenway Trail that was just completed, lots of activity and out there, and all great compliments from the stuff that the city has done. We do a lot of environmental, sustainable program and education events, workshops out there, and we do this year-round. In addition to that, we manage our site, which is the city's largest public green space at over 80 acres. We have wetlands, ponds, forests. We're on the Elkhart River, so lots to do there. And we're also venturing out. We're helping with the Railroad Museum. We're going to be doing a prairie in between their track. That's less mowing and less maintenance that the city will have to deal with. And we'll be working with the Parks Department and doing some more native vegetation along the walkways to see if we can help with some of the geese management out there as well. A couple of highlights I do want to bring to your attention that we've done. Under the leadership of Mayor Robertson and his administration, we've received several grants and projects that we've done. One was finished a year and a half ago, and I have some numbers for you. In fact, I just got the numbers today, so they are very accurate. We had a solar renewable project and wind turbine installed out there. So today, we have generated over 21 megawatts of power. And I know some of you are electrical engineers, but just to give you an example, 1 megawatt can power 200 homes. It can charge an EV over 3,600 miles, and that is to date. We've reduced almost 9 tons of carbon dioxide by not burning fossil fuels. And to bring it back to the budget, and it reflects this year's budget, we have reduced our electric bill by over $5,000. And I know that when you look at the grand scheme of things, that's a small number, but solar panels last 30 years. So that's a significant savings that we were able to bring to the city. Another grant that we got this year is from the Energy Efficiency Conservation Block Grant. With those funds, we're working with Chief Dale, and we're going to install solar panels on Station 3. And an estimated savings will be $7,000 to $8,000 in savings, and I believe that's on Mishawaka Road. We're also going to be installing an EV charger at our location with these funds, and there's some funds left over that may help support a second EV vehicle for the city fleet or another EV utility vehicle for buildings and grounds or ourselves. And lastly, and probably the most important thing that I'm proud of, and really, and this reflects every one of you, is a grant that we got through USDA and the U.S. Forest Service. This was a $1 million grant that we got to really focus on trees and help with our urban canopy, lack of urban canopy. And every district qualifies for trees, some more than others, but every district qualifies for that. So in the next 3.5 years, we're going to plant over 2,000 trees in the city. We're going to focus on the right-of-way, and you're going to start seeing that this fall, winter, as we start going into the different districts. I'll be happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you. Comments? Mr. Hinkie?
The only thing, I really appreciate the cost savings and thinking through and the grants. That's a big deal. So I appreciate that and want to say thank you for that. I wish all of us would look at the efficiencies that we can add and the cost savings for the constituents we all serve. The only area that was a little bit confusing to me was after the tornado, we had a controlled burn of trees and limbs and all of that stuff. Was there anything else that could have been done as another option, more clean? Is there something environmental could have proposed?
That really was a different department, but I could probably answer on
I
that.
understand.
Was just the sheer quantity of vegetation and brush that came through at this time, as far as trying to dispose of this. Yes, it could be made into mulch, and yes, but just the sheer quantity that we got all at once. The city does do that with its existing program. The trees that go down, they're turned into mulch, and we're giving those to citizens for free of no charge. But just the mass quantities overall, they had to dispose of those and find a place for it.
Yeah, just for those, you know, we can talk about electric vehicles and all that good stuff. We go forward 2 feet and then we do a controlled burn and it sends us back how far, and we don't know that. It's just a philosophical change for that emergency. It was a little surprising. I know it's not your department, but you're the expert on the environmental side, so that's why I wanted to ask.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Just a statement?
A motion, you say?
Yeah, well, yeah, I'll, after my statement. I just want to say that the Environmental Center is setting a new standard that we need to embrace, both at the administration and down to the employee level, with the grant program, the amount of volunteers that are showing up and participating, the types of activities, the interaction that we have from people from out of state, as well as right down the street from the Environmental Center. It's showing that we have this hidden gem that's being sought out, and it's crossed through by a very important network of bike routes, and so it's almost like we're the center of a lot of environmental movement, if you will. And I just appreciate being a 32-year volunteer there, and I'm looking forward to continuing your support. Thank you. And I will make the motion for tentative approval.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Fish, second by Ms. Hines for tentative approval. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Railroad Museum, page 100. Baby hungry?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Brent Holloway. I'm the director of the National New York Central Railroad Museum. I have been associated with the museum now for around 25 years, mostly as a member and a volunteer. I was in the public school teaching capacity for many, many years, and in leaving that position, I eventually was hired 2.5 years ago as an assistant curator here at the museum. Served in that position for 2 years, and then was appointed director in March of this year. So I'm still learning the ropes of this position. The museum, I guess I take a little issue with Jeff's statement. He claims that the Environmental Center is the best-kept secret. We claim that we are. Although we don't want to be either. And we are working, of course, to fix that as well. The museum in the past several years has grown by leaps and bounds as far as interest and foot traffic. I did some research, found out that in the early 2000s, they were averaging around 500 per month as far as visitors. And pre-COVID, which would have been in the late teens, they were already up to, for a year, around 7,500 for the year. Post-COVID, and I wasn't counting 2020 because obviously everything shut down at that point. The past several years, with some of the improvements we've been making and some of the advertising and just being a little bit more aggressive with who we are and that we are out there, we last year, for the first time, topped 10,000 in attendance. And this year, we are already on track 1,100 over that. So obviously, we're not as well kept as we used to be, but we're glad for that. So attendance keeps going up. We think we're on the right track, and we hope to keep that going with some of the programs that we have. Some improvements in the past couple of years since I've been there. We established a new, what we call a kids play zone, which includes Lego tables, Thomas the Tank Engine Brio tables, a playhouse train that was built by a local construction company, complete with a bell and a whistle that kids just love to play on. We have a very large O-scale model train layout. We have outside a 1905 wood caboose that's open to the public. We have a E8 diesel locomotive that you can go into. You can sit in the cab, and yes, you can still raise your hand up and pull the rope and blow the whistle.
I'm being alerted, Mr. President, that we're offline again.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. And the E8 was a very historic piece. It pulled the last eastbound famous 20th century limited passenger train. One of the biggest projects in the past 2 years has been the renovation and expansion of the Nibco Century Flyer amusement train. We pulled out all of the old ties, put all new ones in, added 700 feet of track, added a station house, a working crossing bell, and lights, courtesy of Norfolk Southern. And all of that was funded by local grants and local business donations and private donations to the tune of almost $40,000, of which none of it had to come out of city funds.
So we a lot of labor.
And a lot of volunteer labor, exactly. So I was overwhelmed at the support that not only the city of Elkhart was giving, not so much the city as city workers, but city businesses and local people and the interest they took in the museum. If you have any questions, I'll be ready to answer them as best I can.
Questions, comments? Mr. Hinkie?
Can we go back to attendance? What about paid attendance? How many of the increase in volume that you're seeing are actually people whose destination is to come and pay for attendance, as opposed to the free days or the school kid days and those things? Are you seeing an uptick in that area as well?
We are seeing an uptick in that. I don't have the exact numbers on that, but we do know now we're getting an increase for several reasons, one of which is there is a thing called virtual rail cam that was installed both on the museum property and across the rails on the old station house. And that's been a great, I guess we'll call it a free advertisement for us. A lot of people come in just because if I say, well, how'd you find out about us? Maybe they're from, we had people from Montana last week. Why'd you come? Well, I'm doing a rail journey across the United States, and we're stopping here because I saw this on virtual rail cam. So that's just one thing. The other would be, I think I hear a lot about people stopping in to get their RVs serviced. So they want to stop in at the museum, things to do, and they'll ask us, what else can we do? And we point them toward either Ruthmere or maybe the Botanical Gardens, or they ask, well, what's a good restaurant downtown? And so it's nice to see people coming in and, of course, spending money throughout the town as well.
Do we have an update on the donated locomotive that was given? I'm trying to look up the name of the thing. You would know it better than I do.
You're talking about the 3001
The
Mohawk?
Mohawk, yeah.
There's going to be on October the 9th, I believe it's a Wednesday, there'll be some type of a press conference announcing how that all works.
I mean, we expect to see it again. It will come back to Elkhart at some point to visit.
That's the understanding that I have.
Okay. All right, very good, thank you.
Any other questions?
Motion for tentative
I
approval.
got a motion from Mr. Mishler, second from Mr. Fish for tentative approval. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign, motion carries. Thank you very much, sir. Park bond, page 118.
No, we're Ms. Lerner.
I'm sorry, Lerner, page 102.
Yeah, don't snub the learner, we're at them.
Hi there, my name is Dean Tuggle. I'm the Technical and Facilities Director here at the Lerner. I have been here 6 years and then 2 years prior part-time. Currently, we have 13 full-time employees and about 35 part-time employees and a pool of about 100 or so volunteers. Some highlights from 2024, we have began planning our 100-year celebration. We have a full committee going, and that celebration will be a year-long celebration starting on November 24th, right here in the theater. We will be showcasing our Kimball organ, which will also celebrate its 100th year anniversary, with the show that opened the Lerner back in 1924, The Navigator. Also this year, we are able to train staff in sensory inclusion and be able to provide sensory kits available for those needing it at performances. And then we also implemented a maintenance software to track all building assets, create preventative maintenance schedules, and reduce reactive maintenance costs. For our 2025 budget, we are asking to upgrade our security system to match the rest of the city's security systems. Currently, our security system is outdated. It was homemade by an employee about 10 years ago, and there's very little technical support. So if something goes bad, then we're at a vulnerability, especially given the nature of this building. At any time, we could have thousands of people in this room, upstairs in the ballroom, and Premier Arts could be having a rehearsal as well. So we just need to keep everyone safe. And I will try to answer questions as best as possible with the gentleman beside me.
Thank you, Mr. Mishler.
Thank you. I'm just looking at the promotions line here, and I'm seeing year-to-date, to June was $236, and previously we've only seen $2,000 and $3,000. Has that ever, what is that used for, that line for promotions?
So that we use in conjunction with shows to help promote shows, help promoters promote their shows. That I don't have too much oversight in my current role, and with the lapse of a GM, we just decided to keep it where it was at.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Inky.
Can you, I know the cost side's right in front of us. I want to look at revenue trends over 3 years. That's probably more a Jamie thing. And see what our rates, attendance, and net revenues. It bounces back and forth on our monthly reviews, the monthly Lerner Board meetings.
That'll be something that I'll need to get to the council back on what those revenue numbers are, and specifically because the nature and the way that the reports are presented to the governing board is a blending of the operating fund and the ticket fund that has all of the revenue. So it'll, there'll be some discrepancies because of the method of accounting that is being used for that, but I can get you all that information.
Yeah, it is a bit cloudy, and that's why I think it calls for a second view. And if we are at a 60-40 split, sometimes I see, and how much is matched by the city, how much is, I just want to understand this better.
I think one of the confusing components with that, and this is something that we're using this transition period as an opportunity to reflect on what we're doing internally, how things are being reported, but that 60-40 split oftentimes, or what you're referring to, Councilman Hinkie, oftentimes includes the subsidy that the city is providing. And as
Right.
we know, that's not real revenue. That is a subsidy to provide this wonderful facility what it needs to be able to continue to attract the vibrant shows and the energy that it does. But it shouldn't be seen as a revenue component. So I can understand why that's a confusing piece based on what Krugel and Lawton provides to the Learner Governing Board.
Yeah, it just doesn't follow any general financial tracking rule.
Yeah.
It's kind of a thing of its own.
Yeah.
And then ultimately, a couple more questions, and that is, we had a weak spot, and this is some time ago, and I think this is more than one administration ago, that box office sales and so on, there was some money that wasn't really fully accounted for. Have we shored up each individual contract so the city knows the revenue coming into it? What is the mechanism by which we oversee, or the board oversees, ticket revenues, and the splits may be given to certain promoters and certain performers?
So, Dean, and you can chime in too, but so each time each time the learner has someone here, they rent the facility. And in that renting of the facility, there is it's not working?
It's working. I'm not sure if I completely understood your question as it relates to discrepancies in the past.
So prior to your time as mayor, there were monies that were taken off to the side, and outside of the learner, we didn't understand it or know about it. It was a later, something that had surfaced. And so we were trying to put in stopgaps. And then when internal controls came in, we asked that would be something that could have a check and balance attached to it, so the city would know that could not happen again.
So,
Jimmy, can you validate?
The only thing that I can...
I don't want to give you the time and place
Sure.
on record.
But I think prior to me coming online as deputy controller in 2016, it was my understanding that what we would commonly refer to as the box office account, which is a separate bank account in which we house all of the revenue pre-show. So when you're buying a ticket before the show closes, all of this money gets deposited into a separate bank account. Prior to 2016, and reflected, I believe, on the 2015 financial statement, those transactions did not run through the city's accounting software. They were handled what I would presume is in an appropriate manner. They just weren't processed through our accounting system. Then Controller Jeff Spalding and I established that account within our accounting system to where all of the revenue, all of the expenditures were then running through the same process that everything else does.
All right, so
I
you
think
have corrected.
if that's what you're referring to, then I believe we have shored all of that up.
And you feel confident with
Yes,
that
very
new
much so.
process?
Yeah,
And that's
and
exactly
it's part
what-
of our audit program. So when State Board of Accounts comes in, that is part of the audit scope.
So, just want to make sure that we are on the same page. Is that what you were speaking about, Councilman Hinkie?
Yeah.
Okay, so there wasn't a discrepancy. It was a different way of accounting for those dollars that were set aside. Is that not correct, Jamie?
They were technically off the books, and is what
But we could account for those dollars.
we would have been able to. What I can't confirm is whether or not they ever hurt, if there was, like, we're getting in the weeds here, but currently, and since I've been here, those transactions hit a docket for some form of board approval like any other claim. Prior to that point in time, I can't confirm or deny whether or not the appropriate steps were being made to have a board approve them.
Okay, all right,
No,
I just
so-
wanted to, I want to make sure I define exactly whether or not it was a discrepancy or not.
Yeah, so the issue was, Mayor, there was a discrepancy that was alluded to, which brought into the internal controls, and through internal controls, a change of methodology of securing those funds were put into place. And Mike, 2015. Yeah, it's before current administration and back some. The issue I have with that is, are we still in place? Because it does require city funds. There is a unusual financial mechanism here, and it's hard to track. So I just want to make sure that we feel quite confident that there's not a commingling of funds
Yeah,
or a way that the city would not be aware of a total collection, gross receipts.
There's no commingling.
All right, and then, does that make sense? We good? Yeah, it's back there a
No,
ways.
and regardless of whether it was back there or not, I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't a quote-unquote discrepancy or lost money I see it was outside of the system, and now that the accounting measures have been changed, it literally has been brought into an accounting mechanism that we're all on the same page.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to make sure, is that we're still under that check and balance, so to speak, so we don't feel as though. And then, as we go through this, and this is kind of the tough spot, I wanted the receipt of revenues because I can actually track the increase of cost of operation, the addition of additional staff, and all of those pieces. It would be nice to have the reflection.
The revenues through June would have been present as part of the financial statements that were included, and
Yeah.
that would be reflective of all of the cash, the net transfer as a result of any show closings and
Yeah,
so
so that would have been through June, but
Correct.
as I was told, there are big shows, small shows, and so it changes the net financial data. And so over a year, we would have to go with the trend. It wouldn't really work for the first 6 months of the
Correct.
year. So that's kind of why I wanted to have a more of a balance sheet,
Yeah,
so to speak.
I'll make sure to
Right.
circulate the revenue numbers.
And then where are we with Friends of the Learner? And the amount of money that was to be established through that group?
The Friends is a separate organization that doesn't provide that.
So we don't have any financial data on the amounts being collected, but they are listed as Friends of the Learner? Okay.
Yeah, well, within our system, we collect donations on their behalf, and we remit those as part of the ticketing process. But outside of that, we have no.
Yeah, and I think, because we had presentations to this group, and that was that there was going to be
An endowment.
an endowment
Yeah,
set up,
yeah.
and the question is, at what point did it reach its goal, and at what point does it look after some of the larger expense emergencies of this theater?
Yes, Mr. Mishler.
Just speaking of Friends of the Learner, I do remember, I believe it was in August or September of 2020, we did have an appropriation for the Friends of the Learner for an emergency repair fund. It would just be nice to know how, if that's been utilized by the learner, those funds.
Which I believe was 500,000,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And they were to raise 5 million. I just wanted to know if that, what communication goes back and forth, so we would have an understanding?
Yeah, as a member of the Learner Governing Board, there is a standing agenda item for the Friends of the Learner to share items. At the last meeting, Dallas Burgel had shared that there had not been a meeting in recent past to be able to comment, and I believe that has been an ongoing theme for the Friends, but other than that.
Do you
Well,
know
Jamie,
if
could
any-
would you make a request to the board to get that information for the council? That we'd like to have that information.
And do you know if any of that 500,000 has been appropriated?
I believe that there has been some utilization of the funding. I'm not certain as to how much.
Because that also impacts the budget. It was taxpayers' dollars. It actually adds to their budget. On a side note, but it started with taxpayers' 500,000. I don't doubt that. I just wanted to know if the plan of the endowment came to fruition.
Just for the record, there is currently a brand-new president of the Friends of the Learner. Rex Martin has stepped down, and Ashley Martin has taken their place, and I know they're in the process of reviewing documents and making sure that they are accountable. So I feel comfortable we can get a report in a timely manner that will answer all your questions.
Good,
Thank you,
thank you.
Mr. Fish.
I would move for tentative approval.
Second.
Motion for Mr. Fish, second for Mrs. Hines. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Park bond, page 118.
I would move for tentative approval.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Fish, second by Mr. Crabtree for tentative approval. Discussion. Mr. Hinkie.
When is the maturation of this bond or the?
So the final payment is due 1/1 of 2030. We will make that in December of '29, so that will be part of the 2029 budget. And, current balance as of the end of the year will be 3.235 million.
Annual payments?
Are 720, so, right? A little bit.
Are 7,
Yeah, so we will have principal payments of 600,000, interest payments of 117,400, and then we have administrative and trustee fees that we pay as part of that as well.
so that total is, again,
722,650 is the total budget.
thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. The cemetery, Mr. Choate, page 66.
Good afternoon, folks.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for your time as well. I know you've been here all day, some of us haven't had to be, so I appreciate what you do in your fiduciary role. I'll keep my remarks brief. I am Charlie Choate. I'm starting my third year with the cemetery. We employ 8 full-time staff members, 2 part-time staff members, and anywhere from 5 to 7 individuals seasonally throughout the spring and summer. Last year, you commissioned a master plan to be prepared for the expansion of Prairie Street Cemetery. And though I'm not ready to discuss that in completion with you yet, we will forthcoming be bringing you the results of that just became aware to us, but to highlight that, the master plan has been able to expand the cemetery without any additional purchase of ground on the city's part and add an additional 14,500 interment spaces. And that's interment for traditional burials, casketed burials. That's interment for cremation, cremation burials, cremation niches, cremation columbariums, and also infants. So we're really pleased with it and excited to share that with you at the appropriate time. Be happy to answer any questions. I just checked the game 0-0 so far.
Thank you, Charlie. Got the important stuff out of the way. Mr. Fish.
So Charlie, if you could go to the professional services line, and that's quite a budget increase. Tell us what's going to happen there. What does that encompass?
Is that the master plan?
Catching me by surprise. Let me look.
Is that, oh,
So
well,
it talks about Prairie Street Cemetery Master Plan.
yeah, okay.
Okay.
I misread and.
I'm not sure that we had planned to include that, or had we
It's
planned
there,
to
you've
include
included
that?
it.
Yeah, okay, I get it. You'll get the plan to us, so I withdraw that question.
Well, what that is, and to clarify that, if it's in there, it's basically for ongoing purposes. We're gonna, when we expand the cemetery, it's gonna be done in phases, not all at once. And that money was gonna be set aside for surveys, fencing. We still don't have a final number, and that's why I didn't expect it in the budget, but
Okay.
apparently it made it
Councilman,
in
just,
there.
so the 75, the first phase was the master plan. The next phase is the true architectural and structural drawings and the design to get ready to bring it to a bid.
Yeah.
So, and that will happen early in January.
And that'll include things like a mausoleum and a niche,
Yeah,
niche
yeah.
and.
It
okay.
will, yes, sir.
All right, thanks.
Any other questions?
Move for tentative approval.
Got a motion? Motion by Mr. Crabtree, second by Mr. Fish. Mr. Hinkie.
So the question I would have, of course, we had a significant amount of erosion. Can you give us an update on the repair?
We can, the repair's completed. There were no remains that left their interment spot. The bank is very substantial now, as well as the monuments have all been put back into their rightful place. So it's really as if it never occurred.
So the erosion that has been plaguing that particular cemetery, you would say we're pretty well set for the next several years? There's
That's
not
hard to
another
s-
repair necessary?
Councilman, that's hard to say. We thought we were when this section came down. You know, I guess we live with what we've got there. It's, you know, it's a high spot built on a river. And it's going to erode, but more so what causes the difficulties are the large trees that are there along the edge of that bank pulling on the ground. The root system pulling on the ground. And, you know, there's a bank line full of trees. So,
So while you're trying to gain space, we're actually, okay.
exactly, exactly.
So the gasoline, I'm assuming, and you can correct me, but the part-time folks are a lot of summer cleanup and like that? And
Correct,
then
yes,
would
sir.
they really be part-time or should they be temporary?
Yes, that's a discrepancy, and I believe it was also in buildings and grounds as well. Is that right, Jamie? With, really, the part-time should be a much smaller figure, and the temporary should be the larger of the figures. I have two part-time people, and, you know, their total annual salary would be probably $25,000, $26,000. And anything else should be actually over into temporary.
All right, because there is quite a
Yeah.
discrepancy there, and
Yeah.
that's a legal thing as far as how they are identified. And I'm sure, Jamie and HR can manage that piece.
Yeah, I think that's just moving some numbers around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we had talked about overtime these last few sessions. And have we ever been able to correct so that people are flex scheduled? It's not a bunch, I must say. It's not a huge amount of overtime.
Let me address overtime with you.
Yeah.
First and foremost, I can cover 150% with revenue any overtime that we pay. We are demanded to pay the overtime via union contracts. Specifically, if the workers come in on a weekend or stay after hours, we're required, obviously, to pay the overtime. However, our charges for that overtime to the families that use our facility are such that it will cover
Okay.
1.5 times any overtime that I spend.
Good point. Well done. Professional services line, there was a $4,000 expenditure in months 1 through 6, but there was not a budget. And then, obviously, we have a master plan of $75,000. So I'm not sure what the 4,000 was, because the prior year was 4,800.
Yeah, and that was a carryover of a prior year encumbrance that balances. We've used 29,000 to date as part of the original planning that we were doing that is leading us to this, where we're at currently.
Okay, thank you.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. Any more council discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Charlie. Keep us updated on that score.
Oh, for the operation.
Okay. Yes, we got
We
the
got the mausoleum
mausoleum,
operations. Yeah,
which is pretty cut and dry.
pretty straightforward.
Move for tentative approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second for tentative approval for the mausoleum operations. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. Motion carries. Aviation Department.
I was just looking at capacity, so at
Point of
some
order.
point.
Did you have something to say? Did you have a question?
Yeah, I was just looking at mausoleum capacity, where we're at comparison to what's available.
We're at about 80 to 85%
Okay.
of used mausoleums.
New?
20%
Is available.
for sale.
Okay.
Buy your spot now.
Oh, I bought yours.
Yes?
3-0.
Miami? Irish? Miami. Oh, my God. Aviation, they're 0-2. They haven't won a game. Aviation, page 70.
Hi,
Good
Andy.
afternoon. Good
Hi,
afternoon,
Andy.
everyone. Just about saved the best for last.
Yeah.
Well, obviously, I'm Andy Jones. I'm the Elkhart Municipal Airport Director. Been kicking around the city serving on various boards and commissions for almost 41 years now. Served as the director of the airport for going on 17 years. We currently have 10 full-time employees and 2 part-time employees and 1 vacancy for a part-time air traffic controller. The Elkhart Municipal Airport serves various purposes: general aviation, corporate aviation, flight training, recreational flying. We offer the community connection to the National Air Transportation Network. We facilitate economic development, tourism, and emergency services. Some of the highlights for this year, of course, we took delivery of a new snow and ice control piece of equipment that should be able to allow us much greater maintenance of the surfaces of the runway during wintertime and increase safety additionally. We also renovated the airport administration building, which was kind of a circa 1980s interior, 80% of the work was done in-house by our folks, so we're very proud of the job they did. We bid successfully a new T-hanger construction, and that we received various grants over the years that are 90% federal, 5% state, and 5% local. Hopefully, we can break ground on that project next year. And then also, we're very proud of our educational outreach program. We've had more than 300 students come through the airport on field trips through various schools to learn about aviation and the airport in particular. As far as budget for next year, I don't have any capital required, but we are going to be doing some painting of the T-hangers on the field. I'm going to be, because we have new airfield maintenance technicians, employees, I'm going to be able to work on sending them to getting some more in detailed training, like airport safety and operations specialist schools that are offered through the AAAE, the American Association of Airport Executives. And then we're going to be continuing to convert all the airport buildings into LED lighting, as are most of the runways and taxiways. With that, I'd be happy to answer questions.
Mr. Mishler.
Thanks. Are we doing the Salute to Veterans event in 2025? Is that still
No.
planned?
Nope.
No. Oh, okay.
Move for tentative, oh, go ahead.
Mr. Hinkie.
Is that you telling me? Okay.
Yeah, I thought you were making a motion for tentative approval. wasn't
I
sure.
did not.
Okay, I
Sorry.
wasn't sure. So it sounded
Moreover,
like.
it looks like a fairly good trend of budget. You've added some hangars, so the question I would have more is the value of the hangars by cost. What people, the users, are actually willing to pay for that hangar space, and the percent increase annually, year over year?
The new hangars we're building are going to be, they're unique because they'll be large enough to house a full-size twin engine aircraft, which is a corporate aircraft. Those are the types of aircraft that, corporations own, they use for business travel, bringing in new customers, flying their executives places, their salespeople. So it's generating, income, economic development for the city. Currently, if you have a twin engine aircraft and you want to house it at the airport, you would have to enter into an agreement with Indiana Flight Center, our fixed base operator, has a large hangar. So your aircraft would be placed in a big hangar whereby it might need to move 2 or 3 to get it out each time and put it back. And it's also much more expensive. So by having our own hangars, one being able to lease their own hangar, they'll be able to, it'll be a bargain. These will lease for about $400 a month is what they'll lease. And there'll be 10 of these hangars.
Well, it sounds awfully cheap, considering cost of $400 a month. So can you help me with the trend of takeoff and landings year over year?
Sure. We're at about 32,000 annually, which is consistent with about what South Bend does.
And how does that reflect on the last couple of years?
It's consistently growing. It dropped a little bit during the COVID years, but it's incrementally going up. Part of that is can be affected too by the amount of flight instruction that's going on.
So what is the total cost of how many hangars? How many hangars are that you're
We have
building?
we're building 10 additional hangars. They're fully nested T-hangars.
So it would be $4,000 a month. And then what was the cost to build them?
It's going to be about 1.8.
So if,
Yes, it's a long ROI.
wow, that's not an investment anybody else would make. So my question is, was there enough demand to pay enough to actually break even in 30 years? And the answer is no. The break even is 37 and a half years, not including any additional cost of maintenance or any of those things, so. Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Holtz.
I just figure there's an interesting story. Equipment leases, just when I look at that line, it jumps out at me. I just wonder why it wasn't much and then it jumped up and let me see, I lost it after.
Yep, so that's the snow broom. The snow broom, we had projected that at the time our lease cost was going to be significantly higher when we took delivery. We were able to put more down towards the purchase, and then as a result, the lease price for the remainder of the life of the lease has been reduced.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will move for tentative approval.
Got a motion from Mr. Fish, second from Ms. Hines for tentative approval. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign, motion carries. Thank you. Office of Development Services, Mr. Huber.
34.
Page 34 and 36.
So, Mikey?
Good afternoon, Council.
Good afternoon.
Mike Huber, Development Services Director, closing in on finishing my second year in the current position. Our team has 13 full-time employees. We got kind of 4 different teams in a couple different areas. We have the planning and zoning team work a lot in directly with the permits in the building department, so kind of like a bridge between those. Also with the Public Works department in terms of new building, tech review, pieces like that, doing the zoning plan reviews and the zoning compliance. And then we've got economic development, community development, and redevelopment staff. Just a couple highlights from last year. In 2024, it looks like we're going to close out the year bringing in just over $175 million. New investment, creating 300 plus new housing units, 400 new jobs. Our team worked collaboratively on a number of projects. Highlight a couple of them. In terms of the Cassopolis Street area, it's under constant construction right now. Part of that is the streetscape we're building, but part of that is all the new construction related to new commercial and retail development in the corridor. And our Public Works team and our planning team have to work on those pieces and managing the traffic and doing those things, while our redevelopment and construction teams with our redevelopment staff manage the streetscape. So there's a lot of commingling of staff and working together in collaboration on projects like that. Similarly, when we look at, say, the Concord Mall program, which brought $25 million in new investment and saved that mall, there were a significant number of zoning hurdles that had to be undertaken with that, as well as with all of the financial incentive modeling and the way we could negotiate with the developer on the investments in the space. So we do work collaboratively across the board on our team. Looking ahead to 2025, we're looking at a busy year. As you all know, the state announced Ready 2.0. We've got 6 to 8 projects that are lined up for Ready 2.0 that are going to be over $100 million worth of projects. Lots of work on our team to kind of work with those developers and make those projects happen in a lot of ways. But also the couple areas that we're asking for some investments, our commitment with our staff kind of in supporting some of the neighborhood pieces. Our community development team was able to secure $1 million lead grant. That program will really complement our housing rehab program and programs and things about that make investments in our existing housing stock, highlighted strongly in programs like the Benham Neighborhood Plan. So that program's coming. That grant will pay for the staff person that we're asking for in that area, and that person, it's a 3-year grant. And the idea of it currently is to really build the capacity of the program, establish the relationships, and get that program up and running, working underneath our Community Development Assistant Director. The other space that we're looking for some increased capacity, one of the things we realized, we've been without Planner 1 and a Planner 2 in our planning team for a little bit now. One of the immediate gaps we needed to fill was in the zoning enforcement and zoning compliance pieces. Our assistant director didn't have time to manage the department and do all of those pieces. We were able to secure someone who had some skills in that area, had some basic planning skills, but we quickly realized how much the increase of that position in those areas over what we had really kind of been getting out of when it was a part-time part of one of our planners' positions. And it really goes to reinforcing, I think, a lot of the concerns that you frequently raise, Councilman Henke, in terms of compliance. And we think Jason's doing out there a really great job. He seems to be very responsive. We get great feedback from him from the 311 program, the teams that he's doing and being out there. And we would like to just make sure that he's added on to our team full-time, and then we can bring in the Planner 1 and the Planner 2 to really focus on doing all of the planning duties, managing the Plan Commission, managing the Historic Commission, managing the BZA meetings, interfacing, interacting with the customers and the public when they come in, needing to have some of those variances. We're working on an overhaul of our zoning ordinance. Both our Benham neighborhood plan and our downtown master plan highlighted some deficiencies in our current zoning ordinance. So we're really going to need those new Planner 1 and Planner 2 staff when they come on board to really be focused on managing the implementation of that zoning code, and then having Jason be able to manage the enforcement and the compliance.
Mr. Mishler.
Thanks, and thanks, Mike. Your team does a fantastic job. Are you currently fully staffed on the economic development side?
We are. So the only place we have any openings are in the planning team, and we're down a Planner 1 and a Planner 2.
Okay. I know the past couple of years you haven't been, so I see more in the professional services line. In 2022, it was $309,000, and then $267,000 in 2023, and through June we're at $121,000. Do we expect to, since we're fully staffed, continue to see numbers like that, or is more going to be spent, or not time spent in-house to reduce that cost?
So what we've been able to leverage those dollars, we have consistently had some contracts with N-Focus, which is a regional talent attraction and retention program that provides great thought leadership in areas to various private, city, and nonprofit partners. We've leveraged their expertise on a couple internal projects, some project management tools and some different pieces. We'd like to have we've also recruited 2 staff people from Infocus, so it's a great tool that really provides strong talent to our region. I think we'd like to have some flexibility to bring a couple projects. We're discussing a couple projects with them right now. We also have a number of, when we have new TIF districts and we have expenses related to bonds and bond councils and a number of things we do, those are professional services, and those are also other services and charges. So we have some resources allocated in those 2 budget categories. We don't know necessarily, again, we're gearing up next year because we know we've got a lot of projects bubbling around Ready 2.0. So we think we're going to need those resources again next year.
And since you are fully staffed now, do you expect to utilize more of the education and travel?
Absolutely. In fact, I've made really strong encouragements, and I know in particular our 3 economic development staff folks are all getting ready to finalize signing up for some education classes to complete yet this year.
And the last thing I'll say is I mentioned this earlier to HR. I know y'all are kind of packed like sardines down there to maybe consider a work from home policy or something like that to help potentially alleviate that.
We'll manage it as best we can. So,
Mr. Fish.
So when do you start the grant you mentioned earlier?
So we've received the grant, actually.
You have?
We have the funds, the grant's been approved.
Yeah, I believe the grant was on the agenda this past meeting. And
For first reading,
For
right.
first reading will be approved and appropriated at the
That's
next
that
council meeting.
pass-through
That's
we
that
get.
pass-through, yep.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Hines.
The grant position sounds a little similar, or would maybe probably be working with the, if approved, the neighborhood coordinator position. Will those 2, or maybe
I really
you
see
were
this.
talking really fast, so
No, I'm sorry. I see this really complementing the work we're doing in the neighborhoods with our homeowner rehab program. And as we start working with other partners in implementation of housing strategies that result in investments and rehabbing of existing housing stock, there's a strong emphasis on that in the Benham neighborhood plan as well. So again, this is really about looking at those existing homes and our low-income homeowners and home buyers. So it'll really mesh really well with our CDBG program activities.
You good, Ms. Hines? What do you think?
Yeah, I'm
Mr. Hinkey.
And happy to catch up a little more, too.
Mr. Hinkey.
First of all, I appreciate the control you have of your budget. You seem well-informed and be on top of. I did note some other department heads had to reflect to Jamie or someone else in regards to numbers that they were representing. So I appreciate that. The second part, Mike, I would say you were critical of your own department and processes, and you recognized weak areas. I think that's most impressive, to improve and then take action steps to make it better than where we are. So that deep dive is really what we all should be doing. So thank you for that as well. Have you, like last year, provided, how many, for your staff, have you provided performance appraisals for?
We do full staff performance evaluations. So last year, I had to do the assistant directors. I also, because we didn't have an assistant director of economic development at the time, I also did the 2 economic development specialists as
Okay.
well. Yep.
And then I think this is what Mr. Mishler was referring to. There must have been some openings in your department in the first 6 months of this year.
There were. Yeah,
Okay.
we were without an economic development assistant director for a period of time, between
Okay.
March and August.
Because that would make
Yep.
actual cost prorated, you know, you'd have been well overfunded, 122,374. So the assumption was there was an opening in there somewhere. I just wanted to make sure of that. And then small tool and equipment, which I find unusual for your department, was 6,600. It just, there was a miss last year in '23 where it was not there.
Yeah.
And
So-
suddenly it is there.
The small tools and minor equipment is a Board of Accounts account line, and it's meant to account for those capital items that wouldn't meet our capitalization threshold. So anything below $5,000, so tablets, little computers, other types of small capital items that wouldn't qualify to be major capital.
Okay, so when, it's not really when someone calls that person a tool, it has nothing to...
Correct, yeah.
Okay, I'm just saying.
Totally different account.
Okay, short of that, I do see maybe some contingencies in there where you now are going to bump up some education because you're going to have these new people on board and you're building a stronger and more informed team. But most important, I think, that I'd like to see, Mr. Huber, is that you're critical of your own, you're questioning, you're self-auditing. I think that's a great feature, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Fish.
Move for tentative approval.
Got a motion from Mr. Fish, second from Mr. Mishler for tentative approval for economic development. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Planning Department, page 36.
Motion for tentative approval?
I got
Second.
a motion from Mr. Fish, a second from Mr. Mishler. No, is that backwards? I got a motion from Mr. Mishler, a second from Mr. Fish for tentative approval. Discussion, Mr. Hinkey.
Let me ask that same question because it looks like we're overfunded, so were there vacancies in this particular area?
Yeah, we've gone almost the whole year without Planner 1 and Planner 2. That's
That's all I needed. Thank you.
Mr. President, can I ask Mike a
Yes,
question?
you can, Mr. Curry. Since you
Yeah,
retired,
Mike.
you can do whatever you
Since
want.
I'm retired. Yeah, Mike, I'm always get questions about what's being built in our neighborhoods around town. What's going on at Main and Lusher?
We sold that property, the redevelopment commission sold that property to Burton's Laundromat. They're building a brand-new laundromat. We worked with them to make sure the building was fronted up on the street, kind of, you know, to fit the kind of more urban profile as opposed to pushing it back and having parking in the front. So yeah, we're really excited about that project, as a matter of fact.
Okay, is that going to be an addition to the laundromats they have, or are they going to move one or close one?
No, I think they don't have one kind of in that general area. They saw a gap there, and that's why they came and asked us
Oh,
for
okay,
that
thanks.
spot.
And I want to tell you too, Brett, now that you retired, and I did this the other day, I got in a car with Eric Trotter, and he took me around the city, because I, like you, see all these buildings popping up, and I want to know, people ask me what they are, so I need to know. So if you guys have time, Eric did a great job of taking me out on 17 around the city. So where our possible new annexations and new bills will be. So it's a great opportunity. So,
This is the last one, correct?
yes, we're done.
Can you give
No.
me just a second? I appreciate
Go
it.
ahead.
Well, we got to do tentative.
I appreciate it. I know how everybody
Wait.
wants to. I know everybody,
Did we give you tentative?
No, they didn't vote
I'm not
yet.
sure if
No,
we
I don't
voted.
think so.
Motion for tentative approval.
Got a motion
Second.
from Mr. Mishler, second from Ms. Hines. That was the first one. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Mayor.
Thank you. I know how everyone wants to get out, but I want to make sure that I give the appropriate thank yous, because this didn't just happen by turning on the lights, and I think we're the last one to turn off the lights as I turn around and see no one in the back there. But I want to thank you guys for all the council for their questions, their cooperation throughout this entire day. The public, both on and offline. Angie and Melody, thank you for your attentive relationship to this. The learner staff, because they actually helped us put this together and did all the audio in relationship to it. And volunteers that you saw when you came in. They were there to greet us, and quite frankly, they're at lunch as well. IT department for their help and coordination of the IT. All the other elected officials that were here, Jamie and his team, and Bradley, I want to say thank you to them as well. I really want to give a thank you to my department heads. This was the first year that I asked them to put together a narrative, to speak to you a little bit about the tenure that they had in their departments, as well as who was on their team. I wanted to make sure that they had an opportunity to really introduce themselves and their ability to manage their budgets. And with the assistance of Jamie and Bradley and some of the others, I think they did a wonderful job today speaking to you about what they felt was important to them and what some of the successes have been for this current year budget and the plans for the upcoming budget. And so those are the thank yous that I'd like to make sure that I make. And I'd like to make just one particular announcement, because I won't get a chance to have a council meeting in between the time that this happens. AIM, which is the
Accelerate
Advancing Indiana Municipality.
No, I'm sorry, it's late.
Accelerating?
Accelerating Indiana Municipalities. That's what AIM stands for. They have what they call a Program Innovation Award. And on October 9th, Towson will be presented with that award for the state. And it will be given to them in an awards banquet, which will be held in Fort Wayne at the Ideas Summit, which I hope that all of you would like to attend. I hope you guys are already scheduled to attend. But that day, on the 9th, there's a luncheon that goes from 11:30 to 1:30, and Towson will be given an award. And normally at that banquet, the governor is in attendance, as well as some of the folk from IDEA. Yeah, the housing, and those are the folk that really are responsible for the Ready 2.0 and the Lilly Grant Award as well. And so it's a wonderful award that Towson has been bestowed, and for all of us that will be there. Now, I've also contacted the Community Foundation as well as the Chamber, and they will be there as well, along with Brianna Allen, to accept that award. So just want to make sure that you guys were aware of it.
Were you able to get Brent a room? Did you get Brent a room?
Don't worry, we got you.
You got me? I knew you could do it.
Also, we will be, probably have a special call meeting just for the budget. I know Jamie, we had talked about doing it at the second council meeting, but we probably just